be a little true-ish. Technically, I took a nap in the middle of the day. I was, past few days I've been a bit sick, and so my energy was pretty lacking. I said, I'm gonna take a short little nap in the middle of the day. Hey, Z, Sansu, DTR, Evolution Monkey, Kiyoshi, Leroy, Alweezy. What's going on, guys? Z? Anyone too poor for the EA in chat? Nah, there might be someone. Little middle day nap. I haven't done too many naps throughout my life, but I've grown to appreciate the middle day nap. It's grown on me where previously I thought that was just like a minus time type of thing. So he probably is. Yeah, there might be somebody who'll be interested. Can't believe Lance is giving up on the Blood Mage dream. I'm not giving up on the Blood Mage dream. I'm going back to the original dream, which is believing in the CI start because of this right here. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Did I see the Dreamcore video? Technically, no. I haven't seen the full thing. I was briefly in DM stream where he was like at the last 5 notables, and I was chatting a little bit, but no, I haven't seen. I haven't really looked. Okay, I literally like 20 minutes before I started stream today, I was like just going through a few different streams, just seeing what people were looking at because I was kind of curious what various people were excited about. And DM seems like he's fighting some demons inside him in terms of whether or not he wants to swap his plan to go Titan to be a mage enjoyer, which I believe the casters are going to win this one. They're going to take home the glory. Absolutely, in my mind. Chonk? No, I don't know. I don't think he's chonking. I think he's thinking about Titan, or he's thinking about he's maybe getting convinced to do Sora because of Dreamcore's video. I think he's just gonna end up going I think he's gonna ultimately end up going Titan, but he might play with the idea in his mind. All right, let's go ahead and look at the Dreamcore video. We'll start here, and then I want to dig today. I want to dig into basically micro-analyze gameplay. Today we have a couple goals. I want to look for ES bases. I really want to see if I can find any parts they have over ES bases. Number 2, I want to get a better idea of how good certain skills seem. So we're going to dig through some footage and see what seems to be happening mechanically on screen, you know what I mean? Are you going to start solo when the EA starts, or are you running with somebody? I will play solo. I think most content creators play solo. There's a few streamers like Empyrean, for example, who likes to do group play, and he pretty much always runs group play, but most players, I think, they play through the campaign solo. That being said, I mean, there's better support to do multiple players with, like, couch co-op and stuff, but a large amount of people, I think, are just going to be solo enjoying. Our video is a great way to start my day. Kudos to you, sir. Thanks, Zolorian. Glad you liked it. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at the Dreamcore video. Let's gather around and see what he has to say. He's finally on... You can ignore the call. He's finally on the correct side of the tree, by the way. Took him forever. Downs of your war cries. Let all that anger out. What was the bit rate of that? Do I have the quality just like... No, I have it on 1080. Whatever that video was, its bitrate is super, super bad.
9 days to go until we all log in, and it's time for another PoE2
Dude, 9 days.
Passive 3 video.
At least we're sub 10.
I went to a PoE2 event a few weeks back and was able to capture some of the passive skill tree, and I've been covering each section of the tree, discussing some of the more interesting...
Okay, obviously, he's done strength, dex, int. He's gonna do strength int tomorrow, I would assume. Hopefully... he decides to do a video after that where he just showcases the whole thing. Because this is going to drive me insane. He has access to all the nodes, and he's only highlighting 10 of, like, freaking 100 in each section. Please, Dreamcore, all I want for Christmas / early PoE2 before the launch, just hover all the nodes, okay? Don't keep limiting us to what you think is good. There's Because I know for a fact there's got to be good nodes he's not even showcasing in these videos. That would be relevant for certain build making things, right?
Nodes. Today
Please,
is the
I'm
intelligence
begging
area
you.
of the tree where the witch and sorceress start. Alright, let's begin with one of the reoccurring themes in this area of the tree, which is
This one's
modifiers
huge.
to
It better
scale
be.
energy shield.
Yes, part of the tree I think is going to be... I think it's going to confirm my theory, which is ES is going to be good / way better than life. I don't know. The biggest thing ES is going to lack is recovery sources, but I don't know. Having a good max hit is so important, especially when it looks like PoE 2 is a lot more fair in terms of like how often you get hit and what you can dodge and stuff. Which if the system is more like that, then recharge gets stronger.
Recharge. In yesterday's video, I talked about how the PoE...
They curated which nodes he can share. Oh, they could have done that. I think the way he's doing it is probably better for the YouTube algorithm, is just not an overload of... Not like an overload of nodes, like just kind of like short little tidbits here and there and whatnot. But, in terms of, me wanting to degen out and plan a tree or have some idea of what I want to do, I need more information. Yes, we'll lack mitigation against physical. I mean, you could argue that evasion would lack mitigation against physical. That doesn't mean necessarily that ES is going to be in danger to physical in terms of like actually dying to it. Like, I'll put it this way: if the deck side of the tree and evasion characters, their only mitigation to physical is occasionally avoiding it, then they occasionally die. If my mitigation to physical is my ES pool means I can take 2-3 physical hits unmitigated, then I get hit, 2 times and I don't die, right? I'd rather be able to take 2 to 3 hits rather than be able to avoid 2 hits and then randomly die. You know what I mean?
The 2 passive tree has much fewer options available for energy shield recovery, which is true, as there was no Ghost Reaver key.
Is it true that chaos damage will take double damage? That's what I've heard from people. I don't know if I physically have seen that confirmation anywhere. But regardless, if you're doing an ES character, you probably should just be clicking CI, unless you're doing like a hybrid setup. In which case, sure, you'll have that downside for the ES portion of your pool, but you'll still have a life pool behind it.
Stone in the version of the game that I played, and I also couldn't find any nodes for energy shield leech. However, access to scaling energy shield recharge has been largely increased, and no matter where you are in the intelligence section of the tree, you won't have to path very far to allocate some of these nodes.
Faster
Keep
recharge.
in mind that energy shield recharge has a 4-second base delay before it begins in PoE 2.
Faster start's going to be pretty important for recharge. I think it's honestly going to feel really good in a game like this, where it's a lot more like avoidance tactical based or whatever. 4 seconds base delay, yeah, you're definitely going to want faster recharge
But nodes
stats.
like Convalescence will help with that, reducing recharge rate but allowing it to start much faster as a trade-off.
Hopefully it's on gear. It might be. It's on gear in PoE 1. I played a lot of strength decks and strength character PoE 1. I just like armor. Listen, power to you for liking armor, but don't be surprised if you feel inadequate when compared to a ES character defensively. Mark my words. I think ES is going to just be
Essence Infusion, on the other hand, provides
a lot tankier type of thing.
a
Recharge
huge
rate.
increase to recharge rate, improving the time you
The thing that really matters, faster start, matters the most. I wonder how many nodes he's going to highlight with
recover your
faster
ES
start.
back to full. Meanwhile, Dependable Ward and Rapid Recharge both have the same modifiers, and these are just solid boosts to Energy Shield Recharge, providing both of the stats you need to start.
Yeah, those nodes are just good. So on the tree, you have at least 90% faster start recharge, which is closer to that 2-second time frame. If you get any amount of faster start on the gear or the small nodes, which I'd imagine on the small nodes leading into that, there's going to be some faster start. That's going to start to feel pretty decent. EB looks insane. I did see EB at the end. We'll talk about it when we get there. Because that was right when I came to DM's chat
over time from this.
So I have CDV, and I have some thoughts about it.
Refocus, which is going to be useful if you have high cast or attack speed to be able to proc the start of Energy Shield recharge faster than it would have started naturally, especially considering the longer base delay compared to PoE 1. However, it's important to mention that there is no Wicked Ward keystone on the tree in the version that I played. So
Wicked Ward could be on Ascendancy again, for all we know. Like, it could straight up be on, like, Chronomancer, or on, like, Stormweaver or something. Wicked Ward originally was on, Occultist. If we could solve Bleed, Poison, Ignite, CI may be pretty good. I mean, CI literally solves Bleed and Poison by itself. As for Ignite, I don't know what's the danger with Ignite, just, because it would be a prolonged start of recharge, right? Is EB Mom Archmage viable? Potentially it's viable. I don't know what I'll be playing when Early Access starts, but I know it'll have EB and Archmage, yeah. I'm thinking Sork is the most likely could have the most synergy with it.
Able to prevent damage from stopping.
Infernalist might be possible too, depending on the nodes.
Let's stick with Energy Shield for a moment and cover some of the nodes which will help you against any incoming stuns on builds that are more focused on ES than life. Stun threshold is based on maximum life by default, so these types of builds typically need to find a way.
A fight like this would be a little bit rough for an ES character. I guess if you're like a range build, you're just standing in like the ground that's not bad or whatever. But when you have fights like this with like ramping degen grounds, that'll get maybe a bit more sketch for ES setups. Snapao said the EB showcase here is old and has since been changed. Well, I wonder what his source is. Is there a skill tree we can look at online yet? I googled, but I didn't see anything. No. We're forced to watch bits and pieces like this to find what different nodes do of people who were at the showcase.
To become immune to stuns or have their stun.
What about CI, Mom, Archmage, EB? Yeah, potentially those can work together. The thing is, we're basing this off of the EB keystone, and we don't know if it's going to stay the way it is or not. Is Zeltzoth on the tree? It is, but it's different. Zeltzoth,
based on their ES.
Zeltzoth is now much weaker for CI characters.
Instead of life in PoE 1. But in PoE 2, there's a lot more options available to solve this problem. For example, Dampening Shield, which grants a good chunk of
One second, I gotta blow my nose. Had to sneeze there. What's your opinion about the movement speed of the minion in the clip? They showed about the gameplay of the witch recently. It seems really fast to be reacting and move to target. Which minion are you referring to? The Infernalist, like, Firehound thing or something else? If it's a fast-moving minion, that's just, like, a good thing, right? If it's just running around. Any plans for Mini Lance 2? You bet my son? I don't know, to raise him well, hopefully. 28%, yeah, it's quite a bit. This area right here is really strong for the early start. So this is 28% with the stun threshold. It's 6% mana, 20 flat, and then this is the faster recharge start. This is definitely an area where I would want to have early on, I think. This little section of the tree for the witch start, or the Sork start. I wonder what's on these nodes too. It's probably some faster start of recharge stuff. Rishi, your inside man, Connor. He's working overtime.
Maximum energy shield and adds 12% of your maximum ES to stun threshold.
What are you going to use for build planning without POB? I mean, here's the thing. POB for me was always literally I just have a rough idea of where I'm going to go on the tree. The things I would use it for previously is I would like sometimes I would like fill out a tree and see roughly, okay, that's about 100 nodes. Am I getting most of the key points I want? And then I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure enough, I'll go. More lately, I've kind of just been YOLO sending it, and this isn't going to be much different. The only thing that's limiting my ability to have a tree planned out is knowing what the freaking nodes do. And right now, Dreamcore is only showing us 10 of like the 100 nodes on the inside. So it's probably just a matter of I'm going to have to look, you know, on like actual launch, unless we get some more leaked information and actually hover over the nodes and be like, okay, that's stuff I need, and then just start, you know, sending it. We have gold respecs, so probably just respec early and respec often throughout the campaign tree when I see stuff I do like or don't like more. He's saving the node info for his starters, something like that. When they show the staff about critical strike and minion boost on those clips, the minion was moving really fast. Yeah, I can't even think of the clip you're talking about, Chuckadorus, but we're going to look at some more gameplay stuff after Dreamcore's video, and maybe you can link me what you're talking about then.
So if you have 5000 energy shield, this modifier would add a flat 600 to your stun threshold. Hallowed provides more of this stat at 20%.
I'm assuming stun threshold in this is essentially... Stun threshold's probably 1-to-1 for life nodes, I'd get, or for the amount of life you have. I bet throughout this entire tree, you're getting close to 100% of your ES's stun threshold, in which point you're just going to have better stun mitigation than a life build to some extent, maybe. I kind of wonder. I just look at one for a build guide, then I kind of just wing it from there, never copy a build exactly. Yeah, have like a brief idea of like what skills or interactions will work together and just send it. Can we link multiple active skills to the same support on the same link chain? I don't believe so, no. Nope, it's going to be one support for... Well, the way you could do that is maybe on a meta skill gem, technically. If you have like something that triggers where you can put a skill gem into it, and then you can put a support in there as well. That's maybe the scenario where that works, but you're starting to get real lightweight on the amount of supports that those trigger skills will have. It's gonna be so good just to make my a build without any guy just exploring your own. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a real fun launch for like that reason.
Maximum ES gained as additional stun threshold, but also helps you shake off a stun a bit faster as well. Then we have a few of the stronger nodes. Eldritch Will is...
Well, that's one of the nodes that has that's one of the nodes that has percent life, I guess. Gain 20% of stun threshold. So this is on the top side. So if I'm going for ES nodes, I'm probably already gonna be up here. The really good lightning damage wheel node is here. You have, I'm assuming this is an int node, some sort of int scaling node of some kind. We're probably gonna want to be up on this side of the tree. You have jewel sockets on the outside, which are strong as well. Wait till you see the next one after this. Okay, let's see
3
it.
or 4 nodes on the entire passive tree with increased...
Would CI, EB plus Mom be perma stunned since it has no life or energy shield? To resist stun with? The stun mechanics are stuff I don't really know about. Like in terms of, I don't know if you can get flat stun mitigation elsewhere. Like for all we know, you know how there's like nodes that say gain ES stun threshold? There might be nodes that say that, but for mana, I don't freaking know.
Maximum life. You get 3% each to life, mana, and energy shield, and once again, another 20% of max ES as added stun threshold. And self-mortification, which also grants
Stun threshold while on full life. So this is literally just like your CI build, and then you always have the extra stun threshold increase and the 20%. Yeah, it's got to be a case where you can get It's got to be a case where you can get close to 100% stun threshold as ES, and then you can have increases as well. Okay, so I don't think stun's going to be really a problem for CI.
But also
you'll know it when you see it. Okay, we'll see.
20% while you're on full life.
Well, there's minion nodes
this
next.
This one is exceptionally good for an energy shield-based CI build where you're always on full life to be able to fully benefit from that.
It is already 80%. What's already 80%? It's gonna be a while. Okay, got her. We'll get to it. I haven't seen. I saw the very tail end of DM looking at Dreamcore's video.
Increased stun threshold.
So I might know the node you're talking about.
Right,
there's a good node
towards
towards the end.
look at a few minion nodes on the left outer edge of the tree. This cluster here, firstly, right hand of darkness, which grants 20%.
Do I honestly care about the minion nodes? I'll watch them. I'll watch them. I won't skip them.
Minions and gives them a 10% chance to.
There might be like some tertiary benefit of having like a let's say SRS on a trigger where I use them to proc some benefit. Like if I was a chaos build and I used SRS, maybe that would be good for me, you know?
To inflict withered on hit. This is going to be really good to combo with some of those chaos style abilities when you have minions.
Is this Diablo Souls? No, it's Path of Exile too.
That attack quickly, or just when you have a lot of minions to hit enemies. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this cluster is a more defensive minion node in Left Hand of Darkness, which grants 20% additional PDR and 23% Chaos Res to your minions. But in the middle of this cluster is possibly the most important minion node on the entire tree, Lord of Horrors, which makes minion skills have 12% reduced reservation. So you can either use more of them, or invest less into Spirit, or use any excess Spirit you do have to reserve other powerful buffs. Okay, let's take a quick look at this node here, Breath of Fire. There's also an equal node for each of the other elements.
That is pretty crazy. 15 pen. 15 pen. And it seems like they have normalized int with lightning and cold with dex, so I would imagine this is going to be int for 15 lightning pen. Why does it give strength? Because they associate attributes with certain damage types. There's like some like thematic that like stays constant throughout the game. They didn't do great with this in PoE 1 because there were some inconsistencies. Like, I'll give you an example. In PoE 1, there was a bit of inconsistency with lightning being either related to green / dex and cold being related to blue / int. Like, there was a bit of a, like, they didn't keep it 100% consistent, but I think they're going to probably try to keep it 100% consistent in PoE 2, which is certain attributes align with certain damage types, align with certain skill types type of thing. But I think they'll probably try to keep it more consistent in PoE 2. Is Pen kind of poop now since you can't go into the negative? Wait, you can't go into the negative? That's new to me. I guess I haven't looked at like.
Here on this.
If Pen can't go into the negative, that doesn't mean it's bad. It's still very good. You just need a certain amount of it, and you don't overinvest into it.
Wheel and each of the small nodes also grant 6% pen for their respective element. In general, penetration is much more accessible across the entire passive tree and is found in larger quantities, but there's a big reason for that. Because in PoE 2, penetration will no longer go into the negatives. This means that penetration has no effect against monsters that have no resistance to the type of damage you're dealing. Instead, it will be a tool to deal with monsters that do have resistance, such as bosses, but no longer a mechanic that is used as an excessive damage multiplier.
Okay. I mean, it's still Giga worth, but I think what this means is maybe you're not going to be using penetration supports then. If you can't go into the negatives, because you can get enough on the tree where you probably don't want to use a support gem for it. You can run in Feeble instead of a Pen Curse. That's a fair point. Yeah, you could run in Feeble instead of a Res Curse. Boss resistance is 125. They wouldn't make them that high. I think they're going to do what they did in PoE 1, which is bosses will have like 30 to 50 res, probably about 50. But it's still like you need penetration. Like if you don't have it and you run into a boss with 50 res, 50 pen is going to double your damage. You need it. Conditional combat? No one said conditional combat. You know in PoE, like PoE 1, you go to fight Shaper. Shaper has like what? 50 cold, 50 fire, 50 lightning. And this is the case for pretty much it's uniform consistent for basically all bosses. They have like a set amount of resistance. The normal number is about 50 cold, lightning, fire resistance and 30 chaos res. Yeah. No. It's gonna be like consistent most likely. Maybe there's like some specific exceptions. Like maybe for example, the Zestula boss who has like a chaos theme. Maybe he has like a little bit higher chaos res. We'll see. Like, maybe they'll do it differently in PoE 2 how they do it. But I would imagine that's probably what they're gonna do. Is certain bosses have like a set standard resistance count, and you're probably gonna want a certain amount of penetration for that. You might still use pen supports. Yeah, I guess it's going to depend if you want to be spending points on this or if it's worth it or not.
Let's go back to Energy Shield for a moment and take a look at some of the largest increases to maximum ES on the tree. Starting with Heavy Buffer. 40%
This is you just always click. I'm starting to think I'm maybe not going to click the 10% reduced mana one just because the mana seems super efficient with Archmage. Hey Gavin, what's going on, man? And there's just so much percent ES everywhere else.
Increased max.
Are there going to be immunity phases? I don't know. Maybe. you talk like there might be immunity phases, like Shaper's Death Ball phase. Those might exist. We don't know. It's just like we have to actually fight the bosses. I think even in the bosses we've already seen immunity phases. Like if you look at this fight right here,
Increases.
this guy turns into a wolf, and there's a couple instances where you get like this mist that comes up, and he gets to jump at you and attack you while you can't hurt him back. So like that's an example of immunity phase right there. So I think they're probably going to exist in other boss fights too. I've had surgeries and I can't do boss mechanics, so I'm asking. You're gonna want to make a tanky build. Then you're gonna want to definitely overinvest into tank, lose some damage, so that way if you can't dodge mechanics, you can tank it. But that's generally my philosophy for build making is make a build tanky enough where you don't have to be good at the game. That's what we're gonna go for. Rares might be able to get a lot of res, yeah.
Starting with heavy buffer, 40% increased max ES and 10% reduced maximum life.
Can you overlevel? Yeah. No, there's no reason you can't overlevel. If you get to a boss you can't do, just go back to a zone with like some easy mobs, overlevel. It'll 100% make it so you can do the boss way easier.
It's interesting to see.
Overleveled, and if you get slightly better gear, those things will take a boss from completely destroying you to you completely annihilating it type of thing. And that's the same with like PoE 1, 2. Except I think it's going to be a little bit easier in PoE 2 for that to be the case.
See a lot of the strong
over gear. Well, overlevel matters too. It's not just gear. Both things add up together. But yeah, like a good weapon on an attack build. Sorry, a good weapon on an attack build means a huge amount of damage increase. Extra passives on a spellcaster and better like life, ES gear. You know, all that stuff matters.
Like this, almost like a keystone. There's also...
Do we know the leech mechanics? No, not really. There's also melding. I think this node, I'm probably not going to click right now based on how good Archmage seems. And I'm going to want to scale mana with Int. I think Leech is going to get changed. Yeah, we're going to find out. Leech is a huge wild card, right?
Melding, which is the same, but with reduced mana instead of reduced.
Zeltzoth gone. Zeltzoth is changed. Zeltzoth is your regen from life applies to your ES once you're on full life.
Life. Then there's Enhanced Barrier, which doesn't provide nearly as much increased max.
1 max Elires, 25% ES. Dude, there's just so much percent ES. Like, I don't feel bad about giving up the 40% ES node down here that gives 10% reduced mana. Because it looks like I'm going to have good ES nodes just freaking everywhere. And Jules can give up to 15% ES too.
Energy shield, but does grant 1% to all maximum elemental resistances, so that's a solid notable. And check out this one. Patient Barrier. 60.
Slower start of energy recharge. This is probably one you click. You can get enough faster start to counteract the slower. I don't think you probably still click this. That's so much ES. 60% is crazy. Because there was a lot of faster start nodes he showed at the beginning of this. ES feels too good to be true. Well, the big thing about ES is you're losing out on sustain. Think Archmage will be a god without a mana ascendancy? I think on what they've showcased us already, Archmage seems quite strong without any ascendancy that has mana nodes. Right now, I'm leaning towards Sork, just because I think that's the most likely Chronomancer or a Stormweaver have the most likely chance of having some mana synergy or ES synergy from what I've seen.
80%
Infernalist, yeah, maybe. Infernalist, I'm worried that a lot of the nodes are going to be minion related.
Energy shield, that is wild. If you can overcome that downside, this one is going to be insane value. Necromantic Talisman is a keystone located near the outer edge, which makes bonuses from your equipped amulet be...
Oh, this is part of the Jonathan interview. I love that the upgrade to all this like support they're giving us for weapon swapping was a catalyst for them to change Necromantic Aegis to Necromantic Talisman because of the issue with people weapon swapping with minions. They give you the support where it just swaps between skills and stuff, and they had to change the keystone because of that. Yes, builds have to spend a lot of passes to catch up. See this? From what I've seen, it's not that ES builds have to catch up in terms of like to get the number. I'm pretty confident that the thing that's going to be the issue for ES builds is since Zealot's Oath isn't there, Ghost Reaver isn't there, it's going to be sustain. It's going to be how reliable does the recharge feel. So, and they made the recharge a 4-second base instead of 2-second base like it is in PoE 1. I think it's still going to be quite good, especially if you pair it with if you pair it with a decent amount of mana scaling and you click Mind Over Matter. You also have the scenario where once all your ES is gone, you still have like maybe you have 2k, 3k, 4k, 5k mana that the enemy has to hit through after they get through your ES. There's an Aegis node, Lance's old nemesis. Yeah. The thing is, it doesn't. You don't have to give up a shield slot for it though. You just get to put it on. Not many percent mana nodes. Yeah, from my count, there's the 3% node, the 6% node, and the 18% node, which is one node I saw that's later in this video.
Applied to your minions instead of you. This is going to be ridiculous if that also includes any anoint that's on there. But otherwise, we're not too sure yet what sorts of modifiers will exist on Amulet.
That does sound kind of whack, having an anoint apply to a minion. Aegis Trickster is back and it's all on our tree. Yeah, Chilubunk will get Mana Leech, ES Leech, and negates all negative effects from the slower recharge. Oh shoot, what did I just do? Whoops. The chonk depends on leech stuff, and you have to remember a lot of the good stuff with ES scaling and mana scaling is spell related. So you're not as incentivized in terms of like if I go into a bunch of int and a bunch of ES, or a bunch of like mana scaling, I get a bunch of spell damage for it. If you do it as a chonk character and you're like an attack based character, because your leech doesn't work for mana or ES for spells, I think it's just attacks only for the leech stuff. You get that limiting factor of you have to be an attack based character, so you don't get the full synergy, right? Unless there's like a unique that does it.
Also includes any anoint that's on there. But otherwise, we're not too sure yet what sorts of modifiers will exist on amulets, so we'll have to wait and see for that. Another keystone at the outer edge of the tree is Whispers of Doom.
I 100% am just going to click this. I'm just going to click this on like every single build that I'm near this. Unless we see some really good spirit reservations, I'm going to click this every single time. Blasphemy Curse just seems really, really efficient. Like, really efficient. Like, I don't want to spend time casting a curse. What is exactly activation delay? So activation delay is there's an enemy, you cast the curse on them, and the curse doesn't apply for some set period of time. Maybe it's 1 second, maybe it's 2 seconds, depends on the skill, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But if you go Blasphemy, then it's on them, like, the moment they're within range. Just by CI and EB2, yeah. This is, like, being able to put Enfeeble in my build, or some other, you know, temp chain, some other useful curse. That just seems like a no-brainer to me. At least if Enfeeble's the way that we've seen so far. I think I saw Enfeeble the other day when we were looking at gems. Enfeeble looked really good. It was like 15 DR. Yeah. Spell Enfeeble level 3. Unique enemies 16 DR. Like this is really good. You spend 1 keystone and another 30 spirit reservation, and you get this amount of DR. That's crazy to me. When people are gonna be like, "Oh, I'm so tanky against Fizz," and you spec frickin' 15 armor nodes to get like 50 DR on a really big Fizz hit, and then I spend 1 passive and 30 spirit to get 20 DR. And then I have, you know, 3 times the base EHP as an ES character, I'm just going to laugh a little bit because it's kind of funny to me. Enfeeble's going to go on my Javelin for sure. Yeah, Enfeeble looks legit. How many of the curse things have we seen so far? Chaos, Despair, Enfeeble, Flammability, Temp Chains. We haven't seen too many. Cursed enemies are slowed by 34%? Yo, what? Dude, am I gonna go 2 tank curses? I think I might just do Temp Chains and... I might just do Temp Chains and Enfeeble. That's so much! 34? Who came up with that number? Dude, defensive curses are gonna... Oh my word. Pen curses are now low IQ. I mean, they've been meta for how long? Pen curses have been meta for how long? I wonder if this is getting freaking... Dude, that seems like such a go-to. These are both crazy good. I might be bum rushing the outside. I might be bum rushing the outside of the tree. With this here, two freaking Enfeeble plus Temp Chains, Blasphemy Curse, that's gonna feel so freaking strong early. With a game that wants you to dodge, movement speed's one of your number 1 defensive layers. I disagree. I think your number 1 defensive layer is being able to tank a bigger hit.
Which grants an extra curse at the cost of
60 spirit? I absolutely think that's worth it at 60 spirit. No, 100%. I don't know. You can self-cast your curse on every single pack or just on the bosses. You do you. I think I'm running Blasphemy like 100%. Blasphemy seems very, very worth if it's 30 spirit. Biggest defensive layer is stun resistance. We can get stun resistance. There's definitely a lot of ES stun, what's the word? Synergistic nodes or whatever. Moving out of the telegraph move is 0 damage. Correct, yes. But even if I don't move out, I want to tank it. But keep in mind, Scuzzlebutt, Temp Chains right here, 34% slower. That is a massive amount of increase of time you have to dodge the attack, as well as whenever the boss does slow mechanics where you are already out of the there's certain things that bosses do where it's like your DPS phase where you get a chance to deal more damage. That phase lasts longer, you know? Like, for example, I'll give Shaper, I like Shaper as an example just because I like Shaper as a boss. When he does the laser beam, you know, where he shoots the degen beam, pretty easy to dodge mechanic, best time to do damage against Shaper. That phase will last longer because he's going slower during it, and you get to deal more damage. Like, this seems super efficient to me. Imagine additional curse effect. My guess is curse effect's just not on the tree anywhere. Maybe there's a unique item that has it or something. Like, I haven't seen aura effect at all, and I think they're just kind of getting rid of certain stats that can be a little bit stupid when scaled. And the things I think of is aura effect, curse effect, flasks, which we see what they're doing with charms, you know what I mean? And they're getting rid of utility flasks. 180 base spirit, yeah. 180 base spirit and using 60 of it for 2 curses seems like a no-brainer to me. I thought we've seen curse effect, or am I dreaming? I haven't seen curse effect anywhere. I've seen it on something like this. Yeah, I've seen it here on Hand of Chayula, which that's strong to have that extra curse effect, but at the same time, I don't know. If I have to keep reapplying some curses with a skill like this, I'm not sure I'm a fan of it. 6 Chronomancers in a squad is something I need to see. You gotta log in, dude. You gotta log in. ES is getting higher total HP, but less sustaining recovery. Yeah. The thing is, it depends how feels good recharge is gonna feel with ES. I think it's gonna feel a lot better than it does in the PoE we're used to, but we'll have to see. Because to me, I feel like the way this is set up currently, PoE 2 is a lot more fair to how often you can take chip damage and how often you get applied like dot ailments and stuff like that. And if that's the case, that means recharge becomes better and better. Because recharge is more powerful when the way you take damage is consistent and like avoidable and stuff you can play around, if that makes sense.
Label curses to activate.
Yeah, I'm literally gonna I'm gonna click Whispers of Doom I'm gonna click this every single time. We'll see if they might change the spirit reservation for Blasphemy, but right now it seems like just a complete no-brainer. Unless there's some other really giga strong reservations. Like we saw Archmage is obviously very strong reservation.
At the cost of double the delay for curses to activate. This one will be...
What's activation delay? So curses have a built-in activation delay, and basically it's like you cast the curse, and then there's like some set amount of time that happens before it actually procs on the enemy. Curse all targets in area after a short delay. They all kind of say this sort of thing, I believe. Curse enemies in areas, blah, 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 making it any slower. I don't know if they all say the activation delay, and I don't even know what the delay time is, but it's some sort of delay, I think, and I don't know what... This isn't very descript. You know, these curses are probably taken from various times in various beta tests, and we don't know how accurate they are. Maybe the AoE of Blasphemy is small, puts you more at risk. I mean, you can link like increased AoE and stuff on it, but from what I've seen, the one clip we have of Blasphemy, I'll just showcase it real quick here, because why not? The showcase of Blasphemy we have, that we've seen, is when they did the Infernalist. So let's turn this down a bit. Let's go to the Infernalist showcase real quick here. It's right here. When they showcase the Hellhound, right at the start of it.
The Hellhound.
All right, so right here, let's see the AoE it
Can
has.
ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage.
Okay, that's the AoE, and this is probably no. Most likely, this is no AoE investment on tree. Most likely, it's not with increased AoE, but you're getting a radius that goes like this around your character. Which is if that's the base AoE of the Blasphemy, that's quite good. Maybe it scales up with levels, maybe it doesn't. I'd imagine you could put increased AoE on stuff. But if that's the baseline, that's a pretty good baseline. Especially if you can do increased AoE with that. In boss fights, this is going to be like 100% consistent pretty much, I think. Outside of like the weird immunity phase stuff where maybe they remove the curse on those sorts of phases, but... I mean, we'll see. We can always fight the Great Wolf dude and see if the curse applies to him when he jumps through the mist or whatever. The Chem Chains isn't hitting the mob. Yeah, it is. You see, it's the purple symbol. It's right here. Purple symbol, fire symbol. Just play Chunk to go Archmage. Guys, I wanna stress, there is, as far as I know, there is no mana leech for spells. So you don't plan on doing Chunk with an Archmage, because Archmage is spell specific. That's the big limitation for Chonk, is it's not going to work with a spell-based character, which is a lot of the mana synergy. No one's talking about Warrior. 100% Warrior going to be a giga solid class at Ascendancy, especially Titan. The Warrior Ascendancy seem decent, Gavinu. I think that you'll have a solid build there. I think what's going to happen with Warrior is it'll feel good through 95% of base content, and then I think at power scale, I think my bet is it's going to fall off when it comes to endgame bosses. I think most of the classes are going to fall off when it comes to endgame bosses, or if you're a ranger, it's going to fall off before you get out of the campaign. That's my prediction. And then ES builds will be able to be the ones that are doing endgame bosses, and the other builds just won't be, really. Or they'll only be able to do the easier versions of the fights. Ranger hater, man, I'm just giving you the facts, okay? I'm just giving you the facts. Rangers are gonna be weak, pathetic, okay? They're gonna struggle their way, dying in the campaign, and then once they finally get to maps, chain dying, resetting the atlas, being like, what the hell? What is this? Why is my build so garbage? Because you're a ranger, that's why. That's why. Linear warriors versus quadratic mages all over again. He gets it. Yep, he gets it. Archmage will only work with spells. Correct. Yeah, if you look at this video right here, Archmage, spells gain 5% damage. So you could proc this buff in his attack-based character, but it's only going to make your spells cost more and your spells deal more damage. It's going to do nothing for your attacks. It's going to do nothing for your attacks. It's only for spells, is the Archmage. And Archmage was only a thing for spells, really, in PoE 1 too. That being said, there might be uniques that give a similar benefit for attack builds, because that exists in PoE 1, where there's certain things that allow attacks to synergize, but we just don't know about it until we see it somewhere. Rishi is a very big mana enjoyer, and if I know Connor and Rishi, there's probably going to be some mana support for attacks as well, but we just haven't seen it yet. So there's no guarantees.
A great keystone if you apply curses in ways that bypass the activation time, such as Blasphemy. Climate change is Heat Shiver on the PoE2 passive.
That's going to be really good for cold builds. Cold builds freeze all the time, man. They freeze all the time. Oh, not yet? Kind of, you think he's going to hold out until after early access to try to get it in for a more longevity reach of, like, not getting nerfed right away? I wonder if Ballistas could choose how many grenades are... Do you think Ballistas can be linked to grenades? I kind of feel like Ballistas won't be linkable with grenades, but maybe. You aren't to the good part yet? Oh, I at this point, I think I know the good part, probably what you're thinking of, which is the damage per mana one, I think.
Pretty cool. And Ice Walls is interesting. Ice Crystals are a secondary...
What the hell is Crystal Life? We have that? Ice Crystal. That's like the Frost Wall. Creates a wall of crystals which holds back enemies. The crystals explode if sufficiently damaged or if pushed hard enough, dealing damage to nearby enemies. So this is literally just to make it so it's harder for enemies to bust through the walls. So like you can use it as more of a separator. I think I will click this node 0 times of my entire playthrough of PoE. There's just no way. Why am I spending time to cast an ability if the only reason is it for it to block enemies? I am literally never going to click this. I think there will be people who click this just because like they like the thematics of blocking enemies, but I don't know, man. Role-playing node, I have a hard time seeing it. I can see myself proccing the Frost Walls just to have extra shotgun hits with like Fireball. I don't see myself using it for its actual like intended use it as to slow people down. I'd rather just kill the enemy in one hit. The wall explosion scales with hits. Based on this, it deals a base damage, so I don't think so, but who knows? Maybe it will. Do we know how much spirit we get through the campaign? I have heard we get 30 spirit per every act, so 180 sounds like the base number. I have not seen any passive points in the tree that tell us we get spirit. I've only seen spirit from scepters so far. So maybe... Oh, wait, no. I have seen spirit on amulets. Spirit you can get on amulets. I've seen flat spirit on like an amulet base. Maybe it can roll on some gear pieces besides scepter, but the scepter is the main place I've seen it. I've seen it on amulet. Yeah. It was like an impleted base.
Mechanic similar to something like Jagged Ground or Aftershocks, where you can scale their effects to make those skills which interact with them more powerful.
Amulets? Yeah, I saw an amulet place that had like 10 to 20 flat spirit on it. There's some on rings too. Oh, there you go. So you can get a bit on jewelry then.
Next to this one, which also reduces the life.
There's a keystone that gives 30. Ooh, what's the keystone called? Was it? Do you have a clip or something of it? I have definitely not seen this keystone. None of the ones on PODB have spirit on them. What was the keystone you saw with spirit? Or did you mean notable?
Of ice crystals instead, if you want to go that route. Endless Blizzard is at the top of the tree, right at the outer edge, +1 to the level of all cold skills. That's going to be extreme.
It's a notable in the minion section. Wait, really? Did I miss this? Oh, I'm going back. Hold on.
This is going to be really good to combo with some of those Chaos Door abilities of minions to hit enemies.
Wither,
the opposite side of this cluster is left hand.
Fizz reduction.
Minion. That is possibly the most
reduce reservation.
12. You can either use more of them or invest less in excess spirit reserve. Take a quick look. This node here, breath.
Okay, no. There's no flat reser. Is this in a different video? Is this a different video? Is that what we're talking about here?
Cold skills. That's going to be extremely valuable for a lot of Sork builds. And there's also
Different video? Do you have a link or something? 30 spirit from the boss? Yeah, that's the 38 spirit for act thing. Is you can get it as like when you defeat a boss, they give you the book of here plus spirit type of thing. Chance for spell skills to fire 2 additional projectiles. That's really good. We definitely kind of want that on our fireball setup. I hate how no one showed the mini nodes near Mercenary. Cyrus, that's how I feel about all these videos, except for Badgeri's. Badgeri, he went over a bunch of them. He didn't freaking try to give us the cliff notes. He gave us the whole unadulterated footage, and we could see what he saw. Whereas freaking Dreamcore is like, I'm gonna pick only the nodes I think are cool. I'm hoping Dreamcore changes his mind, though, and decides to give us just the whole freaking thing of him looking at nodes after he gets through his 7 videos of milking us for 10 nodes of video. This was gonna feel mandatory for spell proj builds? Probably. Luckily, it's near some good things. Like, we're gonna want CI anyways. There's good ES nodes here. I would imagine these notables might be decent as well. Like, this stuff does kind of like it could be curse effect. Maybe curse effect does exist on the tree. Like, it's a good area of the tree. So we might end up going out and around this way just to get this projectile node for fireball. Spoiler day keeps the insanity at bay, yeah. Everyone should do that, pool all the knowledge to make a passive tree. Well, the thing is we're freaking limited by the people that have it. They have whether or not they share it or not. And for all we know, Dreamcore, I believe most likely he has to submit his video to GGG and be like, hey, can I share this before he does it? And for all I know, they told him no on just showing the whole passive tree. Like they might be okay with him showing 10 notables or whatever here and there, but they could have literally just told him that he can't show the entire tree. Yeah, they might have told him that. Like for example, when I did the June playtest, I had to send in my video prior, and they would give me permission, yes or no, on whether or not I could show the footage I had in the video type of thing. But the curse nodes are like decreased deactivation time. Yeah, it might be some weird stuff, but those do look like curse nodes to me. That's probably it. Otherwise, it'd be multiple videos of here's all the notables I saw. I guess the weird thing to me is the Badgera guy literally showcased every node he hovered over. So that's why it's like, I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. Closer to launch, let them show the whole thing. Yeah. Most likely before the game launches, the people are gonna, the data miners are gonna have a field day, and we'll probably know some nodes beforehand because of that.
24% chance for spells to fire 2 additional projectiles. That's really good, especially.
Yeah, I could totally see myself on the early playtest of literally going through like this area for some mana stuff and bum rushing over. Lightning node here might be good, but going up to this wheel and the +2 proj thing for fireball before going back around to this stuff, jewel socket, and then back up.
For something like fireball, where the damage may overlap on explosions. Okay, we've saved the best till last, of course, and it's a bunch of stat stacking stuff again.
I want full sentences, that's what matters most. That is the most important part of your initial choice, but we'll see if we get that or not before the launch. At the very least, by the 3-hour mark or whatever, there is going to be probably every single ascendancy, the full list of nodes leaked. So, worst case scenario, you start something that you think is going to be good, you don't like the nodes, and then you see something really good on another class, you just re-roll, you know, just re-roll. Minus 3 hours or whatever it is. Maybe not quite minus 3 hours because you have saved up some gear you've picked up, some currency you've picked up. But you can always just YOLO the clash that actually has the nodes you like per se.
Pure power.
I'm going to still be in the queue. Yeah, that's the other thing. I guess we don't know what the launch day is going to look like server-wise. No reroll, it's stupid. You might think it sounds stupid, but in the long term, this is a game you're going to play for, like, your first character, there's a good chance you could play easily for 100+ hours. Would you rather play those 100+ hours for an ascendancy that you are freaking super stoked about and love? versus an ascendancy that wasn't actually as good as you thought it was going to be, and your opportunity cost is 3 hours on league launch, or you literally could just start 3 hours after the launch knowing what it is. I'm going to stick by my mad choice Jevalizier for the first character. Dude, I power to you, but I think that's going to be a oof. You better hope the other nodes on the tree are good for a starter character, because those initial nodes they showed are not great for a start character. Infernalist for me, good luck. Good luck.
Lightning damage per 10 intelligence.
If there's a lot of sources of recoup, I think Infernalist could make some pretty cool builds with the Infernal Flame node. Starting 3 hours later means you'll have to wait 9 to get in. I'm just gonna cope and assume we're not gonna have server issues.
Power is right at the top of the.
Yeah, this node's crazy good. That is crazy good. 1% per 5. 1% per 5. That is really, really good. Especially with the synergy that has with Archmage. Even Jonathan was praying and he knows. Yeah, he's like, you could see the nervousness in him, in his face and voice and whatnot when he's talking about. Plus mana for mint, yeah. There's a lot of synergy I see here between this Archmage, this, and then the damage per mana node we see later on, which I saw because I was watching DM very shortly before I started stream. You don't need to pick your ascendancy until level 50. The first ascendancy point doesn't even look that strong. Depends on the build you're playing. For a lot of classes, the first ascendancy point is very strong. Like, for example, Infernalist, you could go Hellhound for 20% DR and an extra minion that goes around fighting things. That's very strong as a starter point. Let's give some other examples that are probably good. Well, okay, the other thing is you don't know. Like, I would wager every ascendancy probably has a first point that's going to be strong, either on the nodes we don't know or on the nodes we do know. There's going to be some ascendancies, like the Blood Mage, which doesn't have a great first point, but I think pretty much every other class is going to have points that are good early on. Like Pathfinder, let's say you're playing a Poison build, Poison Prolif, or you want to play a Flask build, like this, there's reasons to click the ascendancy early on. Generally, playing to level 50 without your ascendancy sounds a little bit scuffed. Instant Mana Leech is your first node, probably going to feel pretty decent. Decimating Strike, which is just like 15 to 25% more damage. Like, do you really want to play your initial 30 to 50 level 55 without your first node? The thing is, what you will have to do is you'll have to wait on. The only reason you have to reroll is if the ascendancy you like ends up being a different class type of thing. Blood Mage letting you to overcap to double sounds great at start. The thing is, you're spending life for all of your mana cost, and you're only getting those life orbs from enemies you kill. Like, you don't know how much. Like, I don't know how consistent those orbs are going to be for letting you overcap. I'm concerned that you're not really going to overcap that much, and it's going to be pretty irrelevant in boss fights. Even with the double overcap thing, I think it's still like, it seems a little. It really depends how much life those orbs are giving you and how often you get them. The overcap is bait. I think it's probably like something that works decently in maps or while you're like mapping or doing content, maybe. But I think early game, it's going to be a little bit scuffed. And definitely in bosses, it's scuffed. I'd assume they played through the game and balanced it. I think the likelihood they've tested every ascendancy class on an endgame character is kind of low in terms of that they've actually fully balanced it.
Tree and grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Now, the fact that this is...
And Blood Mage working late game versus working early game. That's a completely separate test as well. Which my theory is Blood Mage will be good in late game, but its early game is going to be cooked.
Lightning damage is crazy considering we know that intelligence is going to grant a lot more mana.
Poison is chained in PoE2, so not a good idea to start it until we know how to build it well. That's not necessarily true. You could say that about anything. Oh, they changed melee in PoE2, you shouldn't start melee. Oh, they changed spells in PoE2, you shouldn't start spells. I think regardless, that like, you could say that about literally anything in the game. Because everything is different, weapon bases, percent damage increase sources, the type of skills you have. Like, it's all different. What you have to do is you have to look at the thing you're interested in starting and try to do some of your own math and try to figure out how good it will be and what support you have for it. They changed PoE, you probably shouldn't start it. Yeah, you could say about anything, right?
In PoE 2, it grants 2 mana per int, and yesterday we saw the Archmage persistent buff shown off.
I wonder if they changed the amount of int or attributes you can get on gear. I guess the highest attribute I've seen on a gear piece is around the 30 range, which still seems decent. And I feel like I've seen it quite a few times, and I don't think it was the rolling T1. I feel like attributes might still roll to 55. They're going to balance the game fast. Yeah, they're going to be doing a lot of nerfs and buffs, etc. If a mechanic is fundamentally strong, it's startable even without knowing how it works to begin with. We could totally work it out as we go. Yeah. I would say from my experience, one of the strongest characters or setups I saw when we did the PoE2 playtest in June was actually a Poison Ranger with the Vine Arrow and the Toxic Pod skills. Maybe they nerfed it since then, but it was one of the best characters at that playtest I did, which, you know, stuff probably changed since then too.
In the PoE2 teaser, which combines incredibly well with this node. But if you want more reason to stack intelligence and...
Intelligence gives a lot more mana, correct. Intelligence is now gives you 4 times as much mana per stat as it used to. Most likely, though, the amount of int we can get is lower because you can only get 5 ints on the small nodes, travel nodes. And on big nodes that have int, most of them I've seen have maybe 10 int at most. None of the nodes have like 20 flat ints. Like stuff like that seems to be a scarcer commodity. So my guess is... most likely, it's going to be a case of... we'll see how much int you can get from gear, but the top end of the amount of int you can end up with a character is going to be probably a lot lower.
Mana, look no further than Arcane Intensity, which grants...
Yeah, that's just crazy. So we get to stack int for percent lightning damage per. Int gives us mana. Then we get percent damage per mana. And then on top of both of those, we get Archmage. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Mana seems kind of busted. I think in scaling characters with those nodes are gonna feel very good DPS wise. Half the stats for with 4 times the value still means we get double the value overall. Not necessarily. Tiki bug, because you have to understand there's also the amount of percent attribute increases we get. Like, okay, I'll put it this way. A late game character of an int scaling build on PoE 1 can get somewhere in the range of like 3,000 to 5,000 intelligence, right? That's a realistic number to hit if you have a well-optimized character in PoE 1. In PoE 2, I think that number is probably going to be closer to like 700 to 1,500 int tops based on what I've seen on the tree and what is probably likely possible on gear. 5k is stretching it. We're talking about a min-max character, Tiki Bug. We're not talking about like your average Joe Smo. You have a well min-max character, that is a real number you can hit. Which that I think it's going to be a similar case of like a fully optimized character is going to be like maybe 1,500 int. 10k mana is on the table. 10k mana is on the table if the EB thing is real. I don't know if it's on the table if the EB thing's not real. Because we only have... Connor, we only have access to... I've seen like 25% mana total. Which means for you to get to 10k mana, you need like 8k flat. You need 8k flat to get to 10k mana in PoE 2.
3% increased spell damage per 100 maximum mana with no cap. That's going to be kind of ridiculous how much increased damage you can get by combining these two notables on an intelligence stacker. And what about...
Also assuming there's none of the items, jewels, etc. Yeah. We don't know. The thing is, I kind of feel like that's going to be the case. We're not going to get percent scalars for mana or life on jewels. I mean, we could get percent life on jewels. It would be really freaking weird, though. Like, the way this tree is set up, let's zoom out of the tree real quick. I think the reason that'd be weird to me, hold on, where's the full zoom out? I need a big zoom out. I need a big zoom out. Okay, the reason I think it would be weird is because you have jewel sockets like all over the outside of the tree, right? And if you make percent life on jewels, then life builds are literally going to be just pathing around to jewel sockets everywhere. So I feel like if you're trying to be like, okay, we're going to take life off the tree, and then you give it to jewel sockets, and then all of a sudden every build is just specking all these jewel sockets all over the place. So I would, that's my reason why I think they probably don't have percent life on jewels. They made it super rare on the tree. They gave like 3 nodes with 3%, like all in separate locations far from each other. I kind of doubt they're going to just be like, oh yeah, every 5th point has life percent on it because of where we have jewel sockets on the tree. This tree looks not too optimized for some reason. It might not be. I mean, their pathing's a little bit weird because they have the minion nodes here, I think. I think those are minion nodes. I don't actually know if they are. Mana, life nodes. They have EB on this character. Who friggin' knows what they're doing here? Looks cool as heck, though, yeah. Maybe that's why they didn't do it on tree, because you can get it on jewels. I don't know. I think it seems unlikely. I think there's a higher chance of percent mana on jewels, but that also seems kind of unlikely, because they definitely made mana rarer on the tree as well. I think my initial pathing, what I'm going to do is probably, I'm going to start out with these damage nodes, go through maybe the mana sustain, and go through ES nodes over here. Because I'm halfway tempted to go over to this area initially. I kind of wonder, I guess depends what kind of ES gear we can get early on, if that's going to feel worth it or not. Does strength still grant the same amount of life? It grants 2 life per 1 strength, same as what int does. Strength no longer grants percent damage. Int no longer grants percent ES, but they both grant a higher amount of flat. So 2 mana per 1 int, 2 life per 1 strength. Int stacking equals mana stacking. My prediction. That's not a prediction. That's literally what they've told us, right? Int giving 2 flat mana. That'd be like going to PoE 1 and being like, guys, I think int is what people should use for scaling ES, you know? Like, it's just, yeah. That's 100% what it is. Where it's part of the reason it's weird when people, like, don't understand that int is a necessary stat for somebody scaling ES numbers. They're like, you're an int stacker. They're like, no. No, it's just the efficient way to scale ES. Now you know. If you're a little behind on that, now you know. It's just what it is.
Modifiers to scale maximum mana. Well, aside from the 3%...
Strength grants 2.5 times more life, but you get less strength. That's not correct. It's 4 times. Strength was 2 strength per 1 life versus 1 strength per 2 life. It's a 4x difference in the amount you get from it. But the thing that matters is how much of it can you get versus what you can get currently.
Max mana on the Eldritch Will node.
I'll put it this way: if you can roll up to like 55 strength on your like gear pieces, that's just as much life as rolling like 100 flat life. You know, it's like basically like a second life roll on your gear.
From earlier, I could only find 2 notables in the intelligence
percent mana, flat mana
section of the tree. Mana Blessing near the Witch and Sork start, and Raw Mana closer to the outer edge of the tree.
Raw mana. My prediction is Lance will eat a snack. Yo, that's a good idea. Stop every 5 seconds is what I expect from a stalling master. I want to look at the nodes and appreciate them. That node is bad, though. I don't think this node's bad at all. I don't think this node is bad at all. I think you click this node, like every single build scaling mana is going to click this node. The opportunity cost of getting an increased cost. Well, okay. Number 1 is before you even have, like, before you're even a character that's like cares about the damage per mana node or cares about Archmage, you click this node because the net gain of the amount of mana you have means you have a higher like net sustain compared to the cost. That's an auto pick. Yeah, you click this literally every single time. You're gonna go there for the raw spell damage near it. Yeah, how close is the raw spell damage?
And mana, look no further than arcane intensity.
Yeah, it's right there. So you're gonna be clicking this node, these nodes, probably path through there maybe. I'm kind of surprised there's been no data mining from the Xbox preload yet. It's probably harder to data mine the Xbox versus doing the PC package. HP1, yep, chaos inoculation. I think 100%. I'm very convinced. I'll be clicking chaos inoculation plus mind over matter. I don't know if I'm clicking EB though. I'm not sure about EB. Captain Lance, masturbator. You think I'm masturbating? What do you think I'm baiting about, Macaroni? What do you think I'm baiting about? I don't think I've seen anything close to the damage scaling that this node and the damage per int node is going to give, and Archmage in any of the other archetypes. Like the melee archetype and the bow archetype are completely contingent on how high their flat rolls go with their skills, right? I don't see them having good percent scaling or extra scaling on top of that for like critter or stuff like that. If you tank on mana and you use skills with mana, it's too risky. Well, the thing is you can click okay, we don't know what Eldritch Battery does. We just don't know. But the thing is, you put ES as a barrier in front of it, essentially, right? Like if you click Mind over Matter and CI, what ends up happening is, let's say you have 5,000 ES. Once the enemy does 5,000 damage and gets through all your ES pool, then he has to go to your mana pool. So that entire time you're taking damage to your ES, you still have your mana pool and you can cast skills fine. And then you have basically a backup, like, what do we call this? A backup, like, last ditch effort to not die of extra tank until you can proc the recharge again. Eldritch is in the video and changed. Yeah, multiple people have told me that this isn't even the current version of Eldritch Battery, so I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. Okay, anyways, we'll go to Eldritch Battery. I'll stop skipping around, sorry.
Portion of the tree. So while mana didn't quite get the life treatment,
Infernalist is the way to go, Lance, no doubt. I am not convinced that is the case. Infernalist has one good early node, which is the Hellhound. I think a lot of other Ascendancies have a good first node. I am not convinced that Infernal Flame is good as an early node, and I'm not convinced Demon Form is good as an early node. Demon Form's ramping degen seems like it ramped pretty dang fast, and then the skill had like a 10-second cooldown or a 20-second cooldown. And then on top of that, Infernal Flame, you're just going to PK yourself. You're not going to have the gear to have the recoup or the initial mitigations for that to like work out initially. Mana isn't that hard to solve early on, and you're just adding an extra like self-damage.
it did get extremely limited compared to PoE 1.
We don't know two of the first nodes, and like those nodes could be good, to be fair. Those nodes could be good. Well, there's a lot of classes where we don't know some of the first nodes, which could make or break the class type of thing.
But there is one crazy keystone that we need to talk about at the end here.
Will Mom work with Infernalist? I don't think so. I think it's literally just Mom. If you click Mom, it's just a dead node with Infernalist if you have Infernal Flame. Because it's take damage from mana before life, not take damage from Infernal Flame before life. That self-damage is nothing. The life didn't even go down. Only ES. Okay, so I'll walk you through my thought process of why I think you're just talking crazy right now. So in this showcase, right, they showcased it right here. We don't know, number one, if this character has capped Chaos Res, or number two, if this character has high max Fire Res. Number three, we don't know how much Energy Shield this character has. For all we know, this character's life pool is like 1,000, and this is 4K ES. Like, we don't have numbers, right? So there's a lot of unknowns. Second of all, the node literally says, take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches max mana. So we know for 100%, even if you have 75 fire res, it will deal 25% of your total EHP pool whenever you proc it. And it procs pretty often, unless you probably scale, you maybe have to scale mana to proc it less often. In which case, if you're scaling mana, like to get the number to be higher to proc it less often, you might as well, you know, not invest in this because you could probably solve your mana with just having, you know, mana investment.
Flame. As you
and you can see how much it chunks, right? It's literally almost half this dude's ES. So this guy probably has maybe 75 fire res, and it proc 25% of his total EHP. What is the Empyrean tweet? Energy nodes look pretty cracked. And he's just showcasing Dreamcore's nodes, right, that he showcased earlier. Yeah, this is literally just retweeting the nodes that Dreamcore showcased, probably. There's probably a lot of people that would follow Empyrean on Twitter that wouldn't have seen Dreamcore's video, I would bet. Have you seen these? Yeah. They're in this video that we're watching right now. What are we making claims about? He drip feed us again? He's drip feeding us every day, man.
Which doesn't really have anything to do with int.
I just hope at the end of all this, he's going to give us the actual, like, nodes everywhere, because there's got to be so many things we're missing in terms of how valuable various nodes are.
But mana?
Can you use Archmage with Infernal Flame? No. Any of the stuff that's, like, mana-based is not going to work with Infernal Flame, because you no longer have mana. You now have Infernal Flame. It's not going to synergize. If 75 fire res, then life is about equal to ES as they lost 25%. Yeah. Which, that's just... Look how often he's proccing this, guys.
Flame. As you cast more spells,
he's proccing this like every couple seconds. He hasn't taken a single hit from enemy damage, and he has lost 60% of his ES pool. He hasn't taken a single hit from any of these enemies, and he's cooked a large amount of his defensive layer by clicking this ascendancy point, which does not give any damage, mind you. And on top of that, it mana didn't seem that hard to solve based on Subtractim's video. Like, this is a first ascendancy I think is going to be a big misplay. Eventually, I think it could be really cool if you get, like, you know, recoup and, like, you could build into, like, a self-damage setup. Like, there's a lot of ways to abuse self-damage in PoE 1. There's probably going to be a lot of ways to do it in PoE 2. But do you want to start out with that as your first ascendancy point when you have trash gear you're probably not even fire res capped?
While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage...
Like, look at that. Did he just ignite himself?
...from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
Did he ignite himself with that, or was he ignited before? Did he ignite himself?
Your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your...
Nah, he was ignited before, surely.
Make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%...
No, he got hit before. He got hit before, right? No, he didn't get hit before. He literally ignited himself.
Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While...
Because he's recharge proc, which means he wasn't ignited before.
30%.
Oh, he ignited himself. Oh my word. Oh, it's even worse. Look at that. Look how bad that ignite is.
You and your minions will ignite enemies.
Look at that. They stopped the clip, but you know what that means? Is his recharge was going to take longer. His recharge is going to take longer, and now on top of that, when he goes for his next proc, he was at, like, this HP bar, he was going to go down to here. Like, this clip is just showcasing this dude literally killing himself. He's not getting hit by anything, and he's killed all of his ES. And he's about to hit himself again with Infernal Flame, and he's gonna be at half life. I don't know, man. I don't know how you can look at this footage and be like, yeah, Infernal Flame, that's a good first point. That's gonna be well. Ben told me Infernalist is S tier starter class. Like, I don't know, man. The one thing Infernalist has that's good is it has the minion. That's a very good 2-pointer. But everything else here is not good for starters. So you have to pray that these other stuff is good. Ben said, yeah, I saw Ben put Infernalist as the S tier, as an S tier starter or S tier ascendancy, but I think maybe he's just coping that there's gonna be other good nodes or something, but based on what we saw on this stuff, it does not look good as a starter. The demon form also looks rough. If you look at the showcase of them clicking demon form, which is in like the other video or whatever, the degen starts very fast. Bezos is pure meme. Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I saw like the end list, so I'm guessing he was screwed around. But yeah, Infernalist, I think he just ain't no shot. He thought we had 6 ascendancies. It was probably from an early reaction, most likely, and his editor just like finished cutting it together. Is probably what happened then. It was maybe it was just after the PoE 2 release, and that's the stream he had when he was like just looking through stuff initially. He wants to be the Demon S. Yeah, dude, I'm with him on that one. I wanted to do CI with this thing. What killed my hype for doing the Infernalist, because that's my initial reaction is I want to do Infernalist too. I'll show you exactly the moment I knew I can't do Infernalist. Open world games. It was this footage, right?
So yeah, so lucky few got.
Dude, it's so hard to find the PoE in this. Like all their thumbnails look exactly the same. You have to like scan for it.
So,
But anyways, if you go to this footage, right? When they showcase the Ascendancy stuff, right? Where's the Ascendancy stuff? Monk, Warrior, Ranger stuff. The Witcher, Bubble Mercenary, new boss battle, endgame details. It's in here probably, I bet. Yeah, they're showcasing Trial of Sycamore.
Interesting the things.
Yeah, they showcase it in here.
This particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called. Infernalist.
It'd be Hellcat instead. You could pretend it is.
It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called the Hellhound.
It bypasses.
So
yes,
this
exactly.
one gives
Yeah.
the ability to summon a Hellhound. When you
This is like just better than Sentinel, right? Because you get the permanent
Summon it.
uptime. You don't have to recast it. Like Sentinel takes forever to cast. This does not have Spirit Calls from what we can tell, and you can just right click activate. So this node, I think, like I was considering if I was going to go Blood Mage, I was going to start Infernalist and then respec, and then we saw the thing that was like, hey man, you can't do that, and I was like, dang it.
it has a few abilities. One of them is that it's
And you can support it. Yeah, and you can support it. Look at that.
next to it on fire. It's a minion, so because we're a
That's
minion class,
that is a legit first node. That is a no-brainer first node. Even if you're like whether you're a minion build or not, that's a no-brainer first node.
this can be really useful. But also it takes damage for you. Every time you take damage, it gets transferred to the Hellhound. So you know he's a really
Dude, I'm just thinking about like Sentinel is a good node for Guardian, and it comes with this massive annoying cast time. This just gets rid of that one downside that Ascendancy point has.
good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that if we just respec quickly away from that, is turning into a demon.
Demon form. Yep, this right here.
Called demon form. So when you use demon
Okay, he procced it right now. 41-45.
form, you turn into a demon. While you're a demon, you lose life.
He starts degenning at 41-48. So within 3 seconds of transforming into demon form, he is already net degenning. Within 3 seconds of using the form, he's already net degenning. It bypasses his ES. So this is the point I knew I couldn't do this because it bricks a CI character entirely. Unless there's some cheese where you can get around it. It completely bricks a CI character.
But you also have
and then it ramps and starts going faster and faster. By 6 seconds in, he is getting absolutely demolished.
higher spell damage and much
And he starts proccing Life Loss to sustain it.
faster cast speed.
So you'll have a little bit of benefit in a boss fight where you just chain run through your life flask, and then when you actually need it in the fight, you're just gonna get destroyed, right?
The longer you survive, the higher those numbers get. So but you're going to continuously take damage. So you're probably, if you're going to use this,
And then you're forced out of the form. And then the form has, how long is this cooldown? I think it might be 20 seconds. Let's
higher those
pause
numbers
it.
get. So, but you're going to continuously take
He just did it at 42.
damage. So you're probably, if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build that involves getting high life regeneration.
When it's exactly about a quarter of the way, which is a little bit over, it's a 20-second cooldown. So you get to press demon form. It's going to force you out of demon form within like 10 seconds initially when you get to proc it, or you're going to eat all your life flasks. Those are your two options. And then you have a 20-second wait before you get to click it again. Are they immune to degen ground? Maybe, for all we know. I would guess probably not, but all we know is they said it gives you increased damage and cast speed, and then makes you take increased damage over time, right? They have almost 520, 540. Well, this isn't necessarily the same character they showcase. This is like a level 30 character that they showcase just doing the initial lab or whatever. Whereas this is maybe like, you know, this could be a level 50 character for all we know. I would wager like this has an eternal life flask. This character's probably at least level 60 or maybe in maps. Like this life flask here is most likely a level 65 requirement flask or whatever. But yeah, based on the damage they took, 75 res would mean that, you know, they have similar ES to life levels. We just don't know what the number actually is. I wonder if the Witch or Sork will get an occultist ascendancy. I think Witch has a good chance of getting an occultist style ascendancy because they've literally already showcased minions plus chaos dot skills as like some sort of combination theme they're going for, which I think that means it's highly likely the last Witch ascendancy is something chaos occult magic type of thing. Even form plus life leech. You lose your weapon when you go into this form. I don't think it works with attacks unless they give you the weapon back. Like the reason these skeletons unsummon and resummon is because it literally unequips their scepter.
But you're going to continuously take.
What is an occultist? In PoE 1, an occultist is a chaos / cold / curse specialist. In PoE 2, we don't know, but I would imagine it might be something thematic like this. Just because they've showcased like minions plus chaos is like a theme they're trying to promote to some extent, that makes me think it's possible that's like the third ascendancy as like an option or whatever. Guys are saying there may not be a necro class and so many ascendancies can run minions. Well, that was literally the answer that Jonathan gave him in their interview. He asked them specifically about that, and that was Jonathan's answer. Is he didn't want it to be... Jonathan doesn't want to make it an ascendancy class that literally is just like, minions. That's all we do is minions. It's just minions. Like, and the thing is, most of their ascendancy classes have, like 10 points on them, so it's pretty reasonable to have, you know... Maybe they'll have 4 nodes that are minion related, and maybe they'll have 6 nodes that are non-minion related type of thing. Or they'll have maybe 2 nodes that are minion specific, and then they have nodes that are more generic but would also work for minions. You know what I mean? So there's probably going to be like multiple ascendancies that have a couple minion nodes here and there, but they're not necessarily the quote-unquote minion ascendancy, like the best be-all. We even saw minions on the outside of the minion-specific passives on the outside of like the mercenary area, which means that they're supporting it on the tree on other places. The Merc has 2 minion clusters. Yeah, exactly. What do you think about not being able to swap ascendancies? I'm not sure how I feel about it. For the most part, that sucks if you have some sort of like plan for leveling and like you're trying to optimize for a character where you start one way and then you swap another way halfway through. So it sucks for optimizing like speed leveling. And the other thing it sucks for is if you just want to play one character, but you want to respec to another class. So those are the 2 downsides. The upside is you have, I guess, I don't know, some greater satisfaction of the character you're playing. I don't really know what the upside is. There's a little bit of downside of like, you're basically just going to be forced to re-leveling. And maybe Jonathan looks at that as an upside of like, you're going to play the game more because you're going to log back into a new class or whatever level again. For me, when I got into PoE, for a long time, I always was like respecing my builds. Eventually, I came to the point where I much more appreciate just leveling a new character, anyways. But I think there's a large amount of people that aren't necessarily gonna be like that mindset. They're gonna be like, man, what the hell? I want to respect the other class that I know is good. Yeah, it makes the initial choice have you think about it a bit more, and maybe that makes it feel better in that choice stage. Reaching max energy counts as a spell cast, also right in context of 10% chance to start ES per cast. Reaching max energy counts as a spell cast also. I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about the energy shield node that has a 10% chance to proc, it specifically says when you use a skill. I think that is not going to count with the cast on crit or the cast on freeze or any of that stuff. I think it's going to be manual cast that procs the node.
Yes.
The Eldritch Battery node converts all energy shield to mana. I believe this node, if it stays this way, which multiple people have said based on Snap Out, this was changed, or who freaking knows what the final variation is going to be. If this is the way it's worded right now, I think this is a situation where %ES does nothing in your build. If this works with %ES scaling, it's absolutely completely broken. So I would imagine %ES just doesn't work with this. In which case, it's like if you have 2k ES on all your gear paces, it's another 2k flat mana. And with 25% increased mana, it goes to like 2k 5. This will probably be, if you want to hit 10k mana, this will be like a mandatory thing you need to do to have a chance of hitting that. Conversions don't remember the origins. Yeah, I would think for balance reasons, this would make no sense if %ES worked. So I think it's just literally going to be whatever amount of flat ES you have on your gear. I'm jaded against people that complain about doing the campaign, because if you just put in some time in, you can get fast at it. Trying to get fast at it is what made it fun for me. I think I'm jaded. I might be jaded a little bit too. My logic that I can't ever understand is like, whenever people talk about redoing the campaign run, is it's always like, oh, give me endless delve. I just don't. I have a hard time registering how that's any different than just doing the campaign again. In terms of like, what do you do in the campaign? You run through zones, you kill monsters, you get XP. What would you do if your alternate option was just doing the same zone layout over and over again? You go through zones, you kill monsters, you get XP, but maybe it's a bit faster. And to me, what they're asking for is literally they just want to have like some, higher speed, not necessarily that it's more fun. So I feel like if they gave you Endless Delve, they would have to like scale it so it would be the same pace of leveling or something like that. And then in that case, it would just be you're doing the same zone over and over again. I don't get it personally, but I know a lot of people like that idea. And I don't think Jonathan is ever going to give in on the campaign skip or the faster leveling alternative type of thing. We're able to watch Netflix on the side. Yeah, you're like not even playing the game, right? If that's your goal, is to like completely ignore the game. Feels weird. I'd rather have the option. Sometimes leveling again is fine. Sometimes respecting the character. The thing about the respec is like we used to have the option for ascendancies. I think there's a good chance they back down on the ascendancy respec. What do you guys think? I think they want to start. I feel like there's a lot of things where it's like they know if they start a certain way, then they have the option. If they don't start a certain way, they will never be able to backtrack to it, or without like a huge uproar, right? And I think Ascendancy is one of those things where they want to at least try it out and see how it goes. I feel like that's the thing. There's a good chance they'll flop back on that one type of thing. I think they want to start it that way and then have the option of it versus not at all. They need a mass test, yeah. There's a certain amount of backlash they'll ditch it. I think there's a good chance they'll backtrack on the Ascendancy respec. Starting this way just means people will jump as soon as something better is found. They lose EA. People will jump. I don't think people will jump. I think people will actually just click
there's a caveat.
The next class and like freaking go level it. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a certain amount of people that if they lose their first hour or 2 hours of gameplay, they will say, you know what, I'm not going to play the ARPG of the best one we've ever seen come out in the last 20 years, I'm gonna skip because I lost 2 hours to having to start a new character. I don't know, man. That seems wild to me. Those people might exist. Maybe they do. Okay, I have to pee really bad. I need to get water. I'm so thirsty. I need to refill this. Give me 1 second. I need hydration. I need it bad. That's a wild one. Those people probably do exist though. But to be honest, if those people exist, even if you give them the ascendancy thing, they're gonna quit for some other stupid reason that doesn't make sense, right? Like there's no chance you're ever pleasing that person if that's what they're willing to draw the line on. I think. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I have returned with more water. Just a couple of snacks. No, okay, not a couple of snacks. Literally just a very tiny bowl. We're talking like 5 Cheez-It crackers, like 10 pretzels. Not much, okay? A pittance. It was the last of the Cheez-It snack mix. Fat. This is like 100 calories tops. Okay, I haven't eaten in multiple hours. I just need a little something to get me through. You know what I'm saying? What about the ones you already ate? I did. Okay. Technically, I ate 2 pretzels before as I was walking down the stairs, but it's not what it looks like. I swear. Yo, what the hell? Yo, Apex Rex, 20 gifted subs. Dude, thank you, man. Holy crap. I really appreciate that. That's huge. Yo, shout out to Apex Rex for the big donation to the stream, and for those of you who got subs, congratulations. Make sure to thank him for carrying your chatter experience. In my axe. Thanks, dude. I resubbed 10 minutes too early, I guess. Yeah, you missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. You could have had your subscription carried for you. Verlis is good, just don't convert your mana to flame on the first go. Okay, so here's my point though, Cyrus, is you don't click Infernal Flame on your first go, you don't click Demon Form. What are you clicking? What makes you think Infernalist is good? That's my point. You have for sure one node is good, and then you don't know if this node's good, and you don't know if this node's good. So you're at a huge risk situation. If these 2 nodes aren't that good, you're up a creek without a paddle. Why are you not clicking Demon Form? Massive degen initially. Massive ramping degen, and then 20-second cooldown. You'll have uptime of this of about like 20% or something like that. A little bit better if you delete all your life loss, which probably just means you die in the middle of the boss fight. The left side could be minion stuff? Yeah. It could be minion stuff. Rax is lurking and got a sub? Rax is lurking? Hell yeah. Can people get subs even if they're not in the stream? When the demon form ends, you just revert, no? You manually cast out of it, or it might manually end when you get to 1 life. We don't know what the end is, but for sure they showcase that you manually swap out of it, right? Like you can see the degen starting
higher those numbers
to
get.
degen this guy really badly, and he manually clicks the transformation thing to swap out of it. Like it might just kill your character. It could be like RF where you turn it off. Man, I'm taking Gemly and all the nodes suck. Basically, I stay basic nerf until endgame. Oh no. Wait, what the hell? Apex Rex wants to listen to the Axe notification for another, like, 5 minutes. Another 20 gifted dude. Thanks, Apex Rex. I appreciate you, dude. I'll tell my wife we're getting the filet mignon tonight. break out the good steak. That's a lot of snacks. Yeah, true. It's a 35% off this time. This is the time to do it. Wait, Twitch is giving you a 35% off. They're giving you a discount. Usually that happens at like. Don't they run something during like September for like September or something like that? Well, what's the reason for them giving a discount now? Black Friday? It's not even Friday yet, isn't it? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday. They got their calendar messed up, I guess. 1 day left, it says? That's so weird. But hey, I appreciate it, man. You didn't have to do it, and no, it means a lot. Thank you. I don't make the rules? Yeah, it just seems so random. If I were to play Infernalist anyway, considering more late games, do you think playing hybrid HPES or HP Armor is better? Infernalist? I think HPES is going to be a good hybrid. I'm not convinced. Maybe Armor ES hybrid bases would be a good way to go. The thing is, it's like we're missing too much information. Like, for all I know, maybe the second node on Demon Form makes Demon Form a lot more usable, you know what I mean? We don't know. And that's how it's going to be with most of the Ascendancies. We're missing too much information to make an accurate assessment of how good these are.
And my axe.
Do we know what kind of damage the demon form is? I would guess it's either just a like generic lose percentage of your life per second that ramps, or it could be like a take certain amount of fire damage that ramps per second. It could be probably one of those two would be my guess.
And my axe.
I'd love to see if we have damage taken as. Damage taken as exists. Like, for example, if you go to the Path of Exile site, you can go to PoE 2. They literally showcase Cloak of Flame on the character. Wait a second. Did they change this? Dude, they changed it. Maybe they got rid of Cloak of Flame. What the hell? Maybe they got rid of Cloak of Flame. I guess, I don't know. It's not damage taken? Yeah, exactly. It bypasses the ES. That's a good point. So most likely it's like a lose life per second thing. They updated it a while, you missed it? I guess they did. Oh, this is a good thing to look at. So this is a level 33 base. And it has on it 78 ES. Let's compare. Let's compare a level 30 ES base. This looks changed to me. Because the last time I thought I remember looking at ES bases, I thought I saw a level 30 base that had like... Oh, this is like the same range. This is literally like identical range. Because that base has 78 ES and this has 69 to 89. Or 69 to 80. I don't know. If the bases can give you roughly the same amount of flat, it's looking like we're going to have chess pieces. Chess pieces that scale. I mean, we've for sure seen a level 75 base. We know that higher level bases exist than level 60, right? If you go to... Oh, when does he show ROG? It's in this video, right? It's right here.
He has a shop where he'll sell you different items. You can re-roll it using the currency as well. But once you find something that you want to kind of start...
In the wrong direction. Hold. Because we know there's a 75 base right here, right? Armor ES base with max res on it. My bank declined it? Dude, if your bank declines it, maybe don't give any subs if your bank declined it. You might need to get that figured out. The bank... Or the bank thinks you're like stealing from you. Maybe the bank's like, this is a weird transaction. He's giving money to Twitch. We better make sure this is the real person. Maybe they're gonna call you, double check. Maybe you're on a VPN and it looks like you're spending money from out of state, out of country. You know, who knows? Could be a lot of things. Fraud alert, yeah. Somebody are able to download Steam already? Wait, really? Are they actually able to? We might have some data mined info before we know. I'm booting up Steam. Can't do on Steam. It's bait. You guys think that I'm getting baited? I'm getting one guide. Am I really? Path of Exile 2. New DLC for Path of Exile has been added to your account and will be installed along with the game. Release date coming soon. I think you guys are messing with me. Yeah, you guys are messing with me. It's not real. You guys tricked me into opening up Steam. How could you? How could you live with yourselves? Tricking me like that. Even if it works, well, you wouldn't be able to play the game. Like, the early downloads doesn't mean you can play. Oh, no, didn't. What the hell denied? Dude, 50? Dude, thank you. My word.
My axe.
The YouTube enjoyers can't see the chat get completely just overrun with it, but I think the notifications still are being played. You guys can hear the axe notification on YouTube.
And my axe.
We're gonna be here a while, appreciating my axes. Thanks, Denied. Bank's not gonna be happy with him next month. Yeah, he might have already called them.
And my
Are you guys having like a sub gift off? Is that what's happening right now? We're gonna be listening to a lot of axes. This is gonna be our life for a while. Thanks, Apex Rex. Now we are. Yeah, you couldn't.
and my axe.
You didn't want to be outwailed. You're like, no, he gifted 50. I have to gift another 20 now, so I'm at 60.
And my axe.
110 T1 subs. Yeah, we're getting completely carried right now.
Axe.
Yeah, so there's definitely bases that are level 75 or higher,
And my axe.
which means if the bases are comparable, right, which they are based on this, which is on the PoE 1 or PoE 2 site, this is literally like 1-to-1 comparable to this base here.
And my axe.
Stuff's looking good, man. Colin Sausage, howdy, yo. How you doing, man? How's it going?
And my axe.
DM? Why are we saying DM? Did DM message or something? Yo, DM, what's up, man? Log in, dude. Log in. Are you convinced to play a spellcaster, or did you find enough copium to believe that attack-based characters are gonna be the way to go?
And my axe.
I'm 50-50. Here's my theory. My theory is the Titan
My axe.
is gonna feel better for the campaign. Maybe a little bit into early maps. After that, it's all caster, baby. I think the caster scaling is there. These nodes are just ridiculous.
My axe.
Specifically, these ones. The damage per int and the damage per mana.
My axe.
That with the Archmage, it's just so much damage scaling compared to the other options in the game.
And my axe.
Play Mom before they nerf it. Yeah, we don't know how long it's gonna last. I think there's a scenario where they nerf it the first month of the game. I'm ignoring Lance and going Witch, either Blood Mage or Infernalist. Listen, you do you, man. You do you.
And my
I'm gonna log into Sork. I'm gonna log into Sork, and I'm gonna hover over my Ascendancy options. I'm gonna look at Chronomancer. I'm gonna hover over every node, and I'm gonna look at the Stormweaver. And I'm gonna hover over every node. I'm gonna make my last minute decision then, unless it gets data mined beforehand. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Taking the name Hobo with a Shotgun, Merc Gang. Good luck, dude. The grenade stuff looks strong, honestly. Maybe there's some crazy weapons Warrior can get to scale late game. I'm trying to think of how many times we've seen weapons. Yeah, weapons could be decent to help.
and my
Because spells, from what I've seen, the base numbers are just like really low, or they're much lower than they used to be, or what we're used to.
and my axe.
Like Comet, for example, level 9, 120 to 191. That's not a lot of damage. That's really low for a level 9 skill, especially one with a whole bunch of cast time.
And my axe.
Where it gets 40% more damage while doing Giant's Blood on a bunch of skills, yeah. You get Giant's Blood, you get big two hands. The thing is, it's like, can you make two good two-handers where it works out well? Imagine there's a mana grenade.
And my axe.
The mana stuff just isn't synergistic with non-spells. It's all spell-specific, right? So I don't think that works out. This works out maybe, but spell damage per mana and the gain damage doesn't. So you're missing out on those advantages. Has you said anything about the potential for being data mined? The last time I remember them talking about the data mine thing, they said a few things. They said they try to make it hard for people to data mine it, but ultimately there's not much you can do when somebody blows up the GGPK or whatever it's called. And they've gotten better at limiting the information of some things, but ultimately there's... My guess is certain things like the passive tree is going to be really hard to hide. They've done better at hiding things like new uniques. But they have not successfully done things for like passive points and stuff like that. They can't obfuscate it, yeah. So my guess is once the download goes live like a night before or whatever, there's probably going to be a data mine tree on the internet shortly after. They can wait for the day of, yeah. We're 100% going to start the stream quite a bit prior to the actual launch, and we'll be looking through stuff probably. I'm going to ignore it? Dude, how? How can you ignore it? Like, the way I look at it, like, if I was going to play this game, and let's say I was telling myself I was going to play it blind, quote unquote, what I would do is I would open up the passive tree, and I would look at all the nodes, and just look at what they say. I think I would do the exact same thing. It's like the exact same thing. It's just looking at all the nodes, just, you know, a few hours earlier. But to explore myself, I think it's the same thing. Of just like, I don't know. I guess I don't see the difference too much of reading the nodes 5 hours earlier. Archmage plus Castle Shock plus Ice Nova plus Frostbolt plus Flame Wall plus Mana Stacker plus Mom CI. Do you think it's a good idea? That might be able to work out. Does Ice Nova have synergy with Frostbolt again? A Nova expands from you, knocking back enemies based on how close you are. Casting Ice Nova targeting nearby Frostbolt projectile will cause it to originate from the Frostbolt instead of you and cause more freeze buildup. I don't know if that's going to be that good. My feeling is this is nowhere close to the power you're going to see from like what we see in PoE 1, because this doesn't give you extra cast. It gives you one proc on the Frostbolt. I mean, it might feel cool to play, but I don't think it's gonna feel particularly like OP or anything. Not like it does in PoE 1. Freeze buildup, yeah, you're gonna freeze lock bosses quite a bit, but it's not gonna be like extra giga damage like it is currently in PoE 1. Would it be good if you auto proc it? I don't know. Like, for example, like the Frostbolt. How good does Frostbolt look? Fire slow moving projectile does who knows how much damage. Like, I don't know. It depends how good this skill is. But like, for me, if I was going to trigger a skill I'm looking at triggering is Eye of Winter. Specifically because of this thing right here. I'm gonna look at things like this, which are giving some extra benefit aside from the damage they're dealing themselves. Do I think 1k strength is possible? I think 1k of an attribute is possible. If the T1 attribute rolls on gear can go to 50 plus, I think 1k is going to be possible. But past that, it's going to be a bit hard. Depending on if there's more uniques with percent attributes and stuff. I freeze lock bosses very easily with Glacial Hammer build in PoE 1. Yeah, if you watch these showcases of where people like play the different builds, then they get a decent amount of freeze locks and stun locks. Both stun and freeze seem very strong against monsters in terms of mitigating their speed. Yo, denied. He gifted another 10 subs. No, dude, thank you, denied. Yeah, he had to tie up the Apex. Apex Rex. He had to tie you up, man. We have 27% on the tree. I've seen 17%. Where are you seeing 27%? There's the 10% attribute node. There's spaghettification with 7%. 10 and 17. Spaghettification isn't 17, it's 7%, I think. Is it 17%? Hold the phone.
The tree.
Making me question my memory. Yeah, it's 7%. It's not 17, yeah.
And my axe.
So it's 17 on the tree. There might be other attribute nodes though. Like for example, right here,
My axe.
that has the freaking int symbol on it. And Dreamcore just decided to not tell us what that node is. To torture me. Is it done? Did it finally get through all the subs? Dude, thank you, Apex Risks and Denied. And my axe. Might be tomorrow's episode. I think tomorrow's episode is Strengthen It. I think tomorrow's episode is Strengthen It. And then hopefully the episode after that episode is going to be, here's all the information I didn't tell you earlier. I hope that's the next episode after that episode. I hope that's the case. Here's all the information that I kept to myself. Episode 7. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to hope. That's what I'm going to dream on. I'm guessing it's going to be where 500 people try to get it. He's joked about the servers. Yeah, we'll see how the servers end up doing. Let's give you a little bit sketch. You're not going to finish this episode? Okay, we've already finished this episode. Yeah, we already finished this episode. We looked at everything on this episode. The big question mark is whether or not this is actually what it is, because people were saying it got changed. And then outside of that, dude, I still want to know so many more nodes on the tree. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's going on over here. There's a lot of missing information, man. Every good dev should be worried about server issues. Logging, yeah, you gotta be prepared. Yo, Denied, you gifted another sub to... Did you just do that to get one more? EB converts to mana? Yep. If that's the case, multiple people said this, that they, I don't know. Somebody said earlier that Snapow said that node got changed, like he has some other more recent build version. I don't freaking know. But that's the one he's showcasing to us, is the EB node. At this point, the subs are out. I mean, the unsubs, yeah, it's getting a little bit dangerous in here. The launch is when? December 6th. December 6th. Now, my original plan when we started the stream, besides watching Dreamcore's video, I wanted to look at more mechanical looks of just like the different skills they showcase, because I'm a little bit curious about different things. Right now, I'm convinced Fireball is good. And I'm going to cope my way all the way to the bank that Fireball is good. It seems like it deals a good amount of flat. Like, if you compare Fireball to, like, Comet, let's compare those two. Level 27 version of this skill. This deals roughly about, what, 3 times the damage of the Fireball? But Fireball has, twice the cast speed, right? Yeah, it's 1 second cast time. Yeah, 1 second cast time. And potentially has the ability to shotgun, which I feel like it does. And you can do projectile scaling and stuff. Like, this just seems like it's going to be a good time. Half the crit, though? Yeah, the crit is way lower. That is fair. I think a lot of the fire skills... I think they did this thing where it looks like fire skills have lower crit, but better base damage. And lightning skills are middle crit, and cold skills are the highest crit. That's kind of what it looks like to me. The thing is, Eye of Winter kind of like... If I can get Eye of Winter set up with some sort of proc setup, we can get 10 base crit from Eye of Winter, which I think will kind of even that out a bit more. Fireball with Wild Charge? Yeah, I'm thinking Fireball with Wild Shards with the, Oh, this... What node is this called? There's a node that has, like, projectile stuff. This thing. 24% chance to fire 2 additional projectiles. That just seems so good. 24% chance for 2 proj. Roughly 0.5 extra proj per cast. Can we not play Tornado Shot for 1 league? I have not been one who's played Tornado Shot league after league after league. I did it this league because I was doing a Bow Trickster. And that's been like the only time I've played Tornado Shot in my life, okay? If I want to play Fireball that shoots off other fireballs and explodes and the explosion is Giga AoE,
a master of the elements.
I'm gonna do it, man. Look at this.
Tempest Caller
Look how
causes
fun that looks.
elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Oh, it looks so good. Look at it, man. It looks so good. Fireball is definitely the skill I think I'm most excited about. Can you put time stop with increased duration? Yeah, you should be able to do that. The other skill that seems like it's maybe actually like a decent skill, like overall just strong, is potentially Spark. I feel like Spark might be actually like a legitimately good skill too. And I'm basing that off of this a little bit right here. Like when they're showcasing
the reason why
this,
that's good is because Spark is a skill.
Fireball has 4K base damage, and Spark has 3.4. We don't know what their tree is set up, but their Fireball setup
It
has
a lot of projectiles that run around the ground and then bounce off walls.
I guess the Spark's level 18 in this preview here. Sparkless Firewall. Flame Wall, I guess we'll see how good Flame Wall is. Flame Wall just kind of blinds me. I'm not a big fan of Flame Wall per se as much.
If we're able to pierce through monsters, it means that they can bounce off a wall and potentially hit a monster again. So that can make it
Yeah,
a lot
but if
more
you get
powerful
multiple hits
when
with
you are filling up
this-
areas with things like that.
You can use the more duration support on it too. Like it looks like it has good support options.
We're going to try and relight up the forge here in order to be able to get to the boss. So that's what Octavian's doing here.
Let's go to the start of this actually.
So the sorceress is our primary elemental spellcaster. She's going to attack mostly from range. She has high damage.
I wonder if Fireball would be better for his Cast on Ignite version. We're going to see how the proc skills work. The first thing we're going to test is the Raging Spirit cast on minion death procs. If that ends up being good, that might be an option. If that doesn't work out, then we'll look at Cast on Ignite or Cast when Shock or Cast on Freeze or Cast on Crit to see how all those things do. Proj Bounce.
Low survivability.
They're already innately
Proj
Proj Bounce.
Act 3 called the Forge. This is an area like an ancient Val forge where they were making various, forging various gold things.
Forge.
So she's using a combination of lightning and fire here. Once again, there's lots of interesting combos that...
Is that the default? Is that the default? No, that's
using
regular
a combination of
Fireball.
lightning and fire here.
Why does it look so tiny when they're shooting off here? Like the Fireball looks way smaller for whatever reason.
Again, there's lots of interesting combos that we want to do, but one of the things that I'd really like to kind of show you to get a taste for one of the other character development areas we have in PoE 2 is support gems. So, support...
Raging Spirit Sonora now? Correct. So are most of the minions. It's the different Fireball from the staff. Yeah, I guess that's
gems
what it is.
are, in PoE 2, you get
The
them by
lame
finding uncut
Fireball.
support. And when you open this by default, what you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you go through the different skills that you have on the left, there's different...
Man, I'm still a fan of the idea of proccing the Frost Wall with Fireball to get like shotgun hits.
recommended skill gems for each skill that you have.
I'm a believer.
So what we're trying to do
Wait, hold on. I want to kind of look at these supports.
by default, what
Faster casting, Hourglass, Fortress. We know what all of these do.
you're going to see is just a few recommendations. If you
This is recommending for
just go
Flame
through the
Wall.
different skills that you have on the left,
Conduction probably lets you get shock better, I would guess. Pierce, Shock Siphon, Mana Flare. Mana Flare like cooks your mana, right? Coursing Current, Arcane Surge. What's Arcane? They have Arcane Surge in here, right? Arcane Surge. Gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 100% of your mana on supported skills. Arcane Surge lasts 8 seconds. Support spells that you cast yourself, tracking the mana you spend to cast them. Spending enough mana grants a burst of mana regen and cast speed. I wonder how much this buff is. How much cast speed, how much mana regen. Because that takes forever to proc, right? If you have to spend 100% of your total mana. That's gonna take a while to proc. Are you doing Chronomancer or the other chick? Either we're gonna know beforehand if it gets data mined or they tell us the rest of the nodes, or I'm gonna find out when I click the Ascendancy Altar and I'll make my decision then. Then what we know currently is not enough information to make that decision. Because for all I know, like for example, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nodes. I could have an entire ascendancy of Stormweaver that uses none of the nodes they've showcased here, right? Same thing with the Chronomancer. We know 3 of the nodes, and we don't know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the nodes. I could have an entire build that is not even on the nodes they've shown us. So much unknown, yeah, exactly. Stormweavers, Lightning, and Ice. There might even be some nodes that aren't even Lightning or Ice thematic themes. They might have nodes that are defensive nodes. Like, you know, we don't know, right? Arcane Surge would be good with the Infernalist. I think Arcane Surge just wouldn't proc with the Infernalist because you have no mana. Like, I think a lot of the stuff that has no mana just doesn't even proc. Is Sork beginner friendly? It might be fairly straightforward. Just playing with spells and enjoying yourself. I think if you pick any of the classes based on their theme or whatever, and you spec nodes in the tree that are related to that theme, you'll probably get a campaign viable character. You're probably not going to get a super late game, super powerhouse or whatever, but you're going to get a campaign viable character, I would think.
There's different recommended skill gems.
Fireball has multi-proj, fork, fire pen, unleash, elemental focus. Can I use volley on fireball?
For each skill that you have. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that for new players, it's very easy for them to pick something that's just going to work.
Click
In this case,
fireball.
what we might do for Spark is pick Pierce. The reason why that's good is because Spark is a skill that creates a lot of projectiles that run around the ground and then bounce off walls. If we're able to pierce through monsters, it means
There's
that they can
spore
bounce
skill,
off the
yeah,
wall
it
and
is.
potentially hit a monster again.
Here's a 4K image of the Stormweaver. Enhance! Gonna make this my desktop background real quick. Spark looks sick. I bet it'll look pretty good with the MTX
So that
too.
can make
I
it
wonder
a lot
how long before we get a lot of the MTX in game.
Powerful when you are filling up areas with things like that.
Spark, I think I'm real excited about Fireball. Spark, I think, also has a very good chance of being a very good skill. Because, like, if you have... We know, like, it also is important if there's skills that can have good supports to use with them. Like, Spark, you can use more proj for sure. Probably works really well with, like, the fragmentation extra proj and stuff like that. My wonder is how hard it is to get proj speed in this game, though.
We're going to try and relight up the forge here in order to be able to get to the
Toxic
boss.
Sewer skill.
So, that's what Octavian's doing here.
I think it'll be good in a lot of the
So,
things we've
one of the other-
seen. Most of the boss, like, fight areas aren't really too big
The
from what
things
I've
that we might
seen.
want to
Like, I'll give you an example. I feel like if we look at this right here is like the Exarch arena, which is like terrible for something like Spark. The late game boss we've seen, like Zestula, is like this. This is like the Zestula. We'll see how big they make the arenas in PoE 2 if they do arena size like Exarch Arena or whatever, but there's way more potential for Spark to be good if a lot of the arenas are similar to this size versus PoE 1's ginormous ones. Fortress Icewall makes your own arena. I wonder how well that works, or maybe, I don't know, I feel like you would just destroy the ice walls. They would just wouldn't survive. They said the map arena bosses will be bigger than the campaign ones. Yeah, but the question is, how much bigger? Because that'll affect how good that skill is.
Projectiles for one of our skills.
Arc looks
So,
pretty
for example,
aesthetic there
we've got
too.
Fireball. If you fire it without multiple projectiles, you get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple projectiles on there, and you know, obviously it does what you.
Did I miss it? Did he showcase the thing where he clicks and like showcases all the different support gems? Did I miss that? Or is that in a different video?
Expect you get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these support gems around between skills. For example, if we took the multiple projectiles and instead we put it on, I don't know, this ice. I think you've got an ice skill somewhere, Frostbolt. Then you'd be able to make that into multiple projectiles instead.
It's in the endgame reveal stream. Okay, I might want to look at that because I kind of want to look at all the different support gems they showcase there. I am a little bit curious. Where do they showcase it though? Support gems. It's got to be here, right?
Will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll
Dead ends in campaign, yeah. I hope there's a lot less of that in PvE2. We'll see though.
look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds
Did those all go in like the exact same location?
your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity.
That didn't spread it out at all. Why would a sniper spread? I'm just saying balance wise. I guess you just hit every single shot then. You just hit every single shot.
Round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support
Crossbow shot, 9k DPS. Holy, that's decent damage right there.
gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
He has a cluster grenade that does 2.6k damage, but I bet this thing hits like 15 times or something. The grenades are where it's at, mark my words. Grenades
Now,
are the
if you want to
DPS
stick
of
to the
mercenaries. Crossbow shot, added lightning, pin, poison chance, blind, life leech, fresh clip? Fresh clip? Dazing, Cully Strike, added chaos.
recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time.
Elemental focus, electrocute, weapon elemental damage, neural overload, faster attacks, added lightning, close combat.
But if you want to experiment a bit more,
There's gonna be so much amount. I don't know. We'll see if we get more information on support gems, dude. If we get the data mine, we're gonna have to look at so many things so fast to figure out what support gems we want to use, and same with skill tree and stuff. High velocity ammo has no spread. Is that what that support gem's doing? Ignition, inevitable critical. We've seen that. Wildfire, I don't think we've seen. It's probably like an ignite proliv. Frostfire, weapon elemental, nimble reload, AoE. There's no meta, we don't know
uncheck that
numbers.
recommended button, and
We'll find them out eventually. In due time. Ammo conservation, ambush, bleed chance, break endurance, bursting plague, brutality, chain, conk effect, conduction, corrosion, deep freeze, double barrel, execute, encumbrance, expanse, energy barrier. So many questions. I wonder how difficult it'll be to get a 6 link. I guess it depends how rare that currency is, right? I bet Nimble Reload reloads when you dodge. I could see something like that, yeah.
you can see the full list of support
Inveterate, leverage, lasting shock, life drain, poison, life tap, lockdown, glaciation,
that will work with your skill.
frozen vortex. Okay, I know what frozen vortex does. That procs like a vortex skill when you like freeze when you shatter a frozen enemy or something. December 6th, I'm gonna log in and just start looking at the tree. Yeah. Did you see the menu options on the Xbox version yet? No, I haven't. I heard that the Xbox had a downloadable version where you could boot it, but you can't actually play. What's Plasma Blast? We have no idea. Unbreakable, Ruthless, Overpower, Minion Pact, Multi-Proj. I kind of want to see if Volley's in here. Leverage. Well, just my curiosity. Windwave, Withering Touch.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from.
Close Combat, Ferocity. Seems like there's quite a few of these support gems which don't have like a, they don't have like an artwork for it yet. Like right here and right here. These are like skills that don't have artwork, it seems like. Because they're just like, you know, they just kind of look like a gem. They don't actually have like a artwork like the other ones do. I know it was Extreme Copium, but I was really really hoping that PvE2 would have in-game minion stats. Will they have in-game minion stats? They might have some in-game minion stats. They have way more stats on like the freaking tooltips and stuff, like way more than we have in PvE1, it feels like. This is the link to the pre-download options. Oh, just the Xbox menu or whatever. Freaking the UI options. Sure, cool. Disable crossplay. What? What do you mean disable crossplay? What does that mean? Auto equip, disable tutorials. This seems like just pretty basic stuff, right? Enable quest tracking, shows a list of current quest objectives on the right side. Show co-op player labels, HUD, panel, HUD, blah 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 blah. This is just like UI stuff, right? I don't think I really I think I really care about the UI stuff. I'll figure that out when I get there. There is volley. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. Because basically what I'll put it this way. I'm like looking at these supports. I know volley's in here. Volley in here says 2 additional projectiles, 20 less proj damage, right? Versus multiple proj says plus 2 proj, 20% less proj speed, and 20% slower cast speed. Like, I feel like if I'm clicking fireball, I'm gonna use volley like every single time. If volley just has one less multiplier on it, right? Because like the 20% less cast speed, nah, man, nah, I'll pass. So I just wanted to see that if this showcased volley in here, which means it's probably still a gem and they're doing it. Maybe you can't shotgun with volley? That would make no sense, like at all. If you can't shotgun with volley, then you can't shotgun with multi-proj, I think. Would be my guess. Look at the volley wording again. Okay, hold on. I'll look at volley wording again. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to look at closer volley. Hold on. Sports skills of fire projectiles from the user does not affect projectiles fired from locations as... Sports skills of fire projectiles from the user does not affect projectiles fired from other locations as a secondary offense. I mean, that's the same thing with the multi-proj, right? The extra, like, party goes out. Sports skills fire from up to 4 points on each side of you. Which that just means... That's the part where they fire, like, you know, equally spaced in, like, a linear fashion. Whereas, like, the lesser multiple starts at 1 point and then it goes out like this. Like, the behavior is definitely more ideal for the lesser multiple, but I can't imagine volley being a bad situation to, like, still shotgun. I guess it depends if you can barrel stuff the enemy and then get the triple shotgun every time with lesser multiple versus if volley can't do that. Can fire volley, it should be able to. It's a support, it's projectile, they have, like, the exact same tags. Like, if you look at the, support, projectile, exact same tags. If volley works, or if multi-proj works, volley works, right? I can't imagine why it wouldn't be that way. If support sounds like it should work, then it likely does. Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying in this video, right? I just kind of wanted to see if he keeps scrolling if we see volley in here. I haven't seen it yet, unless I'm blind. Devastate, exploit weakness, fresh clip, fire pen, fiery death, ferocity, inevitable crit. I think Eye of Winter's gonna be a better fireball. I'm not convinced that it's gonna be a better fireball. I mean, have you seen Fireball? Oh, it looks so cool.
And even we don't know the
Ricochet. I wonder how that would feel. If that's like a chain off wall thing, that might be really good with Fireball, potentially. Wildfire,
results of all the
biting
possible ways these can
frost,
interact.
cold exposure, deep cuts, deadly poisoning, dazing, enduring life, enduring manner, culling, elemental focus. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why are you cutting at the end there, man? You didn't scroll all the way to the bottom. I guess we don't know if volley's there. It kind of seems like it's not, then. I don't know. What do you guys think? Volley will make projectiles fire out parallel up to 4 points, 2 on each side. I think we've seen volley in gameplay. Like, hold on, let me scroll to it. It's in the it's in this video. We literally see volley in this showcase. It looks like what volley is in the current game.
Sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master.
Yeah, like see these three prods, they're just all right next to each other. How is volley worded in PoE 1? Volley's on the rolling magma? Yeah, I think so. Support skills also fire projectiles from up to 2 points from each side of you. Yeah, it says 4 instead of 2. It's changed wording. Maybe it's based on the fact that they think like they're trying to word for if you have more projectiles, or if it's trying to do some like.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master.
Like, I guess that wasn't like.
Elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you
Maybe
do
it
a
was like
critical
to the
hit with
side
a
of
spell.
her. So maybe it's not
With
always.
strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of shock for more damage.
It didn't
Going
seem
deeper
that
into the
offset
tree,
though.
you
If
can
it
make all your
was.
damage types apply shock. Make a shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could stack 2 to a critical hit with a spell. Tempest Caller
Is 4 not the wording for greater volley? Yeah.
as a sorceress, you
Could be like a
Stormweaver,
typo error or
master.
two. I mean, it pretty much just looks like what volley currently is. Volley's a tier 1, so it would be at the top of the support list he's looking at. Are you saying that I watched this whole the way through and I just missed it because I'm blind? That might be true.
Recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade,
Do I have thoughts on Frostfire? Do we know what
Look like
Frostfire
this.
is?
but if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a
Support? Frostfire? I mean, it might be like Frostferno, where it's like a gain cold as fire type of support. Or maybe some conversion thing, or it's like if maybe you can ignite with cold damage, something like that. Would you like to see an example of what ES Leech might be in PvE2? There seems to be a lot of curiosity about this. Do you have an example, Go Jazz?
shot sniper rifle instead, then
Did you
simply
see
move
somebody
the gem
using
over
something
to
that
a
looked like Leech for
high velocity round
ES?
skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment.
I have a link?
Note that you
Alright,
can
let's
only
see
have
it.
one of
Support skills have 100% more effective ignite against frozen enemies. Support skills cannot inflict freeze. Support skills consume freeze from enemies they ignite. That's weird, man. So you're playing an ignite build, you build up a freeze, then hit a giga ignite. That's a little bit weird. Alright, hold on. I have the link. Hold on. Yoink. Make sure this is legitimate. This is literally in the endgame content reveal.
Of the twisted domain above certain thresholds. Defeating
He definitely looks like he has ES on hit. The thing is, this is an Invoker, so he doesn't have ES Leech.
Seshed at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed. But there
We don't know how much ES he even has. Wait, no, this isn't necessarily an Invoker. This could be a Chayula Monk. Like that could be a Chayula Monk. They showcased another time a non-Chayula Monk, right? Oh, he has this too. Whatever this is. He has Spirit. It looks like Spirit. Doesn't look like Darkness. But he could have also just not spec'd his nodes. And he has a bunch of like cold and lightning stuff. I mean, it could be a chonk. I don't know. It's a chonk because he's seen the Chayula thing. Oh, is that what this is? Is that the Chayula thing?
of certain thresholds. Defeating Seshed at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed. But
Okay, so it's a chonk. Dude, that didn't look good. That did not look good.
above certain thresholds.
That's what I'm saying about the instant leech thing.
Defeating Sesh at
That don't look too good, man. That doesn't look very classy.
you will need to defeat Zesh at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesh can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds.
This is a difficulty 4.
Defeating Sesh at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed.
Maybe it is. He's talking about difficulty 4, but also who freaking knows? The 4, which is actually 5, yeah. We don't know how Leech is. I think Leech is a big risk. It might end up being decent, but I don't know. The Chonkers, I think, are out of hand. I think they're out of control. I think the Chonkers are out of control. I think they're in danger. I'm almost giving up on Chonk. I think it's the correct play to give up on Chonk. Who are the Chonkers? They're people that think that the Chaos Acolyte's going to be good, and they're coping out of their minds. You've never seen somebody as high as them on cope.
Each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which
Has to be at least difficulty 2? Yeah, we don't know. We won't know until we get to it.
supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that.
I don't see Volley here, guys. Why is Volley not here? They scrolled through all of them and I didn't see Volley at all. I would assume it would work with Explosive Shot.
Recommended button, and you can see the full list.
They've
of
obviously
supports that will work
showcased
with your
Volley on the on those Fireball or on the Magma Orb, right? What's safe for a first run? The answer is no one knows for sure. My personal guess is Grenade with Grenade skills with the Witch Hunter. I think it's probably gonna be safe. I think Titan with Slam skills is going to be safe-ish. Probably worse than Grenade build, in my opinion. That's just a rough guess. Caster might be squishy initially, but then you can maybe get tanky later on. Monk is probably going to be fun to play, but I feel like the Monk's going to be squishy. You know, they only fixed some of the gems before the day before. Yeah. We'll be finding out real
There
late.
are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty... Each skill can have up...
So there is a lesser Jeweler Orb? Is that what that is? Greater Jeweler Orb. Adds a socket to skill gem with 3 sockets.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it.
Perfect Jeweler's Orb. Adds a socket skill with 4 sockets. Okay. I wonder how hard that stuff is to get. I feel like since we can't change essentially, they should really release the list of all the nodes for each class. I think we're probably going to have that list from data mining before the launch. And they might give us teasers of it later on. Great question, but has Rage been changed to PoE2? Seems to remember that being the case. I don't know what they did with the Rage in PoE2. I have no idea what Rage does in PoE2. But you know what might know? The wiki might know. PoE2wiki.net. Let's see. Does the wiki know? This doesn't have a lot of stuff on it, but it might know. Rage is a resource that grants an increase to attack damage and can expend and augment certain skills. Maximum rage is 30. So maybe it can work kind of like charges, but also gives you a passive bonus while you have it. Freeze is the best defensive layer. I would disagree. I would say the best defensive layer is being tanky. I think the best defensive layer is being able to take good hits and having some sustain. Minions can use it now. I mean, there might be some synergy there with minions. It might exist. Okay, I want to look at this. So we know the body armor seems like it's comparable base-wise. Let's look at the helmet. How comparable is the helmet base? 44 energy shield on a helmet at level 26. Let's do a little looking. Let's do a little digging. Helmets. Like the body armor is 1-to-1 comparable. This is a level 26 helmet. This seems better, right? 26 is... That's just straight up more energy shield. So helmet base is seeming like it could be better. ES. Clue aware? What do you mean aware? Dude, ES is looking good, guys. Dude, this is so nice. They're giving us all the bases to look at. Okay, level 26 gloves. Let's compare gloves. 22 on the gloves. Let's see. We know the roll ranges are basically the same, like the actual stats. If the bases are comparable, it's looking good. It's looking real good. 23 on a level 25 pair of gloves versus 22 on a level 26 pair of gloves. Basically the same on gloves. Helmet looks to be a little bit higher. Body armor similar. Gloves are similar. Boots, level 33, and they have 30 ADS. Let's see. More flat, less scaling. I think it's a similar amount of flat, and the roll ranges are the same. Like, we saw 107% ES on body armor, which is the exact same T1 roll on current game. For all we know, technically, there could be a higher tier as well. We don't know that. That could be the case. Like, people are going to need to swallow the pill that GG are going to nerf buff literally everything quite often, so no choice is safe. Dude, I'm so excited for constant balance changes. That'll be a good time. Level 38 boots have 30 ES. Level 32 has 25. And this is a 33 pair with 38. So boots seem to be higher. Body armor's maybe comparable, or looks comparable. Helmet is higher. Boots are higher. Gloves are comparable. The question is whether or not this stuff keeps scaling with it. I think it'll definitely scale up to, like, Val Regalia. We'll see about, like, Twilight Regalia. Like, obviously they showcased, they showcased Living Bomb. I wonder what that is. They showcased, higher level bases. So it seems plausible. Pull up the ROG clip again. I wanted to look at the bases there.
Edition that has a lot more. Okay, right. So we've got logbooks.
Design with level 91 requirement. Yeah, there was a staff with a level 90 requirement. That was this clip, right? Staff, level 90, which means there might be bases with higher levels as well. Might be level 90 for the level 20 gem. That could be too, yeah.
So if you can get a logbook, it effectively allows you to do a like super expedition, which is like an area that has only expedition. These logbooks have very here, just so we can have a look.
I wanted to look at the items.
So
again
ROG
with
effectively
ROG.
has a shop where he'll sell you different items. You can re-roll it using the currency as well. But once you
ROG is Pog. Give me information,
find something that you want to
ROG.
kind of start with,
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about right there. %107% ES on a magic base, which either that's the T1 roll, or there is a higher tier roll than that. But at the very least, it's the same percentage we can get in the current game. We know blacksmith whetstones and armor scraps are still in the game from the salvage bench stuff. +1 max res? Yeah, that's on the armor ES base. It's a level 75 or 65 requirement. That's the percent ES roll that's giving the requirement. I am like 99% sure the base that's level 65 is better than this base. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to have this is a level 33 base and it comes with 70 80 ES, right? There's no way between the level 30 base and the level 65 base you only gain like 30 flat. Like that wouldn't make sense at all. So this is definitely like a low tier base, I think, that it just has a decent high tier roll, which gives it the level requirement. 0 quality, yeah. Oh, the other thing I wanted to check in this clip is I wanted to see if the
using the currency as well. But once you find something that you want to kind of,
I want to see if the bases have roll ranges, like if Sacred Orb's going to be a thing. This is 84 ES, because they hover over the exact same pace. Right? Expert, Sacrifice, Mantle. Let's see what happens. Do they... Scroll over. This is Expert, Sacrificial, Mantle, and it has 18. That looks like it's the same, right? 84 plus 18 is 102, right? So I think it seems like Sacred Orb's not a thing. So there's no base roll ranges as far as I can tell, right? How do you move frame by frame? You do the arrow keys next to like M on your keyboard. If you want to do 5-second skips, you do the arrow keys that are like the actual arrow keys. I say arrow keys, it's not arrow keys. They're like the lesser than lesser than greater than signs. Yeah, also the comma period, yeah, same key. Depends if you're pressing shift or not, right? But yeah, that's how you do the frame by frame. Got what you meant? Okay, good. That's good. I wonder if they have any do we have any quality bases on here, or does everything drop with like no quality on it? I was kind of curious if we'd get an idea if quality is multiplicative like it is in PoE 1 or not. I feel like that was a pretty good change. I feel like they might keep that being the way that it's done. You know, you could do this? Yep. It's gonna take till PoE 2 for Lance to learn ROG is Pog. No, I don't want to admit ROG is Pog. You know what's Pog? The trade site and the weighted sum. That's Pog. ROG? Nah, man. You're not gonna catch me. You're not gonna catch me ROGing, okay?
you don't. There we go.
Let's see what the things he gets though with ROG. He can buy the rare item.
After you buy it, he'll offer to do various
Remove all prefixes. ROG not Pog. Attack speed's a prefix now, by the way, apparently.
crafts. Okay, so this is an interesting one, Sebas. Before you click anything, so what this is going to do is remove all prefix modifiers.
You can't skip 2 consecutive crafts. Do you think 2 one-hands is faster than a shield in one hand? We don't know if dual wielding gives you an attack speed bonus or how... Well, maybe we... I don't know if... I haven't seen what the benefits of 2-hand is versus not. I think Jonathan talked about it briefly when talking about Giant's Blood. It sounded like 2-hand will give you the hit damage of both weapons with like a less multiplier to it. So typically it's probably more damage versus just more defense with a shield.
From the item. So if we like the prefixes, we probably want to skip
8% leech. I'm worried leech
so
is
we'll
just
skip
going
this
to bait
one.
people.
We got the same one again, which is very annoying. So, okay, so I guess we just have to do it then.
Reroll suffixes, mana, accuracy.
Reroll suffix modifiers. Now there's
Item level 85. Raw gives you level 85 items. Interesting. I wonder if that's because the character level of this character is 85. Well, no, they showcase them fighting the boss. The character level of this character is 95, I believe. Shielding is good. If you know when to raise the shield is very good. Wait, does that mean they showcased the percent ES of 107%, which in PoE 1, that'd be T1 and it would require item level 86. Dude, I might feel like there might be higher percent ES rolls than that.
Quite a lot of different modes here, but effectively you get various ability to modify the item before you go. I think this one is going to turn out to be completely crap. Remove a single modifier with the lowest modifier level. Sure, I guess you can just take it. Anyway,
that's the ROG experience right there. Just garbage outcomes. That's the ROG experience. The skill will tell you what happens when you're dual wielding, yeah. Which is gonna vary on different things, right? ROG, not POG. Yeah, ROG is not POG. Everything in his shop was item level 85, right? Let me just scroll back here. I guess it doesn't. It doesn't tell you until he actually clicked the item, right?
Kind of start with.
Yeah, none of this stuff is telling him the item level. I'm just assuming it's probably all 85 is what it is. Well, no, the thing is ROG in the current game doesn't do that, right? ROG in the current game can have some bases that are 86 versus some that are 84, right? No, okay. I guess we don't know then. So that the chess piece might be 86 then.
After you buy it, he'll offer to do various crafts.
Doesn't tell you the item until after you buy it. You probably can click Alt on it though.
So what this is going to do is remove all prefix modifiers from the item. So if we like the prefixes, we probably want to skip this.
ROG is POG. Anyone that tells you otherwise is smooth brain. I'm a hater. Okay, not smooth brain. I'm just a hater.
This one and not do it. So let's skip this one. We got the same one again, which is very annoying. So, okay, so I guess we just have to do it then. Then re-roll suffix modifiers. Now, there's quite a lot of different modes here, but effectively you get various ability to...
he made me 100 divs on League Start. He scammed me, man.
Quite a lot of different modes here, but effectively you
20
get various,
strength,
ability to modify...
28 to 30.
Re-roll suffix
21 to 24. They changed the roll ranges. I don't think strength rolls to 55. I don't think it rolls to 55. The roll ranges are different, guys. Strength doesn't roll as high. Because, like, if you look at current gear, use Gloveland as an example. 18 to 22, 23 to 27, 28 to 34. What's the roll range on this? 21 to 24. The roll ranges here. I mean, it's not as different, but it's probably definitely a lower top end. This conspiracy stuff, dude. You gotta look at the details, man. When you make attribute on the tree half as common, it would make sense you also make it on gear half as common, right? And one of the ways you do that is you change what it can roll to.
Now, there's quite a lot of different modes here, but effectively you get various ability to...
28 to 30. Yeah, all these roll ranges are like 3 or 4 versus all the roll ranges here are like 5 or 6 usually on most of these. 50 quality rings. 50 quality rings. Gonna have below ranges, I feel. Yeah, it probably caps out in the 40s instead of the 50s, which is still could be probably pretty decent.
Modify the item before you go. I think this one is going to turn out to be completely crap.
25 to 27. I like how he hits strength like every single time. He hits strength literally every single time. So we saw the roll range 25 to 27, 21 to 24, and 28 to 30. That says T7 strength. Wait, where did you see the T7 at? Did he press Alt at some point?
Then re-roll suffix modifier.
Before that, it was 35, if I'm not wrong. Zoom in, it's there all the time.
After you buy it, he'll offer to do various...
Where? Where do you guys see the tier thing? To the right? Oh my word. It is there. The heck? It's been there the whole time? Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. What did it say when it was hovering over the ES? Did it say when it was hovering over the ES?
You can re-roll it using the currency as well. But once you find something that you want to kind of start with,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, so that's information it probably doesn't tell you unless you press Alt or unless you're actually crafting with ROG, because it doesn't say what tier this is. I think once he starts crafting, he holds out. No, I think it's just a default behavior when he's crafting with ROG. I don't think he presses Alt because it happens the instant he clicks it, which there would probably be a delay in when he clicked Alt, right? Like, look at this.
which maybe you don't. There we go.
Once he clicks buy,
Then what you can do is after you buy it, he'll offer.
it instantly goes to this, right? I don't think he's clicking Alt. I think it's just part of ROG / I think this is maybe the behavior of Alt in game. They reversed tiers? Yes, they did. The tiers are ascending now. So like T1 is not T1 anymore. T1's like trash. This is gonna feel so weird. I hope that's not. I know like going from T1 maps to T15s is like T15s are like the higher tier or whatever, and then T1 mod rolls. I don't know. I hope it stays the same where T1's good. Because what the hell do you say when you make a mere tier rare? You don't get to say 6 T1. You get to say, okay, I have T13 life, I have T10 strength, I have T5. You're like, I got full tier 13s. I don't think they're all going to go up to tier 13 though. They're going to have different, like certain mods are going to have less amounts of like, you know what I mean? I can't wait for like so this 5Y T5 are good, yeah. It's future proofing. You know, that's a fair point. It is future proofing. That's a good point. You could just add on the tier. You don't have to retroactively change tiers. Also, it's what's the word? Standardization. It's standardizing, right? It's probably for the best. I'm gonna hate it initially, but it's probably for the best because it normalizes it with map tiers, and now that they have items that drop with like the tier next to them, it normalizes that too. And that we're getting a whole bunch of new players that won't have the like history of being like T1 is T1, right? It's probably the better play. I hate it right now, but I could see it being the right play.
To do various crafts. Okay, so this is an
T5 life, T3 speed.
before you click anything. So what this is going to do is remove all prefix modifiers from the item. So if we like the prefixes, we probably...
How many tiers of strength are there in the current game? Currently there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there might be a chance we go up to 9 tiers of strength and maybe like 40 flat is possible. I don't know. I kind of doubt 55. It gets to 55, unless they made it like. I guess they could have done the thing where they're trying to make all the different stats have the same amount of tiers, which that feels weird too. Gotta wait and see. Yeah. Even 40's good. Oh yeah, it is. 40 would be real good. Abso-freaking-lutely. But it's just an idea to give us a concept for what we can scale to. Like if every single gear piece, let's just put it this way, like let's say you have helmet, gloves, boots, body armor, 2 rings, 1 amulet, 1 belt, and let's say a shield. Let's just assume you have 9 items of stats. You get this sort of flat number from it if they're all T1 and the T1 assuming it goes to 40. Then let's say you have 30 travel passives that have the 50 in node. Then maybe you get all the percent attributes on the tree. I don't know. Like scaling up to a high attribute number is gonna be way end up with a way lower number than like what PoE 1 can get to. I want to be able to reach 1k strength. I think getting 1k strength is going to be hard. It would greatly depend on what stats you can get on, like what uniques exist and stuff. Jewels, yeah. Have we seen too many jewels? How many times have we seen jewels be showcased? We could look at some of those. Damage numbers are lower. The flat numbers are lower. Like, damage number lowers is a completely good thing, in my opinion. You lower the base numbers you can get on your gear. You lower the base numbers of on bosses. You lower the base numbers of monsters. That's just like a math thing. Like, if you start out with the boss being 1 billion HP, maybe you need our damage to be starting out at 1 million or whatever it is. Versus if you start out with 10,000, maybe you need, 100. That's just freaking doesn't really matter. That's a balance thing. Smaller numbers are probably just gonna be easier to conceptualize for people too. Can you link that info site with the PUEDB? This is the base PUEDB site. This isn't PUE2 information. This is just regular PUEDB, which you can you just Google PUEDB. The other site I'm pulling up a lot is PUEDB2 to look at like skill gems and stuff, or PUE2DB. Jewels do have the Might of the Meek mechanic. Oh yeah, the increased effect like the cluster jewels, and you can also roll. Have I seen int on jewels? Let's see. They showcase jewels during this, right? They showcase them in the items. I know I've seen jewels at some point in this. In some case, they showcased a couple jewels in some showcase, I think. He targets jewels into the tree, yeah, but at what point did he do that? They showcased 1 or 2 in the endgame stuff. They showcased it. Jewels were related to. Is it related to Breach? Breach Rings has Breach Rings. What were jewels related to? It wasn't Ritual. Ritual was Omen. Sanctum? Ooh, yeah, it could have been Sanctum. Yeah, Sanctum sounds right. Ascension Trials. Yeah, let's look at the endgame trials. It's in here then. It's in here when they showcase it. Upgrades to medium. 25% effect of small passives in the
This jewel
radius.
increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement
So they showcase these radius jewels. Do they showcase any regular jewels at any point?
in the tree, you could get a
The
significant
global drops the same,
amount of
drops some more,
power
okay.
from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the
Okay, so they don't show other jewels. I know I've seen a jewel with like 15% ES. I'm trying to remember where I've seen it at. At what point? Go back a bit. Did they showcase it earlier? Okay, fine. We'll just start at the beginning of this.
There are 4 floors in total.
Wait, hold
leading
on.
to another
I'm getting distracted. Oh my word, Raging Spirits looks cool. What do we got on here? We have a minus 45 frostbite on one of the dudes. We have the build up to freeze. We have a slow effect. We have an ignite. Interesting. Look at that DPS.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame.
Let's go back to that DPS he was dealing.
And a floor boss that you will need to kill.
This guy is dealing so much more damage than the monk they showcased. He is dealing so much more damage than the monk they showcased. That's a minion build. Maybe he had some. There's probably some sanctum buffs. I guess that I don't know if we could see where sanctum buffs are on this screen, but okay, 190k. The timestamp is 10444.
And a floor boss that you will need to kill.
600k. He doesn't have the negative cold res on this boss. He has it on the other boss. Or does he? Or is this just... Okay, this is just weird to me. Is it showcasing... Maybe he has it on this boss too. But anyways... In 5 seconds, he dealt like 400k DPS. He's doing like 100k DPS per second. versus the where's the breach showcase? The monk, man. Hold on, I have to find it. That's too funny to me. Let's look at the monk showcase for comparison. All right, it starts. Let's start here. 1908, 12k.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2.
Okay, 30k. Let's try this again. 57, 36.
We won't be showing
I was
the
looking
rest
at the
of
wrong
them,
time
so you'll
anyways.
have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. Discover them for yourself. But rest
40.
assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made.
Okay, he just got to 100k. I mean, his DPS is okay, but the thing is, he has to be literally on top of the boss at all times to deal damage. Whereas this minion dude is just absolutely cooking this guy while literally like just running around. Whatever those frost mages are, they're peppering that guy. They do ZDPS if they die.
There are 4 flaws in...
Yeah, we'll see how tanky minions are and stuff. That'll be for sure with part. Could be damage reduction since it's a pinnacle boss. The only reason we have damage reduction on like Ubers is because they had to add it. It was like numerically they had to add it, right? I don't think there's gonna be a 70% less damage on the Zestula guy. I don't think that's gonna be a part of it until later on when more power creep happens, and then they have to add it again. Resistance, yeah, the bosses might like the Zestula might have higher res, but we know you can't pen past 0, and they put a 45 res curse on the boss. You know, and there's no reason the monk could have done that too, but maybe the monk chose to do a different curse I wasn't watching. In PoE 2 is going to be December 6th. It's going to be the launch day for
leading
it.
to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sekimers is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally.
Radius small.
This jewel gives
Shock chance, lightning damage.
lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
Yeah, jewel sockets seem really strong. I know there's another jewel showcase we've seen because it had 15% ES. I feel like it might have had int on it too. Okay, you know what I think it's in? I think it's in this showcase. I think the jewel say I think it's in this showcase. That's what I'm gonna tell myself. Is the jewel showcase was in here somewhere. Checking his inventory. See if he has jewels in his inventory in different clips. Affecting their passives. They have stuff that affects their passives, but I'm pretty confident I saw a jewel with like 15% ES. Not pretty confident. I'm like 100% certain I saw it. I just don't know where I saw it at. Yeah, this might have been it. Yeah, this. Friggin' 15% ES. 7 all res. Okay, did not have int on it though, but we know 15% ES can be a jewel mod though. Brothers! What are we doing live?
What we doing live?
Yo!
Echoes.
Craig, what's going on, man? What's going on, dude? How you doing? I'm digging through all the footage to try to look at things. I'm leaning towards Sork gaming. Are you gonna start as a Sork too, or other classes interesting you? Everything I'm looking at is telling me 24/7 dig time? Yeah, absolutely. Everything is telling me Sork looks freaking like a good time. Mana and ES scaling look pretty promising. Chronomancer, I want to know what the passes are. I'm leaning towards Stormweaver, just at what we know so far, but might be weak, but it looks fun. It does look fun. I'm a power addict though. I'm gonna pick whichever one I think is more powerful. If we don't know the Ascendancy nodes beforehand, then I can just last minute pick once I get to the Ascendancy altar. We're gonna get there soon enough. Soon enough. I'm more or less trying to piece together information on what my tree start's going to be. And so far, based on... does this video have tree again? I'm trying to remember if this video has tree or not. There's some passive tree stuff. It doesn't showcase... It doesn't showcase the early tree. This has the early tree, or has the zoom out right. Wait a minute. Is this the same video? No, this is the one. Okay, this is the one. I'm freaking blind. It's here somewhere. It's right here. Here's where I want to be. So, right now, the thing I'm most excited about on, like, skills is the fireball. I don't know what all skills you tried. Did you try the fireball at all when you were doing your more recent playtests? Of all the footage I'm seeing, fireball is the one that is I think I want to log into the most. The freaking AoE explosion plus the outward projectiles. Fireball felt pretty good early, but I went to cold when I got the insane staff. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You're playing based on like what you had. You only have a certain amount of time. Solar Orb is gorgeous. Oh yeah, Solar Orb I tried on my. I think I literally tried it on my monk playthrough. I literally was casting it on my monk playthrough just to try it. I thought it was a cool skill, but fireball, solar orb. Oh, there's also the ember fusillade. I think I look in your showcase. You showcased that this looked pretty neat as well. I don't know how well it would be scaling wise, but of the skills, fireball I'm most excited about. This one with the AoE explosion, I feel like there's gonna be shotgunning. Do you feel like that too? Like there's a lot of like shotgunning? Because like when I was watching your gameplay, it looked like you were hitting with like every single projectile from that winter shard skill that was granted from your staff or whatever. It felt like even though you shoot out like 6 projectiles, it looked like you were hitting with like all 6 of them when you're point blank on the enemy. 100% shotguns, yeah. So I feel like if they're having that sort of shotgunning be a thing, then I don't see why fireball like won't be able to shotgun to some extent. Winter shard, yeah. Shotgun the bell, yeah. If you can create objects you can shoot to blow up on. Bell's a hard skill to combo with. Bell, you need to like ramp like some hits. Like it's not going to be a viable option for like a witch to like melee the enemy 5 times and then put the bell down. The bell requires some sort of ramp basically. That'll work on like party play. Bell's really good with party play, but on a solo play, unless you are a monk, I think it's gonna be real rough. Bell supporter, yeah. You need the chonk for Bell, yeah. You need the chonk for Bell. The chonk for Bell doesn't look, or the chonk in general, the leech looks rough, guys. If you look at the I don't know. I think this is what you this is the chonk experience, right?
But rest assured, this is some of the
Okay, this isn't the chonk. Man, where's the separate clip they had? They had a separate clip of the chonk. It was this video, right? I got a div card, same. We low rolled, subtract, we low rolled. The div card, low roll. Dude, now I'm going crazy. This definitely is not the same.
we have ever made. All these encounters have.
No, this is not the same clip. It was this video though, I was pretty sure. Ooh, it's probably in the pinnacle boss actually. It's in here.
the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as
Fortress, maze environment.
we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But
Who's
is
in the
there a tree you get
fortress?
points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges.
Woody got a custom unique. Dang, Woody high rolled. So far, the people that high rolled were DM, Woody. Did Quinn high roll? Quinn high rolled, I think. And Jung. So far, those are the high rollers so far.
For PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access?
Amaz got one too? Oh,
Well,
dang.
During early access, you'll need
Not
a key
too
to get in.
bad.
To thank our existing PoE supporters who are
Okay, I guess the Pinnacle Balls thing wasn't in here. I have no idea where it was. Anyways, at one point they were showcasing what appeared to be a Chaos Monk fighting Jestala, and his leech looked bad. It looked suspect. Asmon will never know. He's gonna open his box too. We'll find out. He'll probably get a div card though. Most people got a div card. It was a 90-10 split. They're doing all new div cards for PoE 2, or we're getting old ones too. I would imagine it's gonna be new ones. Maybe they reuse a couple iconic ones, but I think it's gonna be pretty much new ones. Like maybe they reuse Doctor, for example. We don't know. He's gonna smash it off stream and then say he solved it. Maybe so. Imagine if Tueli got a unique. Who's Tueli? Tueli? This is a D4 guy. Tueli. This looks like a D4 guy. I just don't know anything about this person. Echo rating. I have no idea who this is. It's a WoW guy. Okay. It's like, I don't know who that is. I think it'd actually be kind of funny for someone streaming cutting the box open with a saw or whatever. I mean, there was one dude who opened it with a hammer, I think. I got linked like a Twitter post to somebody who did a hammer for it. That was the guy. Oh, I didn't even remember what his name was. I just know I got linked a picture of somebody who opened the box with a hammer. This is my favorite pronunciation of his name. How are you supposed to say it? Towley or something? I don't freaking know. Why would I know how his name's pronounced? His icon's a hammer. Yeah, he was keeping it on brand. Collector's item, smashed it with a hammer. No regrets. He wasn't gonna spend 4 hours on it. So Sapphire Ring seems the same. 64 life on a level 19 ring. Is that different than what we normally have? Did the instrument mention anything about attributes give you, or will it be the same we have in PoE1? Yes, attributes are different. Mana gives two mana per int, which is different, and it does not give percent ES. Strength gives 2 life per 1 strength, and it does not give you percent damage. And Dex gives you 5 accuracy per Dex, and Dex sucks. That's my takeaway from that. Is Dex is just not it. It's not, yeah, no evasion. Dex just seems bad. I don't know. It's Dex seems like it's gonna have a similar role of PoE1 where no one wants it. It's just left out to dry, and no one cares. This is similar to what's in current PoE. Maybe it's a little bit easier to get life, or they roll higher a little bit earlier on. Take that back. I don't want to. No, I think it's realistic. Dex only exists to hold you back in requirements. Yeah, Dex is not it, guys. It's not it. This ring could say 11 strength and be useful, but instead it says 11 Dex. Unlucky, you know what I mean? 63 mana, and I don't see a level requirement. I do get the feeling there's going to be more mana on gear, more flat on gear than we can get currently. The deck stacking nodes on the tree are pretty OP. I think OP is a bit of a stretch, Blood. Judge the stats based on its base value. The base value matters a lot. Like a lot. Like, so let's say you stack 500 Dex, you have 2,500 accuracy from that, versus you stack 500 strength, you have 1,000 life. effective value matters more. And a big part of that value is the baseline thing it gives you. Just having attack speed scaling does not mean that's not enough to be good. It's definitely not enough to be good in PoE 1. PoE 1 has attack speed scaling for decks, and it's not relevant there. It falls massively behind the other options. I'm just gonna get enough decks so I work to use a crossbow, no point to get more. Yeah, I think Dex is gonna be. I think it's gonna be not great. Good thing we aren't talking about PoE 1. We aren't talking about PoE 1, yes, but this has the same system. Percent damage works the same way. Attack speed works the same way. Like, all these things are relevant in terms of, like, what we're doing or what we're talking about. Listen, Blood. You go make your deck stacker. I'll make my in stacker. We could compare a 1 week in, and then we'll find out who's right or wrong. Right? Let's do it. How about this? You come back to the stream 1 week into the league. I'm gonna be putting a lot of int on my gear to get mana because I think it's more valuable than investing into a bunch of decks. You invest in a bunch of your decks because you saw 2 notables on the tree from Dreamcore, and let's see what turns out to be better. I will readily admit I'm wrong if your build ends up being better than mine. Okay? And then you can say I was right if you were right. Then steps in the strike stacker with 20k life. I don't think you're not getting 20k life. There's no percent life scaling, guys. Okay, there is technically. There's 9% on the total on the entire tree. You're not getting, life stackers are gonna have a hard time getting to 5k life, I think. 5k life, I think, is going to be sort of the top end of life scaling builds. It's going to be hard to get past that without more, unless there's like more percent life elsewhere. But yeah, there is the 20% node. The 20% node maybe means we're going to maybe see 6k life. I think it's going to be hard though. Oh no, we're getting raided by Waggle to you. Waggle, what's going on? Waggle, we need a third opinion. Okay, I think Dex is trash even with the Dex attack speed nodes. Blood thinks it's good. Waggle, what do you think? What do you think? Are you gonna, would you log into a Dex scaling character because of the Dex notables that Dreamcore showcased in his video? I think Dex is gonna be trash. I'm a hater, but we need a third opinion. What's the best starter build for all content? Oh, I have no idea. I think Sork and ES scaling is gonna be just better than the other options. The ES scaling nodes just seem too strong to pass up. I can stack Dex items in my stash, so that's what you want. No, you gotta actually make a character with it. Stacking any attribute without a unique item? I think without a unique item, the nodes, I don't think I need a single unique item for this to be good. The 2% per 10 int and the 3% per 100 mana node. Like, between those two things and then Archmage, you have enough scaling there. This seems like a lot more damage than I've seen on any other archetype so far of the things we've showcased or seen on notables. Like, that's a lot of damage scaling compared to the other stuff I've seen on the tree. The thing is, yeah, we'll probably have uniques that have some valuable stats too, right? Heavy Roll ES seems very good, but what about ES regen after you lose it? You leech it or something? I think it's going to be recharge, Kazanite. Which might not sound good, but the other recovery sources in the game, Life Flask, is not... I don't think that's going to be enough in a lot of the late game encounters. And then PoE 2 is also freaking... Everything I've seen combat-wise, recharge seems like it'll be better than it is in PoE 1, because it's a lot less chip damage. A lot less chip damage, a lot more of like, you can avoid this or avoid that sort of thing. And it looks like you can get up to about at least a 100% faster recharge on the tree. You know, base ES recharge rate, I think it's 33%. I think it's the same in PoE 1. Let's see, do I have the PoE2 wiki still open? Let me open it up again. It's back to 4 seconds. Yeah, the base start is 4 seconds again. But the thing is, a 2 second window. A 2 second window is a 2 second window in PoE2 seems a lot more available than a 2 second window in PoE1. That's where I'm having a feeling of. This is the PoE2 wiki. Recharge. Recharge is not. If energy shield is not at full and life or energy shield has not been lost, a short delay, it will begin 33% per second. Yes. They don't say on here, do they? Do they say it's 4 seconds? Delay period. Wait, it's not actually 4 seconds. Or is it 4 seconds? Recharging if not taking those. This time is 2 seconds. It's not 2 seconds. It's not 2 seconds. We know it's not 2 seconds because of this video. Right. Yeah, we need to find Infernalists. We know it's not 2 seconds because of this. Thank you for your support. Do you believe possible K Spectre come back for PoE2? I think so. I think K's posted a couple videos saying she's interested in PoE2.
The Hellhound sets enemies
There,
on
it's
fire,
like 4 seconds.
as well as
Yeah,
taking
and you can see it in this
advantage of the
video.
damage
I'm
if
pretty
the
confident of
Infernalist
it
gets hit.
when they showcase Infernal Flame.
With
Okay, so look at this.
Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your
So it hits at 3406. You see the ES get chunked.
mana into Infernal Flame.
Wait for it to start again.
As you cast more spells,
It just started, and it's 3409. So most likely they have a bit of faster start of recharge, or I didn't pause exactly right, but it's pretty close to like a 4 second window there. And maybe this character has a little bit of faster start of recharge. But it's definitely not 2 seconds. Like, it definitely went longer than 2 seconds.
the flame
And I paused a bit late on the damage too. So I think it's about 4 seconds. Is there a clip of Connor talking about how long it takes? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we should see how fast the recharge rate is. That's a good point.
as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells,
Okay, 3409. How many bars is this? Each bar is what, 5%? Are there 20 of these sections? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm just gonna assume there's 20 of these sections. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
the flame builds
Dang it, he hit himself again. I was trying to like That's 2 seconds? No, it's not 2 seconds. Here, I'll go back to it. All right. We'll play this in slow motion. We'll play this in slow motion. Speed. Where's the speed option? They hit. It's 305. Yeah, okay. It's 3405 when they hit.
turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more
So it starts a little bit before it gets to 3409. So it's like slightly faster. It's slightly faster than 4 seconds, which I think that means this character that they have just had a little bit of faster recharge start. 3409.
spells. The flame.
Okay, that looked like he did 3 bars in a little less than a second.
And my
Based on this video, I'm going to say it was like close to 20% ES per second, not 33. Because 33 is just the number of, this is the PoE1 number. You have tree nodes for faster start? Yeah, I have tree nodes. Which that clip showcased about a 4-second delay, and yeah, based on the tree nodes, it looks like you could at least get 100% faster start, and there might be faster start on gear as well. Maybe he has the big ES node with the 20% slower start. For that to be the case, he would need like, if it's a 20% slower start, then it would be like what, a 3.3 second delay or something like that for to get that 4-second delay on the start. Infernal Flame is a chat resource. Infernal Flame is gonna get people killed. I think if people click Infernal Flame, they're baiting themselves. Casting while moving looks cool, yeah. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm ready to log into Fireball. But yeah, I feel like life builds are going to be playing pretty much just Life Flask, which is a limited resource that runs out throughout the course of a fight. Whereas ES builds, they could probably get to like a 2-second delay for the recharge, 3 times the base EHP, and then if they get low on ES, they just start dodging around for a couple mechanics and start the recharge. Slower rate. It's 60% ES and it's 20% slower start is what it is. Extra max res, build max fire res, anoint the 25. Fizz as fire node. You mean the 25% armor applies to fire node? That's a lot of steps just to solve mana. Where you could just, I guess it depends how good this node is for ignites, which this might be the end all be all ignite node. CI nullifies downside. Which downside are we nullifying? Which one are we talking about?
It builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
No, it doesn't buff. I thought it said something about magnitude. While not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and your minions contributes to ignite, chance, and magnitude. Okay. So yeah, it literally is just an all damage ignite node, isn't it? It is just, it doesn't give you a multiplier. I think when I initially saw that, I saw the magnitude portion. I thought that was like some separate thing, but it's really not. It's just all damage contributes to ignites basically. What's magnitude? That's just referring to how much DPS the ignite is. I think is what it is. This is literally just an all damage can ignite node. I believe that's how it works. Why are we running this? Blood Mage doing Ghost Reaver, Mom, Zealot's Oath. Ghost Reaver we haven't seen. We don't know if that exists. Valpact, we don't know how that would work. Also, the keystones you've listed off could be like all over the tree. So you have to make sure, however you build your character, that you don't waste too many passives traveling to get keystones. Valpact is like in the middle of like the Merc area, which would probably be way too far to path as a witch. I want to play Fireball, but I don't want Ignite. I want to hit. I'm starting to think Sork will be better than Witch. The way I've heard, it seems like honestly, Ignite scaling and hit-based scaling might not be that far from each other. The only main difference I see is Caspi doesn't scale Ignite, whereas Caspi scales the hit. But crit damage now works with Ignite. How hard you hit affects the Ignite. Like, it seems like it's way more like you scale a fire-based character, a large amount of your damage is probably going to be Ignite too, outside of grabbing the nodes that say like Ignite effect and stuff. Do we have anything more on Titan? Titan we have the most on. Let me pull up my notepad thing. I have... Titan's the one that got like leaked a bunch of info. Or not, we don't know if this is accurate, but Octavian managed to hover over 4 extra ascendancy nodes. So technically we're only missing like 1 or 2 nodes unknown if this stuff is accurate. But we have the double body armor node, 20% more life node, every second slam is ancestrally boosted, and a rucksack. But Octavian in the open worlds video managed to hover over like 4 of the nodes that we hadn't seen before. If only he had done that on the class I wanted to start as. Yeah, exactly. I want to play only one skill max. 2, what would you recommend? You want to play like a 1 skill build? Play Sork. Like this footage right here, very close showcases. This is a 1 skill Andy right here, and it looks pretty decent, right? Like he's literally just ball lightning. That's all he's doing. He's just ball lightning. I think that's gonna be the case for a lot of different builds, but for sure, this very clearly showcases just a ball lightning enjoyer. Do you think Sork will be viable for bosses? If I had to choose what class I think is gonna make the best build based on the information we know, I would say Sork. But also, it's like there's a lot of information we don't freaking know. There could be a node on another ascendancy that says infinite HP, infinite damage, and then that class would instantly be the best, right? But we just don't know what other nodes there are on things. But based on the information we know, I see quite a bit of power between these 2 nodes here and between the Archmage support here. As far as I can tell, this seems like some of the best damage scaling out of any of the possibilities I've seen. Along with the fact I think ES is just going to be better defensively than the other options. Why not Blood Mage anymore? Because of Archmage and because of this node. These are 2 things I didn't know prior. And they're convincing me that I want to log into like a Sork. Either Stormweaver or Chronomancer. Everything Showcase can be buffed or nerfed. Yeah, they're going to buff and nerf things throughout the entire early access, right? I think there's a good chance we could play Sork. If it ends up being the best class, it ends up getting nerfed, and then we play a new build after that. We start having some fun. I've never been more pumped for the minion build. Minion build seems like it could be good DPS. That showcase of the minion build in the trials of the Sycamore looked like this dude could run around the entire arena.
Kill.
And he just had 15 ice mages just going absolutely ham on this dude. Run Archmage on Blood Mage as well. I don't think it makes sense because if I run Blood Mage, I'm gonna want to stack Strength, which is a gear cost. If I run Archmage, I'm gonna want to stack Int, which is a gear cost. The likelihood that I can have T1 Strength and Int on every single piece of gear, like efficiently, and have my resistances covered and all that stuff is just, I think it's gonna pull apart on like the direction of that I'm going, which is gonna leave me somewhere in the middle of inefficiently doing both things. Laura's Sork looks devastating, but it's wearing a +5 staff with over 100% spell damage. This is arbitrary footage. Like you could say, oh, he killed this boss fast because of the +5. You could also say, oh, he killed the boss fast because it's on a T1 map. Or you could say, oh, this boss maybe it has 1 billion HP. Even though it's +5, it's still incredible he killed it this fast. Like, this context doesn't matter because we don't know how much HP this enemy has or how much defenses this has or even how hard it is to roll a staff this good. For all we know, this level of staff is not that hard to roll. We don't know any of those things. Like, all that information is context to what this is. What I can tell you is 3% per 100 is very good. 2% per 10 int is very good. And looking at this, I could see this being very good. Regardless of whether or not you have the +5, whatever, that stuff. Who freaking knows? We don't know how much spell levels do with gems. We have no context. Does Sigil of Power work for minions? Sigil of Power, what does it say? Gains stage at when you spend a total of 50% of your mana. Buff grants 14% more spell damage per stage. Would that work for minions? Buff to you and allies while standing in it. I think that would work with minions if they're doing a spell. You know anything about capped versus uncapped? How many reductions we'll have between the axe, cruel, and I have not seen anything about that. My guess is they would maybe remove the -res thing while going through the campaign, but maybe they'll keep it. Maybe they'll do us the -30, -60 thing with like cruel and then maps. I don't know. They might just do the same thing. I haven't seen it. They haven't talked about it. I don't know if anyone's asked about it. Good luck telling your minions to stand there. Yeah, I don't know if there's like minion controls like Convocation. I think Convocation exists. Don't quote me on that, but I think it might exist. We saw in the video you get -10 all per finished act. Wait, really? Which video? Was in the content reveal? It's in an interview, okay. Well, -10 per act, so it's just consistently instead of like a big -30 proc. There were so many, yeah. There's been so many interviews. I thought most people go minions. I think people that like minions will go minions.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. To another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed.
Well, I'll just summon back. You think people that like slams will go slams? Yeah, I do. I think people ultimately choose something they think they're going to enjoy. Sub talked about getting 10 max cold res or 10 cold res from a boss. Yeah, there's a lot of small permanent buffs you get from various boss kills throughout the campaign, like 30 spirit, res, attributes, life, stuff like that. 32% reduced reservation for undead minions sounds great for Ice Storm mages. Yeah, reducing the reservation and then pumping up the spirit amount. These ice mages, dude, seem like they're pretty legit.
The Trial of the Secomers is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree.
Do you think a hybrid caster with an army of minions is possible? That depends if there's a node that says minion damage applies to your damage. If that node exists, then the hybrid caster is probably possible. If it doesn't exist, then I don't think it's possible. They need a spiritual aid type node. If you don't have a spiritual aid type node, then it's probably just going to be too inefficient to try to be dealing your own damage and having minions deal good damage as well. Do some aura analysis. The big things we've seen with auras are... I haven't seen anything for aura effect. A lot of the auras we've seen are tied to items, which means there might not be a lot of aura reservations outside of the items that have them built into them. And they seem like they're heavily ally related. Well, this one's something that just gets applied by default. This thing just seems good. Crit weakness just seems good. But like discipline, allies add 38% of your mana as their total energy shield. This is a bunch of like just ally stuff, right? Do auras reserve spirit now? They do reserve spirit, but we don't know if they are... I haven't seen any skill gem auras, is what I'm saying. Like, we've seen, like, heralds, we've seen, like, Arctic armor, we've seen, like, trigger stuff. This is the first time I think I've seen an aura type skill, and it's just, it's built into a scepter. I guess the difference between scepter, like, this is, like, a free reservation, right? The stuff that are attached to a scepter is, like, a free reservation, which is kind of nice. Doesn't affect the person with the aura, yeah. So a lot of auras might not just be great for solo play. What about Archmage Totem? Doesn't look like it says no to totems like in PoE1. Should be able to work if Spell Totem supports a thing. Have we seen Spell Totem support? Let's see if this exists. Let's just look at Totem. Dark Effigy. Raise the totem that bombards enemies of afflicted by chaos damage over time debuffs. Raises totally uses melee mace skills. Jagged Ground. Dark Effigy, yeah, but it's not like a... Yeah, you have to put chaos debuffs on them for it to shoot things at them or something. Tied to Templar, yeah, so maybe we just won't have Spell Totem initially. There you go. Do you think having high ping will matter much? I want to play with a friend in another country, so I'm going to have 100 ping. It'll matter. 100 ping isn't too bad. But yeah, it'll like... 100 ping is going to be a lot different than 50 ping. 100 ping is probably doable, though. Like, not terrible. Once you start getting to, like, 200 ping, then you're going to start having a bad time. I played with 140 to 150 and I could dodge everything I knew. There you go. Yeah, but 100 ping is probably fine. Wars could be a thing on Scepters. There's still a lot of bases that didn't get leaked, like Plasma Shot, Crossbow Base, for example. Yeah. I'm kind of wondering what the roll ranges are in Scepters, because I kind of want to gear. I kind of want to gear a Scepter for my build. But I'm wondering if the like, we know Mana's on there at least. Surely I can roll like Int on a Scepter, right? Surely Int rolls on a Scepter. Getting something like this Malice Aura would be pretty decent for crit weakness. 167 is huge for minions. I'm not thinking about using it for minions. I'm just saying it as a caster build. Take a look at SRS. Essence Harvest support might be the play. Essence Harvest support. Essence Harvest. Recover 50 mana when a minion from a skill dies. That could be legit. 50 mana is a lot. SRS I was already thinking of using as a This is the skill gems. SRS I was already thinking of using for the cast on minion death skill gem. Does it not have Raging Spirits on here? It doesn't have Raging Spirits on here. They showcased it in the reveal stream though, didn't they? It's a Spirit Gem. Did they separate Spirit Gems from Skill Gems or something? They have the reservation stuff here for these. They have the trigger gems here. Wait. How do they do the PvD2DB page? He separated it out. Okay. This is weird because some stuff that has a spirit is separated elsewhere. Whatever. It's projectiles from fire spells summon a spirit on hit. Dang. I really like the idea of attaching the duration supports to this and then doing like the cast on minion death. If this works with SRS, it seems like really good. Grim Feast also is from dead minions as well. Feeds on corpses to bolster your energy shield while active. Enemies and minions that die in your presence will drop remnants. You know what? I guess if that comes from the minions too. They count as Dyer's expiring? I would think so, but also I don't know for sure. Does I mean in PoE1 expiring works, right? It can overflow, yeah. Expiring counts as minion death in PoE1, right? Where's our Twitter spoiler for today? I'm gonna go friggin' check. I feel like expiring does count, but I can't remember.
And my axe.
And my axe. It's weird to me that they're releasing Witch and Sork, but we have no duelist. I'm assuming you meant to say it's weird to me that they're releasing Witch and Sork, but we have no Templar or Druid, right? That's what you meant to say, right? It's weird that we have a class that represents every starting point but Strengthen Int. The literal best starting point. Do we know what the other Templar is going to be? It's going to be Druid or Templar. Druid's going to be in first, though. They say it needs it a year to cook. I don't think it needs a year to cook. I think Druid's going to be the first first class they're going to add. I thought Witch was Strengthen Int. Did I get that wrong? Correct. You did get it wrong. It's pure Int base. We have 2 pure Int base classes. Sorceress and Witch at start. Druid is Strengthen. Correct. Druid is Strengthen. Templar is Strengthen. I kind of hate with all the PvE of it, it's killed by desire to play PvE. Same! Same. I feel the exact way. That exact way. I was literally thinking to myself, I'm gonna have a month to progress this ES Guardian. After the PoE 2 reveal, I lost all the desire to progress this character. And I'm digging through frame by framing videos just to get one more freaking node. Like, oh, there's another node I didn't know about. It's unfortunate. I was gonna test with minion instability, but that won't work because minion instability is when they reach low life. Trying to think what I could do to test minions on death effect with expiration or not in PoE 1. How much for the PoE 2 free release? They said at least 6 months of early access, but they could take longer, which most likely means they'll take longer. I think it's gonna be their goal is to release in 2025. That's what they're shooting for. So if they follow through with that, at latest it will be winter in 2025, but maybe earlier, maybe later, depending on what happens, who knows. Life on minion mastery? Yeah, life on death. How do we simulate that, though? Because we'd have to have the minion, like, have some bad HP, right? I have to figure out how I could degen my minion a little bit. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Have I done? Of infernal degen so you can kill them. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay. I like the Infernal Legion idea. That's a good idea. Infernal Legion. Elemental Army. Okay. I have Purity of Fire on my character, correct? Okay.
Hail, God.
Zombie. What is a permanent minion I can summon without? I'll just do a golem. Chaos Golem, and then we'll do
God Slayer.
a Summon Raging Spirit. Which has a base duration of 5 seconds. And we have a less duration support.
God Slayer.
What are we testing? We're testing if PoE 1 considers a minion expiring as a minion death. That's what we're testing. For science. Scorching Ray will go over here. Go over here. No Infernal Legion. Infernal Legion is to degen the Chaos Golem. I need to be able to see the 5% recover proc. So I have an SRS, which is going to expire because it has a short duration. And then I want to see the Chaos Golem 5% ES go up when it dies. Just doing Heartbound loot? Too late. I'm doing whatever the hell I'm doing right now. There's nothing you can do to stop me, okay? Too late. Alright, go over here. We'll grab minion, Resnode, and 5% recover on minion death. SRS lasts 3.4 seconds. This... Okay, let's just see. Degenning. Yep, that counts. You can see it proc. It's clearly staying alive. Let's let them all die off. Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe I'm giving it too much regen. Hold on, wait a second. Vitality off. Go again. Yeah, it's procking. It's procking. It's procking. It's procking. You can see it. Yeah. So expiration totally counts as a minion death. In PoE 1. I think there's a good chance it counts that way in PoE 2. I think there's a very good chance. There's a non-zero chance it doesn't work, which would suck. SRS is a 30% spirit reservation? Yeah, exactly. So the idea is we could put on SRS with like less duration supports. And then whenever we're shooting our fireball out, right? Fire projectile skill, fireball hits, summons raging spirits. Then they start dying. We could combine it with Grim Feast. We could combine it with Mana Remnants. We could combine it with cast on minion death like this. Right? %, less duration? Well, there's support gems we can use, guys. There's support gems. There's a less duration support for sure. Let's look at the duration supports real quick. Increasing limit. I don't know if this would work, but it has 50% duration on it. Less duration support. This would like 100% work. Those are the main ones I see right now. This would work. Swift Affliction would probably work. So there's 3 possible supports that will work. Swift, I'm pretty sure will work. Less duration, I'm like, this would definitely work. And what you call it? Minion Pact to boost your damage. What's Minion Pact? Minion Pact. Support skills remove 100% of your... Support skills remove 100% of your max life from a nearby minion on use to deal 40% more damage. Whoa, wait a minute. Yo, that's sick. It's per cast though? Yeah, but you summon SRS so fast, you probably have good uptime on it. You'd probably have good uptime on it, I would think. And maybe you could use this to instantly PK your minions too. 40%'s a lot. There's very few support. There's like the list of support gems that give this much damage is like non-existent. It has to have enough life to drain. Yeah, I guess we don't know how that works with the SRS though, right? For all we know, some of these things fall apart with SRS because SRS is weird. I'm snitching. That's on our bro. Hey! Security! Security! Take him hostage! Shut him down! Don't let that man leave the building! He knows too much. Gonna have to lock him in an isolation chamber for at least a month until the PoE until we get to play our character. It says they need to drain the full amount. If they need to drain the full amount, then it might not work. Well, let's go back to the Raging Spirit section. Short-lived flaming skills that rush nearby enemies and rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage and capacitor them. It doesn't say anything that... It doesn't say they can't take damage. It says they cannot... They don't directly engage them. It doesn't say they can't take damage. There might be the implication that they can't take damage, but that doesn't say that anywhere. It says they don't engage. In PoE 1, they take damage from an AoE. Yeah, and it's the same thing, right? They don't specifically get engaged with, right? You know, in PoE 1, SRS could be damaged. Yeah, it's probably gonna be that case too with PoE as well, or in PoE 2 that they could be damaged. What do you think of the Super Stun Titan using flash grenades that would devastate and overpower support? Seem incredibly strong. Super Stun Titan flash grenades. So the goal is to Giga Stun the enemy, and then what? What do you do damage with? You flashbang the enemy out of their minds. When do you start dealing damage? Is it just you're just dealing damage with the flash grenade? Is that the whole plan? Swap to a two-hand and then you hit the enemy? I don't know, guys. My philosophy is, do I spend a lot of time setting up to then do damage, or do I just start doing damage? I feel like I'd rather just start doing damage. I guess it depends how effectively the flash grenade works at the Giga Stun. You have it on a weapon swap? Yeah. This might work out fine. I don't know. It feels a little bit weird though. Depends how long the combo setup takes. I mean, if you have the crossbow in your offhand and you have it on like the weapon swap proc, it might be smooth. It might be pretty smooth, to be honest. I just don't have any context for how good this will proc the stun. Maybe it'll be really good. Grenades don't have cooldowns. What if you use every grenade skill? I believe grenade skills are limited to your attachment. Like, you can only have a couple grenades in your arsenal. Because you have one attached to your main hand weapon and one attached to like your offhand or something like that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's how the grenade skills work. Like, you can't just have 10 different grenade skills. They have to have, like, you got to be a little bit picky choosy about which ones you have. I don't think the attachments are a thing anymore. Do you think they got rid of them? If they got rid of them, then maybe it works out fine. All the stun nodes on the tree will insta-stun the boss, and your Titan's grip will then one-tap the boss. Okay, I mean, dude, listen, I am a fan of you guys and your plan to Giga Stun and then one-tap the boss. Dude, power to you, but I also have no faith. I don't know. Maybe the stun stuff will be good. I have in the early gameplay footage, stun looks really powerful on bosses, but I don't know. I have a lack of faith late game about the whole. Let me just every preload my stun to then do damage on the boss. Like to then like I feel like you're gonna have problems when it gets like while you're mapping. Like every monster pack, you have to set up this combo. I find your lack of faith disturbing. I'm just being reasonable, guys. I'm just being reasonable. I'm going to show up with freaking my one-hand scepter that has 150 mana and has 250 spirit and then has cast speed, spell damage, and crit on it. And I'm going to start archmaging it up. I have 100% faith in the hammer of the gods. You know, that you are a man of faith then. That's respectable. The time stop is the best stun. That's the real hammer of the gods build. The Chronomancer time stop reset. That's the real hammer of the gods right there. The Chronomancer. Have we seen scepters with spell damage or cast speed? Shoot, I have to go back now. I have to go back. We've seen mana. And we've seen mana. We've seen plus the minion skills. No, we have not. We have not seen scepters with spell damage. That being said, though, there's like two different types of scepters, right? There's like the minion cuck scepters, and then there's the Giga Chad Templar scepters. If the Templar scepters make it into the game, we might be fine. Surely we might be fine if Templar scepters make it into the game. What's your thoughts on Witch Hunter? Generically good. Honestly, if I was gonna play a life build that's gonna get Giga stomped by not being tanky enough, I'd play Witch Hunter Grenade. I think grenades are gonna be pretty legit. I think some of the highest damage dealers are gonna be grenade enjoyers. I think they're gonna make the hammer of the gods stun freaking Copium Andes look small in comparison in terms of damage dealing. You think ES is the only tank way? It's not about only. It's about best. I think ES builds will be tankier than life builds. I think there might be characters that are tanky enough that are life builds and they have some decent setups, but I think the tankiest option I'm seeing of the stuff I've seen is going to be ES. How'd you make Witch Hunter tanky? I mean, same way you'd make any life-based character tanky. You get strength on all your gear pieces, you get life on all your gear pieces, and probably a bit of evasion, a bit of armor, and a bit of max res scaling. I'm going to Minion Cuck or Mercenary, I think. Yeah, Minion Cuck seems solid. Minion Cuck definitely seems solid.
Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned.
Guys, think about it. Fireball, SRS. Oh, I'm ready. We're gonna be having a good time. I'm so ready. Are the ES nodes too far for Merc to be viable? Probably. Unless you have a really high level character. I think they're probably too far. I was into minions from the first showcase. The minions do look... They definitely seem good early game. And they seem pretty good in this showcase. Of all the showcases we've seen, this is the best DPS of any of the showcase characters. Do you think there's any chance of Javazon being good? Javazon, I think, is just not in the early access. I think it's going to be a thing with Huntress when they add Huntress, but I'm guessing most likely spear support and spear skills just aren't in the early access. You're shaking my confidence in Witch Hunter nades. Why am I shaking your confidence? I think Witch Hunter nades are going to be good. Spectres seem legit too. I wonder how the Demon Dog's gonna do. You see it still not being SRS good. The Demon Dog? I think if you're going minions, yeah, you should go Infernalist. I'm assuming Blood Mage has no minion nodes. Demon Dog seems good, and the other nodes on the Infernalist are probably good. Of all the Ascendancies we saw, Infernalist seems like it probably has the best support for minions. I think minion characters are probably gonna be pretty strong. The dog is good even if it sounds... Yeah, the dog is good just from the damage taken as it gives you. Unless they redo how you acquire and do specters, I'm never touching them again. I just can't anymore. Wait, you haven't seen the specter thing? Dude, you need to watch this video. Sorry, Quan. Is it this video?
You also don't need a corpse to summon them. I can also use power charges.
Let's see, where is it? Alright, look at this video. Look at this right here. Sorry, Quan. You pay attention. Pay attention closely.
In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradon Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough to defeat. But maybe I can put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem. Using it, I can take the body of any enemy and capture its spirit so that I can keep it as a minion. Any monster can be captured, but the spirit...
See that? Giga Chad, Spectre, Faradon, and Impaler. This pops up telling you the beast in the area that you can Spectre.
Cost depends on how powerful the monster is.
Every time it dies, it resummons, auto-resummons as well.
It takes a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy, so I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions, but it certainly seems like it might be worth it.
No, it's just there. It's that easy. The new Spectre support seems like pretty dang legit. The Rock, yeah. Spectres seem way better quality life than old Spectres. 120 for one Spectre? The idea is this dude hits a lot harder. The thing is, people are going to be like that's one of the biggest things that minion build players are going to do is they're going to be trying and testing out a lot. Like there's so many, like all the new freaking monster types. There's going to be some that are going to definitely rise ahead better than others, I would guess.
After a short time.
Like this dude just made a freaking giant circle, right? He does extra special moves. Four or more monster types at release, yeah. People are gonna be testing out a lot of different stuff. You gotta find the best spirit to power ratio. Yeah, people will figure that out. I think people are gonna test a bunch of different stuff. How much spirit did they cost? This dude cost 120. The Faradon Impaler did. You know, it's a more powerful monster, and my guess is they went through and they attached some sort of spirit cost on every single spectrable thing based on how strong they thought it was. And there's going to be stuff that they don't get right. Like certain things, they're going to underestimate the power or overestimate the power. There's going to be specters that are probably more spirit than they should be, and specters that are less, and it's going to be up to the players to find, you know, whichever stuff works the best for them. The Reaper thing never really worked. Reaper was like, you have to like control it and stuff, and its scaling was bad, right? Also, this isn't like a single minion. It was 120 spirit, which means you probably could get like 4 or 5 of those in late game once you grab like the reduced spirit reservation and stuff like that. The Adjusting Spirit costs a lot. That's an easy way to balance specters. Yeah. And initially, I think there's going to be some specters that are just like broken good and some that are bad. If that ring allows you to bounce spark, it could be super chill. Oh, that's kind of funny to think about. This ring, that would be hilarious. A Spectre build that randomly a Spark build that forces in the freaking Faradon Impaler in their build, just have a smaller arena. I don't know if that would work that way or not. That'd be kind of funny though. You have Bone Wall already? Oh, is there already a skill that does a similar thing to this? Put a bell in the middle, yeah, extra hits.
In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradon Impaler.
It looks like it has a duration though, right? It's not permanently up.
Tough to defeat.
It probably is not going to be worth doing 120 spirit
Put
reservation.
the body to a better use.
Spell totem confirmed. I think they said it was tied to Templars, what somebody said earlier. Tied to Templar. Yeah, okay, so they made it so we can't click Druid or Huntress anymore. Transcends the need for mana, instead building heat as she casts spells with the Infernal Hound at her side. She can even turn into a demon herself. Okay. I see. It's just a description of the baseline ability stuff. Neat. They wanted to release it with launch, but it made some problems, so they delayed it. It's gonna be okay, guys. They could release with like one class, and I would still log in and play. As long as they keep adding more classes, it's gonna be a good freaking time. Man, I'm so glad the showcase gear they have here is ES gear. Like, I could reaffirm my beliefs that ES gear is gonna be OP in on the launch. It must be a necromancer. I think it's gonna be an occultist. I think it's gonna be an occultist style. We might get the druid in December already, so don't worry. They got a lot of stuff. Wait, he said December? Dang, that is super early afterwards. If they get the rest of the content out in 25, I might just not stop playing. Yeah, just gonna just no life PoE2 for a while. It might be a cultist looking out. Yeah, initially when they framed Witch, they were like, "Here's some chaos spells you can use with your minion build." You know, I kind of think it's a cultist. We're not having Necromancer. I think it'll be okay. I don't know. We'll see how minion players feel about it. I think it's fine if you have multiple ascendancies that fully support the ability to go in a minion. I think that's just that'll end up being a minion player W. Actually having like more choices than just Necromancer or Guardian, you know? If there's like 4 or 5 ascendancies that fully support various minion playstyles, that could work out. Could be a good time. I think it's gonna be ghost themed. You think it's gonna be ghost themed? There's a lot of different like cool thematic things they could do. Like even during the interview with Mark and Ziggy D, Mark was getting stoked about doing a Val Thaumaturge Shadow. I don't know. They have 36 classes. There's a lot of ways they can go. Ghost theming, I could be down for. Did you lose weight? Have I lost weight some? Speaking of which, we haven't walked yet today, but it's already kind of late. I don't think I'm gonna walk today. The past couple days I've been we walked the past 2 days before this. We're gonna have to make up for it tomorrow, walk a bit longer. Walk, dude, I don't know, man. It's already pretty late as is. It's like 10 o'clock, isn't it? It's already pretty late as is. Imagine they release a new ascendancy every year for each class. That'd be kind of crazy. Instead of like 3 ascendancies, we get 4. That would, I mean, okay, so here's the problem with doing that. It would be really cool, but the problem with doing that is you add more difficulty to balance, right? You have more ascendancies, you have a balance. And then there's also going to be the issue of like your ascendancies that you had that are the old ascendancies, they're going to end up having like, maybe they'll feel left behind or forgotten about type of thing. I feel like 3's a good number, and then, you know, constantly reworking ascendancies that feel lackluster, I think is a fine way to do it. I think you run into too much bloat if you start just adding ascendancies on top. Similar to how like unique items, like there's a lot of unique items that just like don't matter anymore in PoE 1 because they just got out power crept by the new thing that does like the same thing but like better or whatever, right? I think they're gonna step it up in terms of ascendancy to make a subclass evolve into a T3 class, an ascendancy of an ascendancy. That would be something interesting. 36 is a ton, yeah. 36 is an absolute ton. New ascendancies are coming out. Meanwhile, the old players are losing all their spirit for darkness are taking damage from all their spell casts. Yeah, exactly. Backpack Ascendancy when? You're gonna want to log into Titan. Titan got leaked to have the rucksack, which sounds like they confirmed in the interview that that is the case, that that's staying. The real question is, if you believe in ES so much, will you start the best ES class, Chonk? I don't think Chonk's the best ES class. Dude, I need that one guy to link me the clip of the ES leech of Chonk. Oh, it looks so bad. I don't remember what I was trying to find it when Subtractive got here because I wanted to showcase it. But it looks so bad. I can't wait to play this class. Wait, is Gazzy actually going to say Blood Mage?
Another Path of Exile 2
Hold the phone.
video, and in this one I'll be covering each and every single one of the classes that they revealed in the PoE 2 reveal stream. Choice of words here.
Hold on. Is he just going to say which? Okay, he's showcasing Infernalist. He's showcasing both. Hold on. Gazzy, the right answer for you is Infernalist. There's no shot there are minion related nodes on the blood mage.
But what can a witch do while her army
Time freeze minions? That could be something maybe. I don't know if there's any cooldown support for minions as well. Behead support, melee attack strikes enemies, cause them to steal modifiers from rare monsters they kill. Behead support. That might feel okay-ish. I kind of wonder how that would feel. How long the buff lasts.
is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
Alex saying he's gonna play Titan. I could see that. That's definitely an outclass. I got to the Kalahari and the little guy wants to go to a different water park. Oh no.
So I want to point out the choice of words here. 25 occult spells is what they said, which means that they're referring to the minions being an occult spell, right?
Gazzy, he knows. He's onto it. He's come to the realization necromancer's not happening. I think he's on the same. He thinks the third says he's gonna be an occultist too.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
And that's the witch. So what I'll be doing now is I'll fast forward to the ascendancies, and when you get to the witch here,
You got told it wasn't happening. It wasn't a definitive answer, but it was like, yeah, it's probably not going to be necromancer. Well, he said that he Jonathan implied he didn't want an ascendancy that is the obvious. This is the minion class type of thing. He wanted to be more subtle. It's good for him though. Oh, I think minion players are gonna be happy about this. Hey, any minion players in chat, are you happy about that answer from Jonathan about the no necromancer, but we're gonna have more ascendancies that have minion nodes? Or are you like kind of bummed out about that situation? Tired of playing only minions? Absolutely, yeah. Because to me, I feel like that's freaking a big win if you have a lot of other options that end up being the case. I think that's part of the big reason they have so many nodes on all these ascendancies is that I think they're thinking about the fact of adding ascendancy nodes that are maybe like more synergistic with minions that wouldn't be necessarily what you'd want as a base caster. F being pigeonholed. Yeah, it's like you've been forced into Necro / maybe Guardian, maybe Scion a little bit, but it's like it's pretty forced into Necro for the most part. My Titan minion is gonna be lit. Holy, you gotta stun lock him so your minions can deal more DPS. Is that gonna help? I'm worried where the minion power comes from. I think a lot of the minion power is based on a good scepter and reservation and stuff, but we'll see. I'm just going off the clips we've seen of minion builds. I think they're pretty good in early game. Like I've literally seen them on Act 1 and like some of the playtests, and they seem good for that. And then I was looking at the footage we saw of the Sycamore trial, and that's the best DPS footage we've seen of all the builds they've showcased.
Transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life.
Can I reserve my
Will
darkness? I
ignite
don't
Let me
think so.
get back to where this one's starting.
Summon a loyal Hellhound,
Yeah, this is just
which can
good.
ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage.
So the two ascendancies is in the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. Those are the two choices we get as a witch ascension. Now, we all expected Necromancer.
I don't want to be pigeonholed into scepters. I think it's gonna be real hard for you to not be pigeonholed into scepters. There might be some uniques that support minions in other ways, but like, I think they're very intentional about trying to make certain weapons be connected to certain like classes and stuff. I think they really want weapons to have an identity, and that's a big part of it, right? Like, for example, they're gonna try to tell me to use a staff on my sorceress, and I'm thinking right now I'm gonna use a scepter because I think the spirit seems powerful, and having a shield is a strong thing to have. So you're gonna have to make some choices whether or not you think you can get away with dropping a scepter for another item or whatever, depending on what it gives you for a minion build.
That's what we expected, but we get Infernalist and Blood Mage.
Uber boss will kill your minions. Yeah, there's a good chance. We've definitely seen minions die multiple times in different fight scenes. Well, we also don't know how much the person was invested in a minion scaling for HP and defenses, right?
Now, that's pretty interesting, because I expected some full summoner or...
You could cast your skills without a staff? Correct. Like, I'll give you an example. I played a monk in the playtest when I played with Yosis, and I casted Solar Orb while using a quarterstaff, which is a melee weapon. And Yosis casted Flame Wall while using a crossbow, and he blinded me with it, and I couldn't see anything, and I kept dying because I couldn't see the animations to dodge. Anyways, that's besides the point.
Oriented focus here. Well, let's
yeah,
watch this, and I'll
You could
pause
definitely
and I'll
cast
make
with
some
like the
comments.
wrong weapon.
As an Infernalist, she
How the monk feel? It felt cool to play, but it also felt kind of squishy. I think largely the amount of squish you're gonna feel is 100% gonna be gear related on the start. Like if you get a good item with some strength or life on it, that's gonna make a big difference for how your tank feels early. I think it's like super tied to gear. I did not get very good gear early on the playtest we did, but also pretty much every time I died, it was because I couldn't see the boss animation for like a dangerous attack because it's stupid. I blame the flame wall, man. It made it so hard to freaking see the mechanics. Yosis just kept blinding me. It didn't matter for him because he was standing a mile away with a crossbow, but I needed to actually see like the animation. His flame wall
can
was
summon a loyal Hellhound.
was destroying my ability to see.
Loyal Hellhound. This grants you a skill, Summon Infernal Hound. And what they've done is that when Ascendancy gives you a skill, you can fully link it and have a 6-link skill version of your Ascendancy skill.
Yeah, and when we've seen this, it's permanent. You activate it. This seems like one of the best Ascendancy nodes of all the nodes I've seen. I still stand by my point. I'm not sure this Ascendancy is going to be good to start if you're not playing minions. I think if you're playing minions, there's a good chance the other minion nodes will be relatively decent. I think this is going to be a pretty safe option as a minion build / the best option as a minion build. But as a self-cast build, the self-cast nodes on this seem very sketch early. The stun for heavy stun, what is that? Is it just normal stun? Then you get a heavy stun instead of that? Heavy stun is like the boss gets immobilized for like multiple seconds and they take like increased damage or something. And there's certain skills that can proc heavy stuns, and I don't freaking know, to be honest.
So this you can put support gems on this guy.
Gemline might be better. It depends how good the minion damage nodes are or the minion clusters on the other side are. They might be good enough, to be honest.
20% of damage from hits is taken from your Hellhound's life before you. So this is similar to how Pocket Pox, you know, that Righteous Fire version that all our minions have. We basically just reach down a pocket and we pull out a little mini version of Pox himself, the Righteous Fire Guardian from the Radiant Crusade. Beautiful, by the way. Now we're going to get an actual fire version, but he doesn't have the Righteous Fire, so kind of a scuffed Pocket Pox, I guess, that actually hits enemies. But we take 20% of our damage from hits is going through the Hellhound.
I think it's better. I don't know. I guess like that degen it does, it can kind of carry your entire damage to some extent, so I still like the idea of not having to resummon it.
Companion. The Hellhound
Just permanently up.
fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame.
So this is really cool, and it's going to be a little hard to explain, but I'll try. So what it said.
Ain't no way he's gonna click this on his minion build. Gazzy, this is literally you're just gonna PK yourself. Don't do this. Don't. This. I think anyone who clicks this node in their first ascendancy is going to omega regret it. This is so much self-damage early before you have any like sustain or anything. Are you still a fireball, Andy? I think I'm gonna be a fire. I'm gonna click it. Don't click it, guys. You're gonna regret clicking this so much. I think there is going to be 100% chance on anyone who clicks this node to get regret from clicking the node. I think there's going to be 100% chance if you click this node, you're going to regret it.
You can see it. It says that maximum mana is replaced.
What about the Ignite node? Ain't no shot that Ignite node is worth it. Not early. Not early.
By maximum Infernal Flame. And then it says that gain Infernal Flame instead of spending.
Are regrets in the game? I don't know. You can respec with gold for sure. I don't know if regrets are in the game.
Mana for your skill cost. So when you're casting spells, your Infernal Flame is going to go up instead of you spending mana. So you fill the bar instead of depleting it. Taking maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when the Infernal Flame reaches maximum. So you take max life and energy shield as fire damage. So whatever numbers, you have 1,000 life and 1,000 energy shield, you'll take 2,000 fire damage when that reaches full. So it's a big chunk of damage you take. Sorry. However, you also lose all of the Infernal Flame on once you reach the maximum Infernal Flame. So 10% of the Infernal Flame is lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. So you can ramp it up to almost full, and then if...
No, Gazzy, stop. No, you're not... You're not gonna ramp it to 90%, wait 2 seconds, and then wait another like 9 seconds for it to lower. There is no shot. There is no way. There is no way. He's overcooking. He's overcooking. That is not the play. You know what? Actually, minion builds, I guess you just don't have to cast anything. You just walk around. Maybe it's fine. But at the same time, you're clicking this node to solve mana, and the plan is to just not cast things. Why even solve the mana? You shouldn't have a mana problem if you're just not casting things anyways.
If you haven't done anything in 2 seconds, you will now lose 10% of this every second. That's how this works.
Flame. As you cast more spells,
there's no way he's doing that. He was just explaining it. He's not actually planning to click the node. There's no way.
Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
So what this does is Bringer of Flame is the next node. It is when you're not on low life, Infernal Flame.
That will be used for cast damage taken builds.
Flame. That is when you're...
Yeah, I think there's potential if cast damage taken is a thing. When you start getting like real amounts of recoup in the game, like this has potential to be quite useful, but you need like gear, you need certain passives, you need things that support this. I don't think there's any world where you have a tree setup that this node works well on your first lab. Probably not your cruel lab. Maybe by Merc lab, this will make sense to click if you have like some recoup items and some other stuff by then.
Or basically above what 55 or 50%, right? All damage from you and your minions contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. That's the magnitude of how strong that ignition is, which allows you to now...
I skipped... Dude, I did the thing where I skip over the middle of the text. I did not realize this had minions in the sentence. Is there going to be minion ignite builds? That just sounds weird. You didn't know? I literally skipped right over this portion of the text. I need to learn. There's important words in the middle. I still keep doing it. It saves time, okay? Hellhound or whatever? Yeah, I guess we'll see how hard the Hellhound hits if it can proc a decent ignite.
And Infernal is...
I guess technically like Reaper can do a pretty good bleed in PoE 1. Like a dot cap level bleed, so maybe minions inflicting a good ignite isn't that far-fetched.
being 30%. Sorry.
You get like some Giga 200 Spirit Spectre that just hits Omega hard with like some big ability. Yeah.
I thought they changed it to 50%, Desrin. Unless they changed it in PoE 2. It refers to low Infernal Flame. And what it does is now we're weaving in methods. Oh, you just said it. Sorry, it's late here. I apologize. 30% then. So what it then does is now incorporating the idea of making the Infernalist work in conjunction with minions themselves. It's been a long day. It has been indeed. So basically, this is the way they're making the Infernalist work with like the occult minion gameplay, but it's not a necromancer per se, right? Which we are expecting the last ascendancy to be, which I think is going to be an occult version or occultist, right?
Yeah. So okay. Gaz, I think, yeah, from the interview, he got the same impression. Occultist is probably what the last one's going to be. Necromancer's not happening. He knows, yeah. I mean, the way Jonathan answered it, I think is pretty clear. Necromancer's not on the table. He wasn't directly saying it, though. Will the Hound take a portion of the damage? I believe it should, yeah.
And I think that's going to be split between chaos damage stuff as well as minion-related stuff, in a similar fashion to what they've done here. So what this just does for you is you're creating a fire minion mancer or summoner in which you're basically expected to have this Infernal Flame approach, and as long as you're above 30% then on Infernal Flame, that all your minions and all your damage is contributing to Ignition's chance or Ignite chance as well as Ignition damage.
Other classes who could be minion builds, it seems. Which 3 classes? Infernalist, definitely. Occultist is probably going to have some minion stuff that it can do. Gemming Legionnaire can probably do it. I'd imagine Templar is going to have some minion-related ascendancy, at least, I would think. Honestly, I think there's a good chance a lot of the Transform builds have... Yeah, Druid could have some minion-related stuff. I could see Huntress having some minion-related stuff. I think there's going to be quite a few classes that have an ascendancy that can pull off some sort of minion thing.
Dude.
She can also transform into a
lot of things that could kind of fit some of the archetype.
So this is how Lilith looks when it's really well made. Sorry, I mean demonic possession looks. So this is Grand Scale Demon form. And the Demon form is, again, a skill from the Ascendancy, which you can 6-link and socket in support gems into. And this looks fucking insane. I love the way this looks. Like look at it.
Demon forms takes an increasing amount of damage.
So you take increased damage.
Increase rapidly as well.
And you
so
deal more damage.
On transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life.
Gazzy, this isn't a minion build, Gazzy. Why are you excited about this node? This is not minion related. Why is he pumped about this?
It's beautiful.
She can also become a blood man.
Is PoE 2 going to convert Gazzy from being a minion player? Because one Demoness Ascendancy freaking seduces him away from being a minion player? That's...
And we don't know the other nodes on the Infernalist.
That's all it took.
But it looks fantastic.
Jonathan hinted that the passive behind Demon Form is related to minions. No. That was supposed to be the redemption of the Demon Form. If it has minion stuff behind there too, oh no.
Like, insane. But it will be like some sort of hybrid minion, fire, mage kind of approach. Which to me felt a bit awkward. But I'm hoping that the other Ascendancy nodes will be something like related more towards minions, is what I'm expecting. Because the whole...
Hoping the other nodes are related towards minions. Yeah, I gotta be honest, Gazzy. I'm hoping the rest of the nodes are related to not minions, okay? Listen, I still want the Demon Form to be able to be a good self-cast build. So I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring, and I hope the rest of the nodes are not minion. They probably are, though. They probably are.
Approach of the witch base class, especially when you're looking at the playthroughs. I have videos on that on the channel as well. That's talking about the witch playthrough, because we didn't have ascendancies. In those, the witch class skill gems, they are.
Had your wins,
all
let us
about
have this.
minions.
Okay, fine.
And then there's like a couple of small other things you can do, but it's 95% freaking minions. So I'm assuming that they will have more minion-related stuffs.
He's gonna just acknowledge that this has nothing to do with minions, right? Like this, they described this as a life ES class, and they showed a bunch of nodes that had nothing to do with minions, right?
So this is the Blood Mage version, which the artwork, fantastic, insanely cool. So this is the Blood Mage, which we will have access to in early access.
Master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana.
So this grants you the skill Life Remnant,
Rather
which
well
you'll
in a
talk about
sense,
here in a
yep.
moment. So grant the skill again. We'll point it out again and emphasize: skills granted by Senazis becomes a skill that you can 6-link and put support gems in. And that means that all your skills gains a base life cost equal to their mana cost. Does not replace the mana cost, but it'll now cost life as well as mana.
But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to
What would you even support the remnant thing with? It's gonna be like the other remnant skills, right? What can you even, what would you even put on this that you could support it with? Duration? There's no duration component. Would the duration just be like how long the orb lasts on the ground? Like, wouldn't it be permanent? Echo, maybe? I don't know. Of the 120 supports, there's nothing that comes to mind that would even work with a demon form. Yeah, I think some of the innate skills just don't have supports that really make sense to work with it. But we also just don't know what the supports they're giving us are. Cascade, you think like you pop out 3 remnants instead? Onslaught or remnant pickup? I don't think that's a support. I don't know. Maybe there'll be something that works with it.
And that's a perfect display right there. Let's see if I can back here a little bit. See that little blood that got sucked up by him? That healed it.
Yeah, suck up the blood.
That's the orb. After
Cooldown
killing them,
recovery?
there's a chance that they drop this, which is very clearly visible. And by walking over,
There's no
you'll
cooldown
recover life back. So you
component.
spend life to cast your spells. And you pick this up, you'll get life back. So a really funny note that was mentioned in yesterday's interview with me and Darth Microtransaction on our Tavern Talk podcast with Jonathan Rogers is that one of the concerns I had was the first note on the Blood Mage Sanguimancy just says that you get life remnants, which is just life orbs drops on kill, and all your skills gain a base life cost equal to their mana cost. This just sounded like a negative impact to us, and it's like, that doesn't seem good at all.
I still think it's a negative impact. I'm not a believer in the life remnants. You know, that being said, you know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind. You know what? If you guys are thinking about logging in Blood Mage, you do the SRS thing. If the SRS thing works for these, then it might work for this. and then you actually might have consistent generation of the orbs.
But Jonathan confirmed yesterday in the interview that when picking these orbs up,
You want if it works with the minion death thing, then the SRS proc would work for this too.
life pool, let's give you a random number. Let's say you have 1,000 life. You can get twice that as your max life as a thanks to these life orbs.
Don't cast spells, just have double life. It's not spells, it's skills. All skills.
That means that if you pick up life...
What's the SRS thing? The SRS thing is... So both the Remnant gems, they say... Basically, blah, blah, blah. You or your minions kill you behind. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Enemies and minions that die. So, for example, Grim Feast versus Mana Remnants. Drop a Grim Remnant. So, I don't think it works for Mana Remnants, but I'd imagine that there's a good chance Life Remnant works this way, where it's if your minions die, they drop a Grim Remnant or whatever, which might also work for these dudes. And you go summon SRS with, like, say you're using Fireball and you're proccing the SRS to summon, and you have a less duration support, and they just constantly keep dying. They might constantly generate these orbs. Potentially, maybe, if it works that way.
Orbs, you can get to 2,000 life instead, which we know from the further notes here later will actually impact it, for example, crit damage per bonus 20 life, for example. So you can actually get twice your HP pool. However, this also means that this is an ascendancy node that is mainly only going to be beneficial when you're clearing enemies and not during boss fights, unless the boss fights have a set of adds that allows you to drop these orbs, because otherwise you won't be able to get that double HP count versus single boss target fights.
which allow them to quickly gain back that
If
life.
CI
that
overlife
blood
is 2, well, you wouldn't use this thing on like a CI build. If you click CI, you literally cannot sustain this because your life cost would be more expensive than you can afford.
With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
And now you have again an emphasis on this hybrid approach of you dealing damage as well as your minions dealing damage, because now your spell damage is leeching life back, which you're spending with this specific
But none of this
approach,
stuff
and
does
you can
anything
not
for
do
minion
any boss
damage,
fights
Gazzy.
unless the boss fights have
None of it.
instead of the witch itself with the ascendancies that we're seeing. Like that's it. And like
I guess he's just talking about each minion ascendancy or each witch ascendancy.
again, this is at least minion related. We don't know what these other nodes are doing, and no idea whatsoever. And we don't know if there's other minion related stuff on
The minions gain the crit damage. I highly doubt it. If they did gain the crit damage, that would
the
be
blood mage. I will obviously be
legitimate,
taking through
right?
every class, but I'll start with the witch and the sorceress.
Battle Exile's online. Yes, it's online.
And we have no idea. And the blood mage was exclusively you doing damage.
Mere
nodes
PvP
on the
for
ascendancy
Instack
that we saw.
RF?
There was nothing
No.
there that was really minion related.
Well,
So
I
we
mean,
have no idea what's going
technically, you could look at the POB from Necropolis League. We did a mirror tier version of RF on that league, but it's not going to be the same as how I'm building the Guardian now.
to happen there. But then again, if you look at the witch in the PoE 1, we have an elementalist, which is basically the sorceress. And we have the occultist, which is chaos, CI stuff, right? Or energy shield stuff. And then we have the necromancer, which is exclusively hard focus on the minions themselves. Whereas here we have a fire caster or minion kind of approach with the infernalist. And we have a blood mage, which is like basically
Ventura saying he's starting minions. I think minions will be good. I don't see any reason why you can't. Like, the first point's good. There's probably other minion nodes in here. And minions from the clips we've seen seem pretty solid.
Caster damage.
Released December
essentially.
6th.
But in the showcase video, they're using minions. So maybe there are minions there. Because essentially the way minions works in PoE 2 is that they're now allowing us to have them reserved as spirit, which is also the resource we use for auras. So when you're playing a minion build in PoE 2, you're basically choosing between running auras or minions. Maybe there will.
Gaz is gonna log into Infernalist. Like 95% chance, right? I feel like if you're, I don't know. I don't have faith in the Gemlin Legionnaire cope. It as a minion start, as a starter at all in general. Are we expected to get patch notes of all ascendancy info? I don't think they're gonna give us that, to be honest. I think they're gonna let us go in blind. The info we're gonna get is probably gonna be from like a data mine or something. SRS seem like super awesome minions. SRS looks so cool to me. Whenever I've seen the SRS in any of the clips, the animation just looks really cool. Blowing stuff up with fireball, they pop in and start dealing damage. Gobian, there's gonna be a full minionville. I mean, they literally showcase it. The best. I'm gonna keep saying it. Dude, somebody needs to give me another YouTube notification. Why are my new YouTube notifications at 666? That's a little bit suspect. I need one more person to comment on a video or something. What is this? We're in danger. Where is it? This thing. Of all of the semi-endgame characters they showcased,
At the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed
this
at
character looked
The
the
Trial of the
best.
Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible.
Where is it? This clip right here. This. Of any clips I've seen of endgame fights, this is the best DPS by a good amount I've seen. But it's also like, we don't know how high level this character is. You know, we don't know if the DR was on the Zestula fight. Who knows? The Scepter trailer had a mirror tier minion Scepter. The Scepter trailer didn't really show much. Didn't like. It's like the Scepter trailer like briefly showed them killing like 2 monsters in a map, right? I guess it showed these dudes just freaking like going hard. They're like running all around. The Reavers or whatever. You're not an ally in your own presence? I don't believe so, no. Everybody's calling it mirror tier. We don't even know it's good. I don't know who's calling it mirror tier. I don't know who's saying that. I thought the same thing about the Archmage reveal. They showed the staff with +5. It's like, we don't have context for how good that is or how hard that is to roll or anything like that. Delete minions from the game? Okay, whoa. Calm down. 7-6. I could understand what you're saying if you said something along the lines of delete Deadeye players from the game, but delete minion players? I mean, let them live. Okay, they're fine. Okay, they usually answer their trades. Okay, they usually answer their trades. Delete both. Relax. So Grog was speculating this was close to mirror tier. That's just like, you can't speculate that. There's no way you could speculate this is close to mirror tier. We have no context for what the roll ranges on any of these stats are or how hard these are to roll. Delete all non-minion builds. At least RF is gone. Hey, you shut your mouth, okay? It just hasn't been added yet. You think we can stack Sigil of Power with Time Snap? You might be able to stack Sigil of Power with the limit thing. Does it say limit on it? It doesn't say limit anywhere. No, I bet you're only getting one of these. It doesn't even say limit, so I don't think you can increase it. And even if you proc the cooldown, I don't think you're gonna, like, if you cast it, it's just gonna replace the other one. Because currently, Sigil of Power, the way it works at PoE 1, you cast the second one, even though the cooldown's already up and the duration's still going, it'll just overwrite it, and you'll just have a new one with no scaling on it. I'm gonna start this fire spell SRS Archmage ES mana stacker for sure. Just need data mine to see better Infernalist or Sork hyped. Yeah, me too. I think if you're doing Archmage, I'm leaning towards the Sork angle, but I don't know. Who knows how good the Infernal Snows are? They might be really good. Minus 99 AoE. Don't say things like that. That would be horrible. Poor Pox, dude. He's relegated to playing 20-year-old games. What do you mean he's relegated? He plays games he likes. There's nothing wrong with that. Any hope for life stacking? Blood Mage life stacking I think could be potentially pretty good. I'll probably do it at some point. Maybe as a second build or third build. Dude, those things are pretty sick. Ice mages. Freezing things. Bop. Frozen. Dead. What do you think the new chaos will be? Exalts? What currency is going to be the mainstay currency? Depends how rare certain currencies are. I could see chaos being the new exalt tier and exalt being the new chaos tier. Honestly, I think the stuff that's really going to hold value, I think is going to be the omens. I think the omens are going to be the thing that really holds value. What the heck is this?
Okay.
Because omens have the metacraft power, and that's the thing that held the divine orb value and the other stuff. Does Havoc have a separate channel or something for PoE 2 stuff? He has a VOD channel? Interesting. I didn't realize he had two separate challenges. I thought he made a more recent video than this one, but maybe I'm dreaming. 11 days ago? Yeah, I thought he made a more recent video about some of the PoE2 stuff, but I guess I might have been imagining that. I might have dreamed it. RF is going to require you to hit a series of key like a quick time event to keep going. No, stop, no. Deadeye Gamer, yikes. Havoc is he's a class act, okay? He does not share the same negative qualities most Deadeye gamers do, okay? Havoc is he's a good dude. He's one of the favorite people I got to meet on the June playtest was Havoc. Will I build a Sanctum day one PoE 2 build? Like, Sanctum and PoE 2 is just not the same. We also don't know if it's gonna have the same, like, it's probably not gonna have the same level of currency rewards. It seems like it's more of a normal loot system now. This is the Havoc video. Is that the same one I pulled up? Wait, he has another channel? Wait, what the hell is this? I was like, I thought I saw somebody watching a Havoc video. I was like, I need to go watch that later on. He has a 616 TV channel too? Why don't you have 5 channels? I don't know, man. I don't know. Havoc's he's got the 616 VODs. He's got the regular Havoc 616, and he's got the 616 TV. This man he's out here putting in the work.
There's hundreds of new things in
Is this the new YouTube meta? I have no idea, man.
Path of Exile 2 that deserve to make this list. But if I had to pick just 10 that I'm really excited about, it would be these. Starting with the big one, Endgame. In Path of Exile 2, the primary endgame system, mapping, is now an infinite delve-like atlas. And just like Delve, you can find biomes that contain a specific set of maps, along with special encounters, such as cities.
Lance is jealous he can't sustain 3 YouTube channels. Yeah, I don't have the output for this. Up the volume, or hold on, my guys, my bad.
Which drop special items, or classics like Untainted
better?
Paradise.
Is that okay? Kevin Lance 9, Kevin Lance Snack Show, workout videos, Kevin Lance Abandoned Home Building Project. Shut up.
Tons of XP. Which is pretty interesting because they showed Untainted Paradise as a literal island, which makes me wonder if you can actually target farm it by clearing maps near water, or similarly, clearing desert biomes to increase the chance of finding reliquary vaults. Now maps also have a couple of
Dude, this is gonna be so fun. I'm ready.
additional changes. First being that only 1 out of every 4 maps has a map boss, and the second being that you can see whether a map has a map boss before you even go in. Which is nice for both early game and late game farming, because early game, a lot of builds want to prioritize clear speed and mobility, which sometimes comes at the cost of single target damage. And late game,
Additional shrine. Interesting. Does the new map system look like last epoch? I think the thing it looks the most like is Delve. That's what it looks like the most to me, is Delve, but sideways, with quite a few different changes. Is this for us soon-to-be Fireball gamers? Finally, something to represent our power. That's gonna be us, man. That's gonna be us.
it of course allows you to specialize your build into either a boss farmer or
Plus level of areas with map bosses. And this gets you into the tier 16 style maps too, right? By doing
mapper.
this.
The next 2 changes are also interesting, but perhaps controversial. Every single monster inside of a map is random, and if you die in a map, you failed the map. aka 6 Portals is no longer a valid defensive layer.
It never was. It literally was never a valid defensive layer. It was never, no. It's so cope.
Meaning that
I just don't understand how someone can enjoy getting forcibly ported out of their map 5 times. You like, how many load screens before you're like, this isn't fun?
you have to get good, and B, actually specialize into some defense. And after thinking about it for a bit, I think most players will actually be fine with the system. Because for my limited time playtesting, PoE2 encourages building defense and respecting monsters from the start of the game, and doesn't ever stop. So in theory, if someone manages to get to maps, they should have the skills they need to deal with whatever is in front of them. Anyways, the part that I'm super excited for is the fact that
SSD. Okay, just because your load screen gets faster does not make it's still pretty freaking unfun.
every endgame grind has an uber pinnacle boss at the end of it, which is quite exciting because no one was expecting this much content in early access, and this is exactly the type of content I would want for future speedrun challenges. The last two big changes in the endgame category is the Atlas tree and tablets. In PoE 2, the Atlas tree is now broken into one single core tree, and individual dedicated trees for each endgame farming mechanic.
Such a good change. Having the mechanics have their own trees, so that way the opportunity cost isn't like, oh, I can only run these 3 mechanics. Just being able to, whenever you run into this mechanic, you have a tree separate for it, and you can pick the nodes you like for that mechanic. Majestic.
For example, there's a Breach tree, where you earn Breach points by defeating progressively harder versions of the Breach Pinnacle boss. To fight the Breach Pinnacle boss, you need to farm 300 Breach Splinters, which you can farm faster by using Breach Tablets. Tablets drop from whatever mechanic you're doing, and are used on watchtowers.
Dude, what is that mercenary gameplay?
To fight the Breach Pinnacle boss,
yeah, see that? Look at that freaking explode.
Earn Breach points by defeating progressively harder versions.
Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this pack of monsters.
Of the Breach Pinnacle boss.
Gone. Those white crosses that explode. Yeah, that's the Witch Hunter explode. Yeah, like you guys see that? That's all Witch Hunter explode that just occurred. So like he there's like freaking like 15 explosions that just happened right there. You have all these monsters explode proc. All dead. That's part of the reason I think the witch, when I saw the AoE on that explosion, I was like, that's gonna be a pretty feels good situation. Undead double chance, yeah, that's true. These might be undead monsters, which helps a lot. I don't know if they're undead though. This looks like some plant monsters and some spiders. I don't know if that's undead.
To fight the Breach Pinnacle boss, you need to farm 300 Breach Splinters, which you can farm fast.
They said that I'd be able to see what's happening.
Tablets.
And you can still see
Tablets
what's happening.
Drop from whatever mechanic you're
blowing
doing.
Up the monsters.
Use some watchtowers to then.
I think explode. I think grenade builds are going to be a good
fight
time.
The Breach Pinnacle boss, you need to farm 300.
That cluster explosion looks
farm
freaking
faster by using Breach Tablets.
Hype.
Tablets drop from whatever mechanic you're doing, and are used some watchtower.
The cluster bombs. I would think Val, Orbs, Omens are going to be the most expensive currency because they are at the end of crafting chain. I think I would agree with Omens. I would not agree with Val Orbs. Val Orbs you're going to probably use a lot on a regular basis. Like on just random items type of thing. And I'm guessing their acquisition is going to be much, much more numerous than Omens. Even if their acquisition is lower, it's going to be way less likely that people are going to want to spend a lot of currency to take a risk on bricking their items. You have to understand, like, even though the risk of bricking is like 25% instead of like 50% with like what it was in PoE 1, people aren't going to like make a really high-end item and then very lightly choose to do a Valor. But they might have an item that has 3 perfect suffixes, and then they'll use some omens to recraft prefixes until they get some good prefixes. And they're going to spend a lot of money to do that. An Null's going to be expensive? Yeah, it depends how... that's another thing. It really depends how rare the currencies are. If Omen of targeted Null drops like 1,000 to 1 ratio compared to an Omen Orbs, and Omen's Orbs are going to be more valuable. The drop rate of things matters so much.
Then affect every single map in its radius. If you're an old school PoE 1 player, you might be familiar with Sextants, which is essentially what tablets and watchtowers are. The benefit of this change is we no longer need to use a million unmaking orbs to change a farming strategy, but instead we can fully max out each mechanic and change whatever we're doing at will. Which I know for myself will encourage creativity and testing, but
sword gameplay
and change whatever we're doing at will. Which I know for myself will encourage creativity
fireballs
and testing,
look good, man.
But in a speedrun context, also encourages using more of what the game has to offer to build an extremely strong character. Alright, that was just number 1 in this list. There's a bit more to it, but I think I'll stop there for now. Also, I need to throw this meme in here because why not?
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think Delve when I see this. Delve plus the Atlas map, yeah. That's what I think 100%. Is Rog Pog in this also? I think so, yeah, probably. Okay, I didn't say that out loud, okay? Don't clip that. Rog is not Pog. Rog's freaking he's never helped me out, but he'll probably be pretty good. Strike showed a new Sorg video in his last VOD. Maybe we'll check it out tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of want to finish Havoc's video. I think this is maybe the last thing we'll do today. Because I wanted to see what he had to say.
Moving on to number 2, we have a simple one, the buyback window. If you accidentally sell something to the vendor, you can buy it back. That said, it's unknown how long the buyback window actually lasts. 20 minutes prior, I sold some items, and when
I remember when I sold a 100D helical to the vendor. That would have been useful if I could have bought it back. That would. I had all these bricked helical bases. You know what? I guess in my, technically I couldn't have bought it back. Well, I guess this is a different game entirely. Like the reason I sold the helicals, I was doing the vendor recipe right, but whatever.
I checked the vendor later, the items weren't there. So
would have been nice to be able to buy it back.
5 minutes, or locked to a certain town instance. Either way, is still very useful. Number 3 is the 1 life, 1 mana flask, and 3 charm system. Charms are used automatically when a condition is met and come in 2 types, resists and immunities. For endgame players, this basically means no more flask piano, but for new players, this change is especially beneficial because it reinforces 2 obvious but important lessons: that you need to itemize resist or defense depending on the encounter, and that by endgame, you start building immunities. Number 4 is ascendancies and how you ascend. From a creative angle, they're kind of insane. For example, you can stop time as a chronomancer, or as an infernalist, you can literally become a demon. Honestly, every single class has some very interesting ascendancy choices, and these alone probably deserve their own video. But the exciting thing is, we actually have multiple ways to ascend. In PoE 2, you can either complete the Trial of the Sakamas, aka Sanctum, or the Temple of the Chaos God, aka Ultimatum. If you're like me, and you're not the biggest Sanctum fan, this level of optionality is huge.
I'm so hyped for all the Deadeye play. Okay, I need to stop ragging on Deadeye players, but here's what I know is gonna happen. It's a pretty common trope that the Deadeye players also hate Sanctum, right? And they're gonna be like, I'm gonna go do the Ultimatum. That one, I'll ascend in. And it's gonna be so funny when they walk in there and start chain dying and realize that it's actually gonna be easier for them to finish Sanctum. Like, unironically, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ultimatum thing is harder than the Sanctum one. And all these people that think they're gonna skip Sanctum because Sanctum was too hard for them, then get chain destroyed by the Ultimatum
Later
one.
on in early access, we can also expect a Krui-themed ascendancy option.
I'm ready for
Will
it.
it be the return of the Trial of the Ancestors, or something else? We'll just have to wait and see.
Sanctum looks easier. Yeah, I think Sanctum might be easier. I think there's a good chance people are gonna die of this.
Number 5 is the Salvage Bench, which is both an early game buff and
Sanctum's unfun easy. Also, people are prejudging that it's Sanctum. It's totally not. It's different. I'm fairly certain it's just different, right? Like, try it out before you say it's Sanctum, you know?
a late game change.
Fear toxicity is
Salvage Bench
real.
allows you
I'm
to
just saying that Ultimatum thing might be pretty hard.
Salvage quality items to create whetstones,
My
armor
Ultimatum
straps,
round
and
record.
Arcanist etchers,
The 1 round challenger returns. No, that's not true. I've done more than 1 round.
and socketed items for Artificer's Orbs. Just like PoE 1, quality improving orbs will improve an item's quality between 1 to 20% depending on the eye level of the item. In PoE 1, generating quality orbs during progression was not
Even Jonathan calls it Sanctum. That's because that's what the freaking concept is based off of, right? It's the same freaking concept, but it's improved upon, right? I think a large part of the thing that people don't like about Sanctum is losing to Resolve, which seems to be, from what I could tell, a lot less of the case that you're going to lose to, like, Resolve, for example. Like, when Ziggy was saying when he said he felt tanky outside of Sanctum, he felt tanky inside the thing when he did, like, his playtest or
easily
whatever the
accessible,
zone.
but in PoE 2, the opportunity to generate and use these orbs is quite frequent. This change is especially potent because for many attack-based builds, improving the quality of your weapon during progression will provide a significant damage boost. Now moving on to sockets, in Path of Exile 2, without corrupting an item, body armors and two-handed weapons can have 2 sockets, and helms, gloves, and boots can have 1 socket. Inside these sockets you can insert either Esmite Ruins or Soul Cores. From what I can tell, Ruins provide mostly simple stat buffs, such as life or resistance, and Soul Cores provide more interesting stats, such as increased rarity or maximum spirit. There's a lot more options.
Attack speed, reduce slowing down,
But that's
potency
the
of
gist of it.
debuffs.
Now in PoE 1 character item progression, to show up resist or gain late game buffs,
Can you picture that? You have a weapon that has, like, 27 attack speed, and then you put in 3 soul cores for 5% attack speed each. It'd be some fast hitting weapons.
you use the crafting bench. However, crafts are usually limited to a certain item type. For example,
Can you take them out? I think you can.
example, you could only craft all
2. You can get up to 3 sockets, I believe, on a weapon. You can get 2 naturally, and then you could put on 1 more with a Val Orb, I think.
elemental
Soul cores you might not be able to
resistances
take
when
out.
either
Gems you
rings or
can take
amulets.
out. Or both you can't take out. Like, you can't take out the gems either, or the runes either. Both you can't? Rest in peace.
Now, there's still some limitation with the runes and soul cores,
You could change the runes, but not the soul core. Interesting.
but it's only limited between weapons and armor items, meaning that you can stack a lot more one stat much more easily. For example, with 5 soul core of Topotante in armor items,
15 pen versus 15 reduced increased ammo threshold. You could also overwrite them. You could put a new destroying the old. They're all permanent. You can't take them out. Okay, I don't know what to believe right now. He said no to both. Okay. They changed runes already. You can remove them. That interview for Try was like yesterday, wasn't it? I don't know
we
what to
can
believe
stack
right now.
75% increased elemental ailment threshold, which is interesting because in the past, solving ailments might force you to equip a rare chest, which would sometimes limit gearing options.
Chat's trolling this had entered into an empty socket. I'm lost. I'm going to assume you can't change them right now based on more people are saying that. The martial weapons, does that mean they can't be used on mage weapons like staves and scepters? That could be the implication. Maybe staves and scepters can't roll sockets.
But in PoE 2, it's nice to see that some problems can be solved without sacrificing a fixed slots. Related to sockets is number 6, no more gem sockets in equipment. This change
This is so good.
is amazing for new players, but great for everyone. Sometimes while leveling, you would find an insane item that would fix all the problems with your build, but had the wrong colors, and you had no chromes, fusing, or jewelers to fix the problem. Well, not anymore, because skull gems now have their own separate window. I'm quite excited about this because it encourages more creativity and experimentation,
I'm so
and
ready.
possibly even specialization of gear for different bosses or farming routes.
Okay, that looks pretty fun.
Well, not anymore, because skull gems now have their own separate window. I'm quite excited about this because it encourages more creativity and experimentation,
Like that looks pretty chunky.
and possibly even specialization of gear for
Boom.
different
That like little clip there of like the Titan gameplay.
bosses or farming routes.
All
I'd
builds
say
look
this is a
pretty
clear
fun.
example
Yeah.
where simple is better.
They do
Number
look pretty
7 is the
fun.
changes to
Boom. Oh,
essences and
yeah.
omens. Essences now come in 2 types, transmutations and regals. And that might sound confusing, but you can turn a normal into a magic with a guarantee.
I'm still going Fireball. Did I watch his health? I didn't know. I didn't look too closely at his health. Did he take any damage at
No
all?
chromes, fusing, or jewelers to fix the problem. Well, not anymore, because skull gems now have their own separate window. I'm quite excited about this because it encourages more creativity and experimentation, and possibly even specialization of gear for different bosses or farming routes. I'd say this is a clear example of where simple is better. Number 7 is the changes to essences and omens.
Maybe he had an instant life flask potentially. He did seem like he had some flasks like instantly go up though. Now imagine two-hand hammer dropping grenade
Essences
titan.
now come in 2 types, transmutations and regals. And that
A
might sound
flash
confusing,
grenade
but
titan
you can
with
turn a
2
normal into a
hammers.
magic with a guaranteed mod, or a magic
Holy,
into
the
a rare,
power's unlimited.
again with a guaranteed mod. Omens, on the other hand, modify the effect of other orbs, allowing you to target certain affixes. For example, the omen
I think omens are gonna be the value currency in between like mirrors and everything else.
of Sinestral Exaltation allows you to only exalt prefix modifiers, or the Omen of Dextral Annulment allows you to remove only suffix modifiers. In PoE 1, endgame metamod crafting can sometimes be convoluted, and while it's
Like that being said though, do we really want to trade items that can't stack? Nah, man. It probably is gonna end up being Chaos Orb or an Omen Orb or whatever ends up being rarer. You know what? We've had Exalts, we've had Divines. Maybe it is time for an Omen Orbs to be the valuable one. GCP, yeah, I guess it could be another weird currency like that. I'm gonna place my final guess. An Omen Orbs. They're gonna be the valuable one.
still might be to a degree, I'm hopeful that by guaranteeing a lot more steps in the crafting process, late game item crafting can be much more accessible. Number 8 is WASD movement. Simply put, you can move and attack at the same time. I've playtested WASD versus click to move twice now, first time on a ranger in March, and the second time on a mercenary in November, and in both playthroughs...
You know, actually, now that I say that out loud, I'm going to disagree with myself. I think it's going to be Chaos Orb. GCB Man's going to take it back now. I think it's going to be Chaos Orb. I thought about it a little bit, and Chaos Orb is just an Omen Orb, but it saves you a step, right? Because, like, think about it this way. We can't benchcraft. We're not gonna block mods or anything like that. What's the next step after you annul? It's gonna be to slam. Just freaking save yourself a click. You just click the Chaos Orb, right? It's totally more iconic than an Omen Orb is. Because there's no other step to do. You're not gonna do anything else. You're just gonna slam it after you hit the annul. Might as well just freaking do the annul first. With the slam on the same step. Chaos Orb's kind of lame. I think it's more iconic than an Omen Orb is. Maybe whichever orb we use the most on Waystones. I think it's gonna be Chaos Orb. Annuls look cooler. Annuls do look pretty cool. Yeah, rarity matters too. I think Chaos are gonna be rare with the way they have them. You have more control if you annul, and then if you do something else, what's the other step you can do? You can't do any other step but slam currently, right? Of the crafting currency they showed us, the only, like, you can't bench craft. The only other step you can do is slam. Essence of regal, essence of transmute. There's no essence of slam. There's no essence slam. Unless they just didn't tell us about it. Omen you use with Exalt Orb, or you use with, you know, that's a fair point. If there's like an Omen of tier 1 slam, you know, maybe there's some enhanced Omen that means there's some extra power you have there. That might be a thing. Omen Exalt? But that's the same thing, though. Like, the Omen of double Exalt, I don't know why that exists, to be honest. The Omen of double Exalt, that's literally just an Exalted Orb. What's the difference between Omen of double Exalt and slamming twice? There's, like, no difference. Maybe if there's a big demand on high rolls on uniques. Yeah, I guess that could be the case, maybe. Maybe that could make the Divine still the go-to. The real thing is going to be probably the supply.
WASD just felt superior, but you can always clear while pushing forward. That said, this might just be a build-specific thing.
If Chaos Orb's common enough, then it will nullify the value of an Omen Orb. And then if Divines are rare, but there's no other thing that can do Divines, then Divines can be valuable again. Omen of Double Exalt will cost less than 1x because some people... But who's going to want to trade that? There's going to be not many people that want to trade that, right?
On some builds, click to move might be better, but as it stands, WASD is my preferred choice. Number 9 is pausing. If you are playing solo and you open your passive tree,
Who wants to trade for an Omen to save using an egg? Especially if Exalts are like a lot more common. It just doesn't make any sense.
world will pause. In the clip in the background, I was fighting the Act 2 end boss, and I was having some trouble with it. My Explosive Grenade Mercenary build was in theory not the best because the boss was especially resistant to fire. So in conversation with Octavian, he suggested I try switching to an Armor Break build, which, spoiler, wasn't the greatest, since I had spent the majority of my...
Explosive Grenade Mercenary. I think he just needed Fire Pen is what he needed, right? He got to the end of the Act 2 boss. He probably got the farthest out of pretty much everybody at the playtest. He got the farthest on the June playtest, pretty much. He probably got the farthest on the November playtest too.
Passive tree points on grenade.
You can pause. Yeah, it literally pauses the fight if you open up your passive tree and stuff. It's super cool.
Nodes. So in the middle of the fight, since I could pause, I changed all of my hotkeys and gems back to my original explosive grenade build, and this time actually defeated the boss. As you can see, whether you need a breather or just want to change your gems, the pause feature is quite useful. Number 10 is the in-game wiki and in-game skill videos. Don't know how something works? No worries. Just press Alt and click on the description. There's no need.
Dude, this is so good. Man, there's so many things I just like about this. I hope they port back some of these features to PoE 1. It's complete cope that they give us like the gem sockets, the pausing, this like menu thing you can pull out.
To alt tab out and check an external source. Similarly, when using an uncut skill gem, you can preview how the skill works by selecting a skill and watching the in-game video.
Such a huge quality of life feature, yeah. Pulling out all the key terms, dude. This stuff's like,
these additions are especially great for new players, but even as
they give you videos for each of the skill.
An experienced player is super appreciated. I can't even begin to tell you how much time I spent reading and rereading the wiki. In theory, this change should mean less downtime and more time spent blasting. Lastly, bonus number 11, cutscenes. I know this is not a gameplay addition, but still a welcome one. If you haven't seen the PoE 2 opening cinematic yet, then what are you doing? Go watch it. It's absolute cinema. It's interesting because in the past, the developers mentioned that they didn't want to spend excessive resources on cutscenes, but rather on the game itself. That said, at a recent
the next gen Diablo, like something like that,
press event, mostly composed of journalists and gamers from different genres, a large majority, maybe 90% plus, mentioned how important lore, world building, and story is for them and their readers. And while a traditional PoE 1 player might not care for cutscenes, most players that I talk to want the game to do well and want more people to play it.
Oh no, we're getting
raided.
raided.
Is one way of many to attract a wider audience.
Yo, Moxie, thanks for the raid, dude. I was just about to end stream, man. I need to go places. I need to do things, mainly like sleep and rest. Dude, Moxie, thanks for the raid, man. Are you thinking about logging into PoE? I saw you've done a couple of the PoE 2 playtests. I think you were at the one in June, and I only learned about who you were afterwards from seeing that you posted a video about it after the fact. But I should have tried to say hi to more people that were there. I just like freaking only knew the people that stream PoE mainly, and there's a lot of like people that were journalists and like other people that play other games exactly that I just had no idea who they were. You being one of them, so I'm assuming you're maybe logging in if you went to the playtest. June 1 and 1 a few weeks ago. Hell yeah. Nice to meet you. Well, I didn't. Yeah, hey, how's it going? I'm Lance. Dude, hopefully this goes as well as it looks. I'm really stoked about it. Key giveaway, Lance has soft hands. That don't tell that to all the fine people that just came from Moxie stream. I don't have soft hands, okay? I'm a hard-hand individual. Am I axed? Thanks for gifting Moxie a sub, whoever did that. No sound? Oh, I just paused it, sorry.
Furthermore, in today's world, there's a lot of not-so-great storytelling out there. So it's quite refreshing to experience this level of quality from GGG. With all of these changes and more, I'm expecting to get around 500 to 1,000 plus hours of playtime, which is way more than I could ask for in an early access game. Anyways, expect more videos soon. Thanks for watching, and as always, have a great day, Exiles.
This is a good video. Why did he make a third YouTube channel? I feel like if he put this on his main channel, this would probably be at like 50K plus views. Why does he have a third channel? Havoc confuses me so much with the triple channel upload strategy. He's channel maxing? Yeah, I guess he's channel maxing. Something like that. Envious? I wanted to look for this video earlier and we didn't find it until somebody linked the third channel I didn't even know. I was literally trying to look for this video. He forgot his login, had to make another channel. You think so? I think that's why. How many videos does he have on this channel? He has a few different. He has like 20 uploads on this channel. I'm so confused right now. He has the related channels thing. Okay, so it is confirmed. He only has 3 channels. It's still like I'm only subscribed to the Havoc 616 VODs. Hold on, there we go, baby. Fixed. Now I'm subscribed to all 3. I can't possibly miss another Havoc 616 upload. I will now be prepared. Maybe he forgot he created another account. There's no way. He's uploaded to all of these recently. He uploaded to this, like yesterday. He uploaded to this one 11 days ago. I guess the other one he uploaded to, what was it? 4 months ago. He's trying to. I think part of it is he's trying to keep like his world records and stuff to this one. I guess to the main channel, maybe. Make a video guide on how to keep track of Havoc's channels. Yeah, I guess I'll see what I can do. Have you seen Fearless Dumbo's video on Witch Hunter? No, I have not. Fearless Dumbo did a video on Witch Hunter.
Hi, everyone.
Fearless Dumbo's an explosive trap enjoyer. I have to imagine he's excited about the cluster grenade.
Hey, everyone. Fearless Dumbo here with some more newly revealed information.
Literally, cluster grenade. Yeah, this is right up his alley because he likes explosive trap, and cluster grenade looks like exactly kind of like explosive trap, right?
This time, a huge portion of the Dexter skill tree where mercenary
Grenado
lives
shot,
has been
yeah.
dumped. We have a brand new skill.
Snap, are you going to be a grenade enjoyer? Also, Snap, what are your thoughts on party play? Looking at like some of the combo abilities, but the fact that you lose, I guess the Scepter Aura stuff might end up being decent, but you kind of lose. I haven't seen Aura affect any scaling like that, so you kind of lose your Aura bot power spike. Cluster Grenade looks kind of OP with how big the AoE is and how many projectiles you seemingly get. Yeah, Cluster Grenade seems legit. Every time I've seen it, it just like kind of erases enemies. You make one cleric character that has links, discipline, and block. Yeah, there's a lot of support for that stuff. Like a lot of defensive support. We haven't seen any of the offensive auras. But there's got to be good ways to scale offensive stuff between like curses. Some of the curses seem really OP. You have the ability to like force critical weakness with Eye of Winter and other things like that. The offensive utility I have to imagine exists. They just haven't showcased it yet. Like there's gonna be freaking anger, wrath, hatred, stuff tied to scepters. So probably it's just gonna be you can combo a lot of different stuff. That's the other thing too. Certain skills are super good in party play. Like the freaking monk bell and stuff. Stuff that allows you to interact and hit the object and get more hits out of it. The Malice Aura. The Malice does critical weakness. I'd imagine if you wanted to effectively, I don't know if you'd waste your Scepter for that. Like you can get critical weakness from Eye of Winter, so you might have somebody casting Eye of Winter and have some other proc type of thing is what I would feel like you'd maybe do. All we need is Mage Blood and everything will be okay. I got bad news for you, buddy. I don't know if Mage Blood's coming back the way it was before. I don't think we're getting 150 movement speed on a belt slot. I don't think it's happening. I think 150 movement speed belt slot's gone. Charm Blood, yeah. I haven't seen. Well, maybe there's movement speed on charms. I don't know. Is Herald of Agony still in the game? The only Herald skills I've seen so far are Thunder, Ice, and Ash. Maybe it's in the game. I haven't seen it yet though.
Never seen.
Wait, guys, I was just gonna watch Havoc's video and then I was gonna like go to bed. Are we getting baited into watching the Dumbo theory craft on grenade shot? You already started this one. I guess we have to go. Okay, here's the thing. I have to pee. I'm gonna pee and then we will watch this video and then I'll go to bed, okay? But I do have to pee. Okay, I've drank a lot of my water, pretty much all of it. It's gone through the system. I will be right back, okay? And then we'll look at Fearless Dumbo's grenade craft. Okay, let's do this thing. I feel relieved. He's on the toilet browsing PoE currency. No, I just had to pee, man.
For in
A lot
Path
of
of
water.
Exile, and we finally get to take a look at Cluster Grenade skill card, which is probably the thing I've been anticipating the most.
Definitely raiding the fridge. I abhor that accusation. Look at these. These are some clean hands. Those are washed hands. No snacks were required, okay? How dare you accuse me of raiding the fridge? I didn't do nothing wrong.
Since seeing the skill
Tyranny the Hateful.
reveal a few weeks ago. I'm also going to do a bit more theory crafting.
Yeah, well, what the?
Been anticipating the most since seeing the skill reveal a few weeks ago. I'm also going to do a bit more theory crafting.
Look at that. That's some good DPS. Let's see the number. Let's see the
Path
number.
of Exile, and we finally get to take a look at Cluster Grenade skill card, which is probably the thing I've been anticipating the most since seeing the skill reveal a few weeks ago. I'm also
Look at that. He popped those grenades and
going to do a bit more
did like 200k damage. Just a couple grenades.
theory crafting about potentially broken skill combinations at the end, so be sure to stick around.
The new
of this is
seismic?
courtesy of
Yeah, I kind of
Dreamcore,
think so.
our resident mechanics expert, and some is from a passive tree dump from Bajira a few hours ago, which I'll link to both in the description below. Let's take a look at some of the passive wheels that if you are planning on rolling your own crossbow character, regardless of class, you'll almost certainly be taking, particularly if you are using grenades. First is the 4-way notable split immediately underneath Mercenary.
Conk effect double dip. I don't know if the double dip is going to be like what you think it is. There's a lot of examples of AoE skills where you make the AoE smaller and you don't necessarily get more overlap. I would be hesitant to put Conk effect on. I will try it out, test it, but I would wager there's a good chance Conk effect does not give you extra overlapping hits.
Where Volatile Catalyst sits. This gives 10% AoE and 10% CDR. Cooldown recovery will be crucial to damage uptime for grenade builds because they all have multiple seconds of
you want a lot of
cooldown,
CDR.
including a massive one from cluster grenades, which I'll get to at the end of the video. These 3 nodes give 20% CDR, which would reduce the cooldown.
The small nodes give 5% CDR too? You get that early on? Dang, man. There's a lot of CDR on this tree then.
Down to roughly 8.3 seconds. You might be asking, why not a flat 8 seconds? And that would be because cooldown recovery in PoE 1 works with the following formula. Final cooldown equals base cooldown divided by 1 plus CDR over 100.
Yep.
The more of it you get, the less effective each percentage point becomes, but it will still play an important role in your damage calculations.
That's right.
I haven't seen this confirmed to still be the formula for PoE 2,
It's still
but
gonna
I've
work
spoken
that
with
way.
a few people, and we all agree that we don't expect it to change. I'm sure this will be something fully
It's gonna be exactly the same.
confirmed on day 1. There is a second CDR and AoE notable a bit further south and west that might be worth pathing to if you're struggling to get a consistent stream of grenades off, named Authority, although the small travel nodes give AoE instead of CDR, and there's a second CDR set of smalls on the opposite side of the tree, next to another strong notable called Multitasking, which gives another 22 CDR combined. Thankfully, the gold system is an order of magnitude better for respecking than Orbs of Regret, particularly at lower levels, so you'll have
Hair has been migrating to the top of your chin. Oh, shut up.
some latitude to
I'm not going
experiment
bald,
with what feels
guys.
best
I'm
for you.
fine.
The second no-brainer wheel is the grenade wheel in the middle of the tree below Mercenary. This has 2 massive
wheel is
notables that are
ridiculous.
must-gets for
+1 proj and +1 cooldown. How did they come away with this conclusion? To put that on the tree. Do the grenade builds really deserve to have this? This is ridiculous.
any grenade build. Cluster bombs and Grenadier, which give an additional cooldown use and an extra projectile. These 2 notables by themselves nearly quadruple the damage effectiveness of a skill like Cluster Grenade, which only has 1 use and a single main projectile, and should be the first thing you take as soon as you're able to use grenades. Not a lot else to say about them really. Next up, there are 2 quality of life wheels that I'm sure after seeing Act 1 footage, people will want to take early, called Instant Reload and Volatile Grenades, which give crossbow reload speed and
The mercs deserve it. Yeah, I think the grenade builds are gonna be good.
reduce
I'm a
grenade
believer
duration,
in
respectively.
grenades.
These will certainly improve your DPS, but probably more importantly, improve your enjoyment. So keep this in mind, particularly during early acts. At the bottom of the tree is repeating explosives and reusable ammunition. Repeating explosives is
Yeah. Dude, why are the grenade clusters all so good?
essentially a straight 20% more damage and rolls with each grenade you launch, so you get additional chances
The
to
grenades
proc
are
with
crazy.
supports
Yeah, they're
like
really
multiple
good. Like every
projectiles
single grenade notable is like sizably
or
good.
the cluster bombs notable. There is also a reduced attack speed and 80% increased crit damage bonus node called Power Shot.
Whoa! Whoa! What the 80 crit multi? Dude, what the hell is going on with crossbows? Dude. Is PvE server down? I can't log in? It might be. I don't know. You check the site, maybe. Restarting now. Servers are restarting now, so futures will be unavailable. Yeah, they're doing something. There's like maybe a patch or something.
But it's hard to say concretely that it'll be good because of the downside. It's like
Nah, that's good. You already have downs. You already have way more attack speed than you need to have permanent. Like, you can't permanently cast your grenades. So like that you take that for sure. If
to
you're
be
doing a grenade
used more
build.
situationally. The next wheel includes a stat that we have never seen before in Path of Exile, and that is Culling Strike Threshold, which makes
This is bait. I have no faith in this. Are people actually gonna click this node? Maybe for clear. I think if you already have, I just have a hard time seeing you spent like this is like 3 passives to get 1% more damage on bosses, and you have to have Cull somewhere in your build. Threshold of Cull is 5% on unique mobs. Cull for white mob. Do you need extra DPS to deal with white monsters? Like, is that where you need to invest 3 points into DPS increase when you could invest 3 points into DPS increase that helps you on everything, not just being decent on white mobs? I just need 2000% Cull threshold. Yeah, good luck getting that.
Being baked into Witch Hunter's Ascendancy even stronger. I mentioned this in my previous video, but Culling Strike has been completely reworked and now slides on a monster rarity scale between 30 and 5%. But with
I think one thing I want to say right now, which I think is kind of funny, people are accepting this as fact. This is part of the nodes that got leaked when Octavian hovered over certain nodes. There is no guarantee this is where this is, because the nodes they showcased was the 30% more concentration thing, and this, and then there was a concentration node here. I feel like it's pretty unlikely that the 2 concentration nodes are separated. This Cull node is probably like here if they showcase the reverse Cull as being this node, because at least that does like some relation or synergy between those things. Like, we don't even, like, this, I think, would be, maybe it exists, and if it exists back here, type of thing.
Ascendancy even stronger. I mentioned this in my previous video, but Culling Strike has been completely reworked and now slides on a monster rarity scale between 30 and 5%. But with Threshold, we
reduces his armor evasion. That's the sorcery ward thing.
Can scale that value, which increases its utility. I think people used to PoE 1's Culling Strike are completely sleeping on how good this will feel, especially in maps, particularly because
I disagree. I hard disagree. Do we honestly believe the white monsters are the things that we're struggling to kill we need DPS for? White monsters have always been the thing we're one-shotting anyways. It is, yes. I think there's going to be a scenario where white monsters are hard if your character is scuffed. And then maybe you're really glad you have Culling Strike. Cluster grenades don't. Yeah, from all the clips I've seen, it doesn't look like they need the coal. If they're the meat sacks and mud flats, yeah, but that's the point though. The difference in HP between a white monster and a rare versus a unique. If you need DPS to kill the white monster, you should reroll type of thing.
Nobody has
I
figured
think.
out the meta builds yet. If you're using it as a support, you only get to use it on one skill, and the
Like I think that 25% threshold thing. I think it's one of like this. I think it's gigabait. I don't think that's good at all. I'm not a believer.
design intention in PoE 2 is pretty clear that they expect everyone to be using multiple skills. The rest of this wheel is focused on bossing. Giant Slayer gives increased damage, accuracy, and
That's decent.
ailment chance on rares and uniques, and I'm sure I'll be pathing to this wheel before I get to the end game. The next choices for grenades, in my opinion, will depend on how accessible damage conversion is, and that's a big unknown I'm not going to speculate on. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail.
Can somebody clip that? If you need DPS on white monsters, you should reroll. So we can post that on December 6th. Yeah, remind me about it when I'm struggling to kill white monsters. Remind me about it when I'm struggling to kill the white monsters.
But there is an excellent video describing...
Actually, no, don't remind me, okay? I don't want you... Don't remind... I was... Let's be honest. On December 6th, no one's going to be chatting. I'm going to be streaming, but literally no one's going to be chatting until... Basically, okay, here's what's actually going to be... Here's what's going to happen. No one's going to be chatting until they get DC'd or they're in queue. Once they get DC'd, they're like, I got DC'd! Friggin' 50,000 in the queue! Like... That's when people will chat, or it'll be like counting down 5,000, 4,000, 3,000 in game, right? That's the only messages that are gonna be happening. Outside that, people are gonna be logged in, playing. Maybe there's gonna be a couple. Oh, I found a unique items. There's gonna be a few of those.
A new way that damage conversion works by Dreamcore that I will link in the description. But the TLDR is that skills have an inherent damage.
Or while we're at work, yeah. I guess if there's people that are like at work chatting from work, that is also gonna happen. There's gonna be some of those.
Type and
people that couldn't get the pay time off got scammed.
Type. If we look at explosive grenade, for example, we can.
Where's the keys coming out? If you, I think they've already started sending out keys for the people who have played or paid $480. I think they started sending those out, and then if you don't get one of those, then you probably need to buy a key because you probably haven't spent total $480 or whatever.
See that it has 20%.
This morning, yeah, I think I got one. I checked.
To fire. In PoE 2, we can change that damage type to any other damage type with an affix called conversion, potentially taking the remainder 80% and making it fire, or perhaps the 20% of fire and converting that to physical. If we go pure fizz, we can use bleed as an ailment, or if we go full fire, we can stack ignites with some very potent looking multipliers for both, or maybe a mixture. I'm going to save both of these scenarios for a later video, but keep in mind that they are there, and there are new ways to scale ailment damage because of the changes to hits and crits and their calculations in Path of Exile 2. Speaking of skill cards, let's take a look at Cluster Grenade. This is one of the last skills you get for crossbows, and it's the highest tier of skill. The eye-watering part is definitely the 10-second cooldown.
It does so much damage, though, man. So much damage.
But
am I leaning towards Sork?
Yes,
I am.
Capability of the skill, and there are a number of.
I got
ways
one
to
over by
improve this
Archmage yesterday.
By extracting additional projectiles. Now that we have that as a scaling vector, this has a few.
Chrononade? Oh no, the Chronomancer Grenaders they're gonna start logging in, aren't they? I got my key. Yeah, they started sending out the keys for the lifetime spend thing.
Use duration of 2 seconds, but I'm less concerned about.
I want
to
play Witch
because we have a new facility.
You're not alone. There's gonna be a lot of Witch players.
Detonator skills, which we could have loaded in the same crossbow to blow early. What I don't yet know is what the mini grenade card looks like, and that will ultimately dictate how strong the skill is for bossing, because
that is super neat. Mini grenade. They have tabs on skills now? Hey. Interesting. Archmage is generic damage. It is specifically spells. You can't go Archmage as an attack-based character. There may be uniques or different things that allow for mana attack synergy, but the Archmage they showed, spells gain 5%. Spells. PDB in game, yeah. A lot of this stuff is gonna be so nice.
Much of the damage dealt here is from AoE overlaps on the small grenades. Some other questions I have are, how do projectiles interact? And that leads me to some more OP skill combination speculation. Okay, hear me out. In Path of Exile 1, I did a lot of testing to validate that Explosive Trap, which works similarly to Cluster Grenade, was massively boosted by contracting the available area to detonate. You always get the same number of explosions, or in this case mini grenades, regardless of the area available for them to go off. In PoE 1, however, you didn't have the ability to modify the available space for these explosions to blow. In PoE 2, we have new mechanics that behave differently. Let's take a look at Glacial Bolt.
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing
So he's gonna try to get the explosives more condensed. I don't know if that's gonna work. Like, whenever I seen the cluster grenade, it seems like it seems pretty like Explosive Trap, where it just goes wherever it wants within the area.
massive AoE
So restart the server. Give me a
closest
key,
thing we have
maybe.
to this in PoE 1 is Frostwall. All projectiles created by the caster can pass freely through Frostwall, but in PoE 2, Glacial Bolt's wall can be interacted with using ammunition and skills. What if I lay down a big Glacial Bolt that the boss is behind, and instead of trying to use it to throw shrapnel at the boss, I blink through it and fill the inside with 4 cluster grenades using the base.
Whoa! Did this man just assume he has a movement skill? I guess this guy's wearing that one chest piece. What if I just blink? This guy already committed his unique chest piece to the friggin' the dust blink thing. He's already sold. He's giving up all defensive power of a rare chest piece for the blink chest. Monk on the endgame showcase had a spammable movement skill. That wasn't really a movement skill though. It was like a slammy skill. Like it was a movement skill that could go a total distance of like this much. It was very like short distance. I still think it's pretty far from being a blink skill like this. It was noticeably faster than running. You know what? Fine, let's open it up. Let's compare. I'm getting drawn down a rabbit hole by Connor once again, getting baited into this conversation.
So, yeah,
when I want to go to bed, but I will look at it up. Okay, hold on. Where is the... I know exactly what you're talking about. It's this showcase right here. You're talking about that slammy thing, right? Is this actually... Is it that much faster than an actual movement skill? It looks faster, but is it really that much faster? Feels faster. He might be going like 20% faster, maybe 30%. I don't think it's that much faster. It's like, yeah, we just saw that. It's after he kills this dude. It's 50 to 80. No, you're coping, dude. This guy has like 35 movement speed boots. I think it might look like it's 50 to 80% faster, but actually like the amount of time it would take to travel this distance. Like look at it. Okay, here's the thing. Like he's doing like this. Like it looks like he's going far, but he's like just going up. He's just like going up really far and then back down. And he's only moving like 1 meter per jump. It's just like he's going like 1 meter, but it looks like he's going fast because he's freaking going so high in the air. Look at the spot. He does 5 in a row. That's the spot where, that's literally the spot we're looking at right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the spot we're looking at. But like, look at the distance covered. He went from here to here. His character went up and down. Like, I'm not sure his walk speed is much slower than that. His walk speed. Like, looking at his walk speed, there's a faster sequence. You can get more attack speed, though. Yeah, like, maybe with enough attack speed, that starts to feel better and better and better. But this guy had pretty fast attack speed, it seemed like, or decent attack speed. It's like the Transfigured Leap Slam. It's like a very bad version of the Transfigured, like a much, much weaker version than Transfigured version of it or whatever. Attack speed more scalable than movement speed? Maybe. I think you might be coping a little bit there. Do you want to play Monk and prove me wrong, Connor? Are you asking for me to choose Monk for you? Is that what you're saying? Give me the quarterstaff movement. Then I'll roll Chonk. No, dude, don't do it to yourself. Chonk is such a bait. Chonk is such a bait. Do you really want to do that to yourself, Connor? Chonk is such a bait. Ain't no shot you pull off Chonk. I think all the Chonk gamers are gonna heavily regret it. Don't tell me honestly that you're a Chonk believer, Connor. Don't tell me honestly. Don't tell me you honestly believe Chonk is gonna work out. I just ate at Taco Bell. So what you're saying is you're not fully mentally there right now. You're under the influence of Taco Bell. You can't make this decision on this level of mental stability. Is what you're saying is. I'm gonna put money on Connor figuring it out if anyone can. I don't know. Chonk. That one clip of watching the instant leech of the thing they showed. Granted, it was probably a character with like terrible damage, and damage is probably how you get to the point of ES leech being overpowered. But I don't know, man. That ES leech looked bad. Is the leech clip new, dude? I don't even remember what video it was from. We did. Somebody linked me a portion of one of the videos of a Chonk character with leech. It looked bad. You guys know what I'm talking? We looked at it earlier today. I don't remember what video it was from. ES Leech Copium. Okay, do you have a Gruthmac? All right, 5830. All right, let's see. This could be it. This could be it. Okay, you see those things popping up around? He picked up 3 of them. Those are the into the breach Chayula Chonk nodes, right? So we know this is a Chonk, right? Look at his ES recovery. Look at it. Look how slow that was. What if he had 100,000 ES? Dude, I don't know, man. If he had 100,000 ES, he wouldn't have gotten one tapped. I don't know. I think that's gonna be the Chonk experience. That's the future of the Chonks. Yeah, that's the Chonk instant leech right there. Bro is trolling. He has no EB to instant leech his ES mana. I mean, he has mana. And that's his instant leech procs. You can see it. He's getting like 1% per hit or something. He's like, I can take it. Yeah, he believed. The boss is leech resistant. Exactly. Oh no, my ascendancy doesn't work if I have to do a boss. One of the primary focuses of the game. I'm pretty sure Jonathan in the interview, the Try interview, Try was like, what's the most important thing you want to tell people about PoE2? And Jonathan was like, bosses. Yes, let me click the ascendancy that gets neutralized by a little bit of leech resistance. It's not the bosses, it's the zone levels. Okay, so that you nullify your ability to do harder content because of leech resistance on zone levels. Bro, it's Uber Breach, boss. Everyone's gonna die in one hit on that. Probably. I'm gonna have an ES character tank that in 10 days of a league start. Mark my words. I'm gonna tank that little pathetic little slam he does. Absorbed. It's only gonna do like 40% of my ES. Clip it? Yeah, clip it. I did a little bit of math and Zest has about 6 million HP. I could see that. I was just eyeballing it, and I think at one point I thought I was estimating like 3 million HP, but I was just kind of like YOLO eyeballing it. I didn't freaking take out a measuring tape, and it's definitely not like 50 million like current endgame bosses start at a baseline around there. You can't leech if you do 0 damage. I can't. I mean, he hit the boss for like 30k. That seems pretty good in the context of things we've seen. But yeah, that's a good point. A much better optimized character. Maybe he's gonna leech a lot better. I think if you're getting to the point where the leech is good, you're like one tapping this boss though, right? And does it matter if you have leech at that point? What is this? Bro, it's Uber Breach, boss. Everyone's gonna die in one hit on that. Probably. I'm gonna have an ES character tank that in 10 days of a league start. Mark my words. Yep, it's true. I am. You guys are all gonna be. You're gonna be on. You know, I'm gonna see a couple people running their little Titan flash grenade builds. I'm gonna see the mercs with their grenades. I'm gonna see the people that logged into minion bit character for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna see the chonkers that are dying to literally everything. Okay, and you guys are gonna see the CI Archmage Sork build absolutely just crushing both DPS and tank, and you guys are gonna roll. You're gonna re-roll. Is minion bait? Minions seem decent. I think the biggest issue I see for minions is survivability of minions on the harder bosses. I like this boss right here. That slam is probably gonna PK like all your minions in one shot type of thing. But you know what? It's not gonna PK. It's not gonna PK Sork. Does Arc look decent? Yeah, Arc looks cool. From what I've seen, it looks cool. Wait, no, I need that. I didn't mean to do that. Come back, Dumbo. Come back.
Hey, every video describing it and making it fire skills you.
He was coping about having a blink skill, which started this whole conversation.
I blink through it.
This is where we were. I blinked through. Then Connor came in here and was like, "Oh, I've seen the movement skill." Connor, I'll let you change your mind up to like, I'll give you like 3 days to change your mind about your claims about that movement skill being fast. If you want to die on this hill though, I will make you play monk. Okay, I have the power. I will make you play monk. Feel free to change your mind about that movement skill being fast. I'll show mercy if you're willing to show that you think you're wrong about the movement skill. What makes Sork strong? The main thing I think that makes Sork strong is tree position for ES scaling, which you could argue Monk has ability to go over there decently as well. The other classes don't really. Marauder, Ranger, and Mercenary are all probably too far. Number 2, the Ascendancies. Chronomancer, not really that good, but Stormweaver looks just generically good as a caster build. Number 3, the Archmage persistent buff and the nodes on the tree with spell damage per stuff. The scaling seems decent. I think it's mainly because I think ES is going to be OP. But the other stuff with mana seems pretty strong too. What makes Sork strong is that you don't rely on 4 to 5 button combos, which was said. I don't think 4 to 5 combos are going to be the meta. I think it's going to be you have mercenaries running around with cluster grenades, and that's going to be their main ability that they're using to kill everything. I think you're going to have Sorks, which are literally just using like spamming fireball or ball lightning or whatever. You're going to have monks, which are spamming their favorite melee skill. Titans, which are spamming their favorite melee skill. Warbringers, which are doing some weird totem thing. You're gonna find which is the best minion on the minion build, and you're just gonna like. I think a lot of it's gonna be one button enjoyers all the way. Gazi minions who's not casting spells for 9 seconds, exactly. Do you know if EF values will be high on gear? EF values. You mean ES values? They seem like they're at the bare minimum comparable to PoE 1 numbers. They have this character on the main PoE 2 page, which got updated recently, where it had Cloak of Flame, but they took Cloak of Flame off. I did a 1-to-1 comparison with bases of the same level. Helmet is fairly higher ES than ES helmet bases in PoE 1. Boot base is higher ES than PoE 1 bases at the same level. Body armor is basically the same ES as PoE 1 base. Gloves are basically the same as the PoE 1 base at the same level. So as far as I can tell, the bases have similar base levels of ES. You can have the same percent ES roll. I saw a 107% ES roll on a chess piece. I've seen ES rolls for flat up to 88, which are similar to T1 in current PoE 1. Mana rolls I've seen are higher as well. Not sure that's related, but as for ES scaling, I think it's going to be comparable in terms of flat gear, and then the tree has way more percent. Tree has a 40% node. It has a 40% node. Has a 60% node. There's quite a bit of ES on the tree. Lance is going to make E-Blade at PoE 2. I don't know if I'd call it E-Blade. I'm planning on a Gemling crossbow melee armor breaker build that ain't one button build, Cyrus. I wish you luck on your plan. I hope it turns out well. But don't let me say I told you so if you come back with a one button setup, okay? After beaten down by the fact the one button power is too strong to resist. Where are you looking at this info? This is just the Path of Exile 2 page. This just has a showcase of some low-level gear on a Sork character. And so, like, for example, like, here, I'll just... Like, it's pretty easy to go and compare, right? Like, so I see that this boot says requires level 33. It has a base energy shield of 38. And then I can go over to here, the energy section on PoE 1 boots. I can look at the level 32 base on PoE 1. Rolls to 25. This is literally 50% more ES. It's better than the base that is... It's better than the level 44 base. This rolls to 35. It's better than this base. It's comparable with the average roll of the level 53 pair of boots. So you could compare this sort of stuff. You can go look up the bases. RF isn't coming out until later in the EA. I suspect RF will come out with the Templar class. It's somehow Lance got baited into extending his stream by an hour and a half. Dude, what the hell? You're right. I need to go to bed. I was going to go to bed. I don't know. Dude, it's almost 12 o'clock. Okay, hold on. No, I'm going to bed. You guys cannot trick me into staying up longer. Debating movement skills with Connor. That was a 30-minute bait by itself. How did he trick me that bad? You know what he did? I'm pretty sure he tricked me into extending my stream time with that just so he could start streaming and then I could host him. Good. That was the play. He tricked me into extending my stream time until he was going to be ready to start his own stream. I'm going to rate him. That was the whole plan all along, I bet. That was the whole plan all along. Of course, a Sork player goes to bed. It's late, guys. I need to sleep. I'm tired. I'm tired. All right. Enjoy Connor stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everybody that's here on YouTube. I'm going to end the stream on YouTube. Eventually, I'll figure out how to raid on YouTube. I'll figure it out, but I'm not there yet. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Hopefully, you guys have a good rest of your evenings. And yeah, enjoy. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one. Connor.
10 subs with the Apex Rex.
And lightning specialization.
Hang on a second. Oh, shit. And a Captain Lance raid. Alright, dude, we just got, like, double attacked. We got,